Call this special meeting of the Police and Fire Commission of June 6th to order. We'll begin with the roll call. Vice President Nancy Schaaf.
Here.
Commissioner Marion Boyle-Roloff.
Here.
Commissioner Warren Wanizek.
Here.
And I'm Rod Goldhahn, President of the Commission. So all the commissioners are present and accounted for. We also have with us Attorney James Culleney of Davis Kulthow. He's special counsel for the Commission to assist us in this matter. And again, we are reconvening this morning in the matter of the hearing of charges filed against Officer Paul Sporl by Chief Andrew Smith. Chief Smith, would you please identify yourself and your parties there?
Sir, I am Chief Andrew Smith. This is our attorney, Kyle Gulia from Von Briesen and Associates. And our Lieutenant Ben Allen is going to be doing our audiovisual stuff. And I have with me Lieutenant Dave Wesley and Lieutenant Keith Gear from our professional standards.
Okay, thank you. And Officer Sporl?
Officer Spurl and my representation, Mr. Recko.
Good morning.
Good morning. And we have our court reporter as well, Ms. Carrie Bohr. Thank you. Note that this hearing is an open meeting, and due to the nature of these proceedings, there may be times where the Commission will entertain motions to go into closed session as allowed by Wisconsin statute. When that occurs, I'll read the closed session notice, we'll conduct a vote, and then we may go into closed session and ask the audience to leave. We'll then return to open session and continue with the agenda. So I want to begin by reviewing the actions to date on the case. Chief Smith delivered to me charges concerning Officer Paul Sporl on 3/14/18. The cover letter stated that Attorney Kyle Gulia would be representing the chief. Attorney John Cermelli accepted service of the charges on behalf of Officer Sporl on 3/22/18. On 3/26/18, Attorney Cermelli informed me via email that he would no longer be counsel for Officer Sporl. He further informed me that Attorney Bill Retko of Retko Law Offices would be representing Officer Sporl. Attorney Retko filed notice of appearance on 3/29/18. On 3/28, a phone conference was held with Attorney Kyle Gulia representing Chief Smith, Attorney Bill Retko representing Officer Sporl, Attorney Jim Culleney representing the Commission, and myself to begin the scheduling process. The scheduling order was provided to the parties later that day. On or before April 6th, 2018, Attorney Gulia provided Attorney Retko with witness and exhibit lists as well as other discovery documents and materials. On 4/29/18, a scheduling hearing was conducted in front of the Commission with Attorneys Retko and Gulia attending by phone. No, if I said 4/29, it's actually 4/9. During that hearing, dates were set for witness and exhibit lists, motions, stipulations, subpoena requests, and the continuation of the hearing. A scheduling order was issued that following day. Between May 8th and 9th, I received requests for 4 subpoenas from Attorney Gulia and 2 from Attorney Retko. Those were issued, returned, and served by the respective attorneys. No other discovery was exchanged, nor were any motions or objections filed. On June 1st, a phone conference was held between Attorneys Retko, Gulia, Culleney, and myself to review the status of discovery and other case materials and ensure all were ready for the reconvening of the hearing this morning. Attorney Gulia reported that he was planning to remove 1 witness from his list and was also amending the statement of charges, withdrawing paragraphs 36 through 44 on pages 11 through 14 from the statement of charges. A letter documenting those changes was received later that day. No objection to the amendment was stated. The parties also addressed the order and manner of production of evidence. Mr. Gulia stated he would be introducing a video as part of this case and that no telephonic testimony would be required. Mr. Retko anticipated only calling the 2 witnesses he subpoenaed, reserving the opportunity to have his client testify. In an email exchange on June 5th, Attorney Retko clarified that he also reserves his right to call any witness listed on the Chief's witness list, whether called by the Chief or not, and to have rebuttal witnesses as necessary. Additionally, he reserves his right to use any and all exhibits identified on the Chief's list, whether used by the Chief or not, and reserves the right to use rebuttal exhibits if necessary. In a second email exchange on June 5th, Attorney Gulia agreed to the withdrawal of paragraphs 61 through 63 on pages 16 and 17 of the statement of charges. Does that match both parties' understanding of where we are today?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
very good, thank you. Documents that have been received in the record of these proceedings to date, the statement of charges in the matter of Officer Sporl, confirmation of service of charges, notices of respective representation by Attorneys Retko and Gulia, a 3/28/18 scheduling order, lists of exhibits and witnesses from Attorney Gulia, the 4/9/18 notice of hearing, 4/10/18 scheduling order, subpoenas from both attorneys, 6 in total, June 1st letter from Attorney Gulia amending the statement of charges, and June 5th emails clarifying the use of witness and exhibits and further revisions to the statement of charges. All commission members have been supplied with copies of these documents. Does that match both sides' understanding of the
Yes.
official record to date? Great, thank you. Now we'll move into the pre-hearing conference pursuant to Rule 1.07 of the Rules of Procedures for Disciplinary Hearings. Do either of the parties have any additional documents or exhibits to represent prior to getting into the actual case presentations?
Not at this time. Not at this time.
Okay, all right, thank you. Does either party have any proposed stipulations?
As it pertains, the only matter maybe that we can address is that there is an affidavit on Exhibit 26 from Grand Chute Police Department that I think authenticates that document from the Grand Chute PD. Is there any issue with that? No.
Okay, thank you. And we will commence the hearing. Barring any request for a short recess from either party, we'll proceed with the evidentiary portion of the hearing. The process will be as follows. The opening statement from Attorney Gulia, if desired. An opening statement from Attorney Retko, if desired. Presentation of the case by the complainant, Chief Smith. Presentation of the case by the respondent, Officer Spurl. Closing statements from Attorney Gulia, if desired. And closing statements from Attorney Retko, if desired. Deliberations by the PFC, and then the final rendering of the decision. Per Wisconsin Statute 19.85, this will be a quasi-judicial hearing, which simply means we'll generally follow the rules of court proceedings with the flexibility of the commission being able to ask questions of the witnesses and less stringent application of the rules of evidence. The commission will be the sole determiner of the weight and credibility of the evidence presented. After any witness response, each party will have the opportunity to follow up with additional questions. I'll conduct the hearing, and Attorney Colney will provide counsel and interject as appropriate for any issues requiring his legal expertise. So unless there's a request for, I'm not even going to entertain that. So let's proceed to the opening statements. Attorney Gulia?
Yes. And for the commission members, all of you have a book that's in front of you. I would ask that you not look through the book, only as we're going through the exhibits and as they're offered into evidence and as the witnesses are testifying to them. If you would like to take the book down off the shelf and put it in front of you, you may, so that you can see the rest of the audience. First and foremost, I want to thank the commission for their time today. I know that this is an important responsibility on behalf of Chief Smith. Thank you for that purpose. We're here today because sworn law enforcement officers are charged with the tremendous responsibility to protect the community and to preserve the public's trust. They protect and aid the most vulnerable members of our society. They stick up for the underdog. This responsibility requires that law enforcement officers recognize those situations where others are vulnerable, who are being harmed, and to take action to end that harm. And when those vulnerable people are your coworkers, and when you are being asked questions about how they are being treated, the law enforcement officer must be truthful and forthright at this most critical and essential moment. They must fulfill that duty to do what is right, and they cannot mislead, they cannot deceive, and they cannot be evasive, especially to protect friends at the expense of those who are being harmed. On December 28, 2016, and on January 29, 2017, Officer Paul Sporl was given that chance during an investigatory interview as a witness to stand up for the underdog, the vulnerable, those co-workers who were being degraded and harassed by their peers. The evidence will show that Paul Sporl knew that he was required to answer questions truthfully and completely, requiring him to do what was right. And rather than do that, rather than tell the truth and protect and speak up for those co-workers who were being degraded and harassed by their peers, he didn't take that leadership approach. He didn't take the approach he was required to take. The evidence will show that he was not forthright, that he was not honest with the investigators, that he misled and lied to protect the very individuals who were engaging in the gross, intimidating, bullying, harassing, and degrading conduct. Today you're going to watch a good chunk of a December 28, 2016 interview, which is Paul Sporl's first night shift witness investigation interview. You'll hear also about the January 29, 2017 interview. If we can use the commission's time as expediently as we can, as efficiently as we can, I'd like to do that. There are going to be the recordings of these interviews, but there are also well-done transcriptions that we will utilize for purposes of getting testimony from the witnesses. I think that'll be the most efficient way to get this hearing conducted. As objective observers, put yourselves in the shoes of Lieutenant Dave Wesley and Lieutenant Keith Gehring, who conducted those interviews. During those interviews, you're going to hear Lieutenant Wesley testify to you, and the evidence is going to show the following very important points. That Officer Sporl was told of the nature of those interviews, that he was there as a witness, and that it was about his duty to answer questions about the misconduct of others, about night shift harassment, bullying, intimidation, and mistreatment of fellow employees. He wasn't the subject during that December 28th interview. He was there as the witness to provide information. The same thing will hold true with regard to the portions of the January 29 interview that are discussed. He's there as a witness, not as somebody who engaged in that behavior. Second, Paul Sporl will acknowledge that he understands the need to cooperate with the internal investigation and be truthful and complete under department policy and under the directives that he's issued, and that he's warned repeatedly during those interviews about the need to be truthful and complete. Third, you're going to see Paul Sporl throw some blame at the victims. He will denigrate the very victims of the degrading and harassing behavior and question their tactics, rather than tell the investigators the truth at the beginning of the interview as to what was happening to those people. Paul Sporl will defend and he'll protect his friends. You're going to hear him defend Lieutenant Rob Korth. You're going to hear him defend Lieutenant Casey Masiak and his other friends. Next, you're going to see Paul Sporl not be a forthright witness when answering questions. For example, you'll see him deny certain types of conduct, and then you'll see him change his answers later on once the interviewers actually give him information that he should be providing to them. And last, you're going to see Paul Sporl not offer to the investigators information that he knows about the vile conduct that his co-workers engaged in, including use of the N-word, and including mocking of a coworker. Mocking of a coworker that is absolutely degrading. And he doesn't offer that information to them until they pry it out of him. I expect your excuses from Paul Sporl. The evidence will show that during the interview on December 28, 2016, that Paul Sporl explains his conduct. He's going to say things like, "It's tough when they're your friends." And he acknowledges to the PSD investigators, the Professional Standards Division investigators, that they had to pry out the information from him, and that it came out slow. And Officer Sporl will also acknowledge during that interview that what happens to a law enforcement officer who loses his word, who loses his integrity, is that he loses everything. "You lose everything, sir," is what he says. And he tells the investigators that if this is brought to the chief, that he'll take responsibility for it. That's during the December 28 interview. After those interviews were conducted where Paul Sporl was determined by Chief Smith and the PSD investigators to have been untruthful, the information shared with District Attorney David Lassay pursuant to the department's Brady policy and as required by law. After receiving a Brady notice from District Attorney Lassay, and you'll hear from him today hopefully, we have him scheduled to testify. Officer Sporl was issued a Brady letter. That's found in the charges, that's also in Exhibit 9 of the charges. After the issuance of the Brady letter, the department had to initiate another investigation in Paul Sporl pursuant to their Brady policy. You'll hear testimony today about a second investigation. You'll hear testimony primarily tomorrow about that. That's what we call the background investigation. Lieutenant Gehring is going to provide you with primary testimony on that issue, and through his testimony and the evidence that will show is that PSD investigators determined that during Paul Sporl's hiring process, that he provided information that was not forthright or honest during his security interview with Lieutenant Ramos of your police department. The evidence will show that Paul Sporl was not honest with regard to information that he provided, specifically with regard to his operation of a motorcycle in the village of Hortonville and for which he was cited for excessive speeding. Specifically, that he was not honest with a law enforcement officer named Chad Kleeman. There's a police report that you'll see. You'll hear from Officer Chad Kleeman tomorrow. You'll hear from another witness, Julie Shue, who actually works for the village of Hortonville. Chief Smith believes that you are now at the stage where Paul Sporl, as he puts it in the interview, as Paul Sporl puts it, needs to lose everything, as it relates to at least his continued service in your police department. The evidence will show that as a result of his conduct, Chief Smith and members of the Professional Standards Division who interrogated him and were subject to that dishonest behavior have lost the trust and confidence that they need to have in Paul Sporl. And that there's a Brady litter that exists, which demonstrates that the district attorney may have strong feelings about Paul Sporl. And the city attorney's office has also issued a letter as to how they treat Brady impaired officers that you'll hear about. At the end of the day, the commission's job is to determine that the chief can prove that the 7 tests of just cause have been met. Under test 1 of those 7 tests, the evidence will show that Paul Sporl took the department's oath to be an officer, that he was aware of the standards of conduct, and that he was issued directives during these investigatory interviews to be truthful and complete. And that during his hiring process, he signed several documents indicating the importance of being truthful and honest, that honesty and integrity were critical. And he was also told by Lieutenant Ramos to tell the truth during that security interview and the importance of that. He also knew that if he violated those standards, that he could be disciplined up to and including discharge. Under test 2, honesty, obedience to orders, following orders, and not engaging in unbecoming conduct are necessary. They're not just reasonable for the effective operation of a law enforcement agency, they're necessary. And you'll hear testimony from Chief Smith to that effect. Under test 3, you'll hear about the investigation that was conducted. It was a reasonable effort. We believe that you can conclude that it was a reasonable effort to determine that Paul Sporl was untruthful during the December 28 and January 29 interviews, and that he was untruthful with regard to the separate investigation involving his background. And it will show under test 4 that those investigations were fair and objective. Paul Sporl, when he asked for representation, was given representation. Paul Sporl was given the opportunity to provide his side of the story. There's what's called a Loudermill hearing. That's a meeting that occurs with the chief of police before the chief decides to file charges with you. Paul Sporl was given at least 2 Loudermill hearings, 2 opportunities to tell the chief his side of the story. Under test 5, that's the substantial evidence burden. We believe that there will be substantial evidence that will be sufficient for a reasonable person to conclude that Paul Sporl violated the rules of the department and the directives given to him. And under test 6, whether there's equal treatment, whether Chief Smith, who served as your chief for several years, is applying his rules and expectations consistently and with equal enforcement. And you'll hear testimony about other Brady impaired officers and about other officers, if they were untruthful during Chief Smith's tenure, what has happened to them. And under test 7, you'll hear about Paul Sporl's record of service. The evidence will show that the chief's proposed penalty here is for the good of the police service and in line with Officer Sporl's very brief record of service with this organization. He's worked here since approximately September 2015. He's got a 2-shift disciplinary suspension that you'll hear about on his record. And if you find any act of untruthfulness, any act of disobedience to a lawful order, those matters necessitate that Paul Sporl be removed for the good of the service. At the end of the day, in my closing here, the commission must decide it cannot tolerate the behavior that Paul Sporl has engaged in. Specifically, what we would look at is the victim-blaming, dishonest, unforthcoming, and misleading behavior that's designed to protect his friends at the expense of those coworkers who were vulnerable. The commission must also decide it can't tolerate an officer who wasn't forthright during his background about a motorcycle incident involving excessive speed in his communications with that law enforcement officer. And if you find, like I said, that Paul Sporl was untruthful or misleading or disobedient in either of those investigations, either standing alone warrants his removal from the department. Thank you, Commission, for all the time that you're devoting.
Thank you, Attorney Gulia. Attorney Retko, would you like an opening statement?
Yes, I will take a short one. Thank you. If you don't mind, I'd like to stand.
All right.
I represent Police Officer Paul Sporl, and this case is a relatively open and shut kind of case in that you're going to find that the evidence that the chief's going to present in this case doesn't match up with his story. First of all, the interview took place on December 28th, 2016, the initial interview with Officer Sporl, to determine a harassment complaint on the 3rd shift that certain officers had made that they were being harassed. During the course of that interview, certain things came up regarding officer safety issues that needed to be addressed by the Green Bay Police Department. Instead of addressing safety issues of officers not performing safely, this turned into a witch hunt against Officer Sporl. January 29th, there's a second interview, a follow-up interview. What ends up happening after that is several months pass, many months pass. July 2017, fast forward, 6 months later, what we find out happening at that point in time is Lieutenant Wesley contacts District Attorney Lassay with information from Officer Sporl's interviews. Lieutenant Wesley provides a summary to the District Attorney, together with interviews. And the summary's tainted as such that Officer Sporl's a liar. Officer Sporl intentionally deceived us in his interviews and intentionally provided misinformation. Now, District Attorney Lassay, unbeknownst to the rest of the world, or any other district attorney that I've ever met, enters into a Brady letter without even a finding, a sustained finding by the police chief of Green Bay that Officer Sporl's been untruthful, or without any due process hearing for Officer Sporl to come before this committee to argue his position as to why he's not untruthful, or for this committee to even find a determination of truthfulness. On top of that, Officer Sporl has never admitted he's untruthful. He's never been charged criminally or anything like that for untruthfulness. But yet, District Attorney Lassay makes a determination that based on Lieutenant Wesley's summary in his interview, I'm going to enter this Brady letter. He sends it to Chief Smith. Chief Smith then gets the letter from District Attorney Lassay indicating that Officer Sporl's untruthful. He's on our Brady list. I'm not going to use him for certain cases. I'll use him for other cases. But, you know, I'm going to let the whole world know that I've issued this Brady letter, that I've determined he's been untruthful. That's not due process, first of all. But second of all, it's a made-up story. What happens from that point in time is, on July 30th, 4 days after receiving the district attorney's letter, Chief Smith enters an administrative leave against Officer Sporl, putting him on administrative leave. Let's fast forward another week. About August 7th, what happens? Chief Smith then provides Officer Sporl with a Laudermilk hearing notice saying, listen, I'm considering charges, sustaining charges against you for untruthfulness. Come on in for an interview. Let's fast forward from there. It takes the chief until March 14th, 2018 to enter a statement of charges against Officer Sporl for the untruthfulness. Now, what we're going to find in reviewing the interview from December 2016, over a year in advance of when the charges are ultimately issued, and what occurred at least 6 months in advance of the district attorney issuing a Brady letter, without any finding of untruthfulness, other than his decision to do so, we're going to find that what ends up happening at that point in time is that in the process of this whole thing, they reopened up the case. The interview itself, there's nothing untruthful in the interview from December. What's happened is Officer Sporl's question about events by Lieutenant Wesley and his partner at that time. What ends up happening is Officer Sporl at first can't remember certain things. They refresh his memory. As he's trying to remember events, then they keep hounding him. He eventually comes up with answers. But in the end of the day, every answer he provided, not a single one, has been determined to be untruthful. There is no untruthful statement. But in the process, going back to August of 2017, when this Laudermilk hearing was first presented against Officer Sporl for the interviews that he provided, they also started looking at his application that he completed with the Green Bay Police Department. An application that was thoroughly vetted and interviewed by Green Bay Police Department members in 2015, before he was hired. And it was determined at that point in time that he was truthful in his application and in his statements to the investigators, and he was hired. Now we reopen it 2 years later and determine he's not truthful. a lot of time and money has been spent by the Green Bay Police Department on this particular case to try to create a case to prove that Officer Sporl is untruthful. You're going to find that even in the interview process, the application was fully completed and accurately completed. What the department is holding its hat on is an interview that Officer Sporl had with Lieutenant Ramos prior to the interview, or prior to being hired, after the application was completed during the vetting process. And you're going to find that during that particular interviewing process, Officer Sporl made statements to Lieutenant Ramos. Lieutenant Ramos at that time had concluded Officer Sporl's statements don't match exactly with what the police officer in Hortonville had said about a speeding incident that occurred in 2011. But nonetheless, Officer Sporl was hired by this department knowing that his statement didn't match exactly with what the Hortonville police officer had said about the incident. And the reason was because there was no proof that Officer Sporl was untruthful. And you're still going to find there's no proof he was untruthful. Ladies and gentlemen, at the end of the day, you're going to find that not only is this investigation an investigation that's not reasonable, it's tainted, it was set with a predetermined result. A lot of time and money has been spent by the department on a matter to prove that Officer Sporl is untruthful, as opposed to looking at how do we improve our police officers on third shift so that the citizens of this community can be properly protected and properly served. And you're going to also find there is no violations of rules, there is no untruthfulness. There may have been moments where he was confused, there were moments he was nervous, there were moments that he took time to try to remember what happened so he could answer the question properly. But in the end of the day, you're going to find there was nothing untruthful ever presented by Officer Sporl. His ultimate answer to every question is truthful. So in the end of the day, we're going to be asking that the commission dismiss the charges and reinstate Officer Sporl. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask him to begin his case presentation, I want to alert the gallery that Attorney Gulia had advised the commission that he'd be beginning his case with a fairly lengthy video of interview footage, roughly 2 hours, followed by the calling of his first witness. So in the interest of continuity and economy of everyone's time, we'll not recess for a lunch break. The commission plans to eat while we're watching the video. I'll call a brief recess either before or after the first witness, depending on how the timing works out, but it'll not be a full lunch break for the group. So I would ask the gallery to therefore plan accordingly. Further, it's been brought to our attention that there may be some things in the video that will be upsetting to certain people in the room. While regrettable, it's an important piece of evidence in the case. So if that's the case and you do find it upsetting, I ask that you contain yourselves and not make any kind of a outburst or outward indication of that. With that, Attorney Gulia.
One point of clarification now, for planning purposes, I recognize that it's 10:30. We've been about a half hour into the process, and thank you to the commission so far. I'm going to call Lieutenant Wesley first and have him provide some background to the commission first. Before we start the video, I anticipate that'll be about 11:15-ish, and it may make sense to do a brief recess for folks to use the restroom at that point in time, and then we'll play the video with Lieutenant Wesley on the stand, and then finish up direct examination of Lieutenant Wesley after.
Okay, very
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
With that, I'd like to call Lieutenant Dave Wesley.
Okay. Lieutenant Wesley, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Would you please state your full name to the court reporter?
Lieutenant Dave Wesley, W-E-S-E-L-Y.
Lieutenant Wesley, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Very good. Who do you serve?
I work for the Green Bay Police Department.
And in what capacity do you serve the city of Green Bay?
I'm a lieutenant in the Professional Standards Division.
How long have you served the city?
Approximately 29 years.
You indicated you're in the Professional Standards Division. How long have you served in the Professional Standards Division?
This last stretch, approximately 3 years throughout my career, through different times doing PSD duties. I've worked for about 5 chiefs, probably about a 7 or 8, 9 year period of time.
When you serve in the Professional Standards Division, what do you do as a lieutenant in the Professional Standards Division?
We do backgrounds, we do recruiting, we do special projects, and we're also involved in internal investigations for major misconduct.
How long have you served as lieutenant?
Approximately 15 years.
As a lieutenant, what are your responsibilities?
To supervise whatever area I'm tasked with, to supervise officers.
If I could have just a second, I'm going to move the speakers for the line of sight.
Thank you.
Sure. Well, I guess we can move this one too, huh?
I'm going to talk about the night shift investigation in a little bit. Prior to the night shift investigation, have you conducted internal investigations?
Yes, I have.
And any idea how many internal investigations you've conducted?
During the course of my career, many investigations.
What about background investigations? Have you conducted background investigations?
I would say I've conducted or participated in hundreds of background investigations.
And when the department is conducting a background investigation, when you're conducting that investigation, what are you looking for? What are you looking for in the candidate?
There's a lot of essential qualities that we're looking for in a potential candidate to be a police officer, but really the most important ones are going to be the honesty and trustworthiness of every police officer that we hire.
Why are those the important characteristics?
Well, we're sending officers out to enforce the Constitution, collect evidence, testify, put people in jail. We have to know that we can trust them. We have to know that we can trust them independently, but also it's also important that they have the trust and respect of the community that they're serving.
Now to use the words as to what they are, a law enforcement officer's job is to enforce the law, correct?
That's correct.
As a City of Green Bay police officer, what laws is that officer required to enforce?
Well, the Constitution of the United States, the laws of the state of Wisconsin, from the laws of the Brown County that we live in, and also the ordinances of the City of Green Bay.
When you were hired 29 years ago, did you take an oath?
Yes, I did.
Are law enforcement officers that you have been aware of, have they taken an oath with this agency?
Absolutely.
What does that oath require of you?
Basically, it requires to be honest and have the utmost integrity and to always be truthful in what you do.
Who's Paul Sporl?
Paul Sporl is a member of the Green Bay Police Department. He was hired in September of 2015 and was assigned and worked on the night shift.
Do you remember the specific date that Paul Sporl started with the department?
I think it was September 28th, 2015.
And he presently serves as a law enforcement officer.
He's still employed by the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Are you aware if Paul Sporl took the same oath that is required by your department policy, the
Yes, he
standard
did.
oath?
Yes, he did.
As a lieutenant in the department, as a sworn law enforcement officer, what obligations do you have to comply with the rules of the department, the standards of conduct?
My obligations are the same as every single police department, every officer in the department and in this room, that you have to follow the policy and procedures and directives that are basically put in front of you.
Are you obligated to follow policies of the city of Green Bay as well?
Absolutely.
I want to talk now about the night shift investigation. What was the night shift investigation, since it's now basically completed?
The night shift investigation started on December 12th of 2016. In my 29 years, that was the biggest investigation that I have ever been involved in. And it dealt with some pretty horrific things involving the police officers in the Green Bay Police Department. It dealt with harassment, it dealt with bullying, it dealt with intimidation from one officer to another. But primarily, it dealt with the intimidation and harassment of two specific officers. And one was Officer Danton, and one was a racial component where there was intimidation and bullying against an African-American officer, Officer Aaron Walker.
How were you involved in the night shift investigation?
I was one of the primary, I believe we had 5 primary supervisors assigned to this because it was such an important case and it was such a large case. We actually had 5 supervisors assigned to do the investigation.
What was your role in that investigation?
To interview witnesses and to come up to see how bad, one, to verify if any of this was true, but to see who was actually involved and at what level they were involved as far as being accused of this misconduct.
How many interviews do you recall you being involved in?
We interviewed approximately, we were geared up, and I believe we did, we interviewed everybody on the night shift. We interviewed approximately 29, 30 officers and supervisors. Some of those had to have additional interviews, so all in all, I think there was over 40 interviews conducted.
Were there any individuals on the night shift that you were not able to interview?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anybody that was no longer employed that you were not able to interview?
Not that I can recall right now.
Were you able to interview Rob Korth?
No, I was not.
And why were you not able to interview Rob Korth?
We were not able to interview, at that time, Lieutenant Rob Korth and Officer Casey Masick. They were assigned to the night shift. And through the early part of this investigation, we believe that these were the ringleaders, if you were, or the ones that were probably the most responsible for this misconduct. They resigned prior to us being able to interview them.
How long did this investigation take?
It took a long time. It takes a lot to interview 40 people to compile evidence. There's thousands and thousands of pages of documents. All in all, I think we gave the final version of our report to Chief Smith. It was September of 2017, so I think that's 7-8 months long.
Now, was there also a supervisor night shift investigation that was going on as well?
Yeah, parallel to ours, there was an additional investigation handled by other supervisors geared towards the supervisor involvement of the night shift investigation.
Did you identify, if you want to open up your exhibit book that's in front of you, the exhibits themselves are behind the tab for the commission's purposes.
Kyle, do you have an extra book?
Oh, excuse me.
Come on now. Here's the big one.
Oh, we keep passing them around. I think I should have to keep that one.
Here's the CD.
This one back?
Nope, that'll be for
No,
the
that's the same.
That's
Sorry.
one.
tab 9, Attorney Goulia, you said tab 9?
Excuse me?
Which tab did you?
Number 1.
One.
Tab 1. What I had indicated was that the exhibit itself is behind the tab. And for the commission's purposes, just for explanation and clarity, you'll note that some of the exhibits, there's a disc that's contained in your packet. That disc contains the recorded interviews, since there's not a way that I can put that, three-hole punching a disc wouldn't work. But that would contain those documents. Lieutenant Wesley?
Yes.
Would you please identify the document that's marked as Chief's Exhibit 1?
This is the titled Internal Investigation 16-542I, and it's patrol shift harassment. It's dated September 6th, 2017. This particular exhibit is an excerpt of our investigation, just specifically related to Officer Paul Sproul.
And were you involved in the preparation of this report?
Yes, I was.
And who prepared this report?
Members of the Professional Standards Division that are cited in the front cover of it.
And what did this report entail? Meaning, what's the information that's contained within this report? What does it relate to?
Primarily, this part involved the two interviews that were conducted with Officer Paul Squirrel. One that was on December 28th as a witness officer of 2016, and then he was brought back in as a suspect officer, and that interview was conducted on January 29th of 2017, approximately 30 days later.
Now, you indicated that Officer Sporl was brought in as a suspect officer on January 29th. For what purpose was he brought back as a suspect officer on January 29th?
Well, during our initial witness interview with him on December 28th, during the questioning, it was obvious to us that based upon his answers, that he was more involved in this investigation than we thought. Initially, we thought that he was just a witness, like a lot of other officers were just witness to some of this behavior. So we had started to develop more and more evidence to show that he was more culpable and that he was involved in some of this misconduct that was going back in. So he was brought back in at that time to discuss primarily his involvement in sending harassing MDT messages about fellow officers.
Now, did that January 29 interview, did that also include questioning Officer Sporl as a witness about the night shift harassment in general?
Yeah, I guess you could say that was probably two parts. The first part of the January 29th interview was his culpability and his sending out the MDT messages, but then it was also a furtherance of what he saw, what he knew as a witness to his fellow officers when we initially interviewed him on December 28th, 2016.
As it pertains to this exhibit itself, what information did you use to prepare this, or what information was used by professional standards to prepare this report?
Paul Squirrel's own statements.
I want to move you now to what is marked as, Chief's Exhibit 2. Could you identify the document marked Chief's Exhibit 2?
This is a 97-page transcript of the interview that was conducted on December 28th, 2016, with Paul Squirrel, involving myself and Lieutenant Keith Gearing from the Professional Standards Division.
Also note, is there a recording of that interview as well as part of that exhibit?
Yes, there's also a video recording.
Now, did you participate in that investigatory interview?
Yes, I was.
Who was involved in that investigatory interview, or excuse me, on that interview on December 28, 2016?
Myself and Lieutenant Keith Gearing.
Okay. Was anybody else in the room with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Was Paul Sporl there?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And this transcription, do you know who created the transcription?
Our Professional Standards Secretary.
And for what reason is a transcription created?
Well, we don't create them for every single case, but obviously this was a very important case, and this dealt with some serious misconduct. So it was important to archive exactly what was said, questions that were asked, and the answers that were said, so it corresponded with what the videotape showed.
Have you reviewed this video more than once?
Yes, numerous times.
Have you reviewed this transcription more than once?
Numerous times.
Have you discussed this transcription with members of the PSD?
Absolutely.
Have you discussed it with Chief Smith?
Yes, we have.
When was this interview conducted?
The front page actually says 10:16 a.m. That is a typo. We went to the night shift to interview Paul Squirrel, so it should say 10:16 p.m.
What is your normal work hour, sir?
6 a.m. to 2:30 p.m.
Why are you conducting an investigatory interview, or a witness interview, I guess we should call it, at 10:16 p.m.?
Well, this was a pretty sensitive, well, it wasn't, this was the most sensitive topic of racism, bullying, intimidation by police officers. That's what's being alleged here, okay? So it was important for us to be discreet. We had everybody on that shift to interview. So we wanted to be as least disruptive as possible. So instead of having the officer come in on their day off or the weekend or come to us and shorting the shift, we basically came in all hours of the night and weekends and conducted these interviews. The other part of this is we are directed by our policy that we are supposed to do it that way, that we are supposed to conduct the interviews on the officer's time, not on our time.
Now, this is December 28th. When did the night shift investigation commence to your recollection?
December 12th is when we were first made aware of it, 3 weeks earlier to this.
Okay. So December 12th to December 28th, approximately 16 days. How many interviews do you recollect were conducting prior to this interview with Paul Sporl with other department personnel?
I believe we had done 15 in that 16-day period before Officer Sproul was, I believe, was the 16th interview.
Now, there's a decision to interview Paul Sporl here on December 28th. What was the reason for interviewing Paul Sporl on this date after conducting those other interviews?
Well, we initially wanted to find out the scope. What was the involvement on what was going on? Was any of this stuff true? So as the investigative process took place, we were interviewing these 15 people, and I believe it was the day before Paul Sporl's interview. We had a confidential interview with a night shift officer who told us about information where Paul Sporl was witness to some of this racial misconduct. And that he hadn't done it, but he was witness to some conduct that Lieutenant Korth had been involved in.
At this point in time, had you reviewed any MDT data involving Paul Sporl?
No, we had no evidence to show that Paul Sporl was involved, at that point, that Paul Sporl was involved in any of this conduct.
So, fair assessment, was Paul Sporl the suspect at this point in time of the night shift harassment investigation?
Absolutely not.
Were other individuals identified as suspects at this point in the investigation?
Yeah, prior to his interview, I believe Lieutenant Korth was a suspect, Officer Casey Masiak was a suspect, Officer Kurt Brester was a suspect, and Officer Matt Knudsen was a suspect.
And at this point in time, by December 28th, were any officers placed on administrative leave?
Yeah, prior to this interview, Lieutenant Korth and Officer Masiak had been placed on administrative leave.
When you're doing this interview, what information were you seeking to obtain from Paul Sporl?
We wanted to know what he knew. We wanted to know what he witnessed. We wanted the truth about what was going on. These are from some pretty serious allegations. We needed to verify that they were true or they weren't true.
What was Paul Sporl told about his status, either as, was he treated whether as a witness or whether as a subject of the investigation at the beginning of that December 28th interview?
Prior to his first interview, like I said, we had interviewed approximately 15 other officers as witness. So we had a boilerplate document, if you will. So we were asking the same questions of all the witnesses. We brought them in. We let them know that this is an investigation about harassment, bullying, and intimidation on the night shift. Okay, so we actually read that to them. And then there's also a preamble in there where we tell them that we expect them to be honest and truthful in all of their answers.
You had indicated you had a set list of questions.
Correct.
Did you ask questions beyond that list?
Absolutely. As your interview goes and you start getting answers, sometimes you might go off script, but that's a guide to keep us on track of all the witnesses.
Prior to December 28th, prior to this interview, did you recall any sort of meaningful interaction that you ever had with Paul Sporl?
To my recollection, because I work an admin schedule and upstairs, I don't have the day-to-day encounter with normal officers. To my recollection, this was the first time that I ever met Paul Sporl, was on December 28th.
When an individual is questioned as part of an internal investigation interview that you're conducting, when they are a witness, what is the expectation that is communicated to that person as to how they are to conduct themselves during that interview?
I guess in my mind, it doesn't matter if you're a witness or a suspect officer. You're a police officer. You're expected to cooperate. Not only you're expected, but you're told to cooperate and be honest and truthful and complete in your answers and to answer the questions honestly.
During Paul Sporl's interview, did you issue any directives to him?
Yeah, actually, at the very beginning, we let him know that we did not believe that he was a suspect officer, that we believe that he was a witness officer or possibly a victim, because that's another thing that we were able to determine We interviewed witness officers and determined that they were victims. But we also told him that he needed to cooperate, to be truthful and honest in his answers. And I actually went a step further with Paul because I knew he was close friends with Mosaic and Korth. And I even said that you're expected to be honest and truthful in giving answers about your friends, your coworkers, and your supervisors.
I believe it's implicit within the directives itself as to what these directives require of the officer. What do these directives explicitly require of the officer?
Could I read it off of page 1? That probably gives you the best answer.
That's fine.
Okay, page 1 of the initial interview at the bottom of the page says, okay, you know that failure or reluctance to answer questions truthfully and completely, even those that might implicate your fellow officers, your friends, or your supervisors, could be grounds for discipline.
All right. Now, you're the interviewer. You're conducting the internal investigatory interview. What's the purpose of these administrative directives to you as the interviewer?
You know, I think it kind of sets the stage to let them know that, you know, you're a police officer, here's another reminder that you are required to be honest and truthful, kind of like when you go to court, you raise your hand, the police officer does to give testimony. But it also gives us, you know, assertion that, or it gives us an understanding that what we ask him in his answers, that we have to know that we're going to be able to believe his answers, that he knows that he has to cooperate and be truthful with us so we can believe his answers.
Now, prior to this interview, prior to getting into the specific questioning that you asked of him, was Paul Sporl instructed as to what the nature of this interview was about?
Absolutely.
What was he told?
He was told it was about harassment, intimidation, and bullying, specifically dealing with the night shift officers.
You've indicated that you've watched this interview more than once. You've read the transcript more than once. What is your belief as to how Paul Sporl complied with the rules, with the directives that were issued to him to be truthful and complete and forthright? What is your position on how he conducted himself?
During both interviews, it was obvious to me and the other members that were involved in this investigation and the chief of police that almost right from the get, Paul it was like he took one of 3 different areas in his response. Okay, he wanted to, and I'll use the word victim shaming, that he wanted to victim shame Officer Dantoin or Officer Walker or other officers that got bullied and intimidated because they deserved it, because their tactics weren't up to par on what he or other officers felt that their tactics should be. He also seemed to be very protective of his friends, specifically Lieutenant Rob Korth and Casey Mosaic, when we asked him questions about what he would have witnessed in regards to their conduct. And the other part of what he did is he seemed that every single time we would ask him a question, you would just expect an answer. I'd ask you a question, you'd give me an answer. And it was always redirecting, being evasive. And that was like from the very first question, okay? It was always as if he would only commit his answer a little tiny bit until he knew what we knew. So it was almost like we were forced to kind of tip our hand on what we were trying to get out of him and what he potentially witnessed. And he was very reluctant to commit to his answers, forcing us to rephrase the question or to come back at another time just to get an honest and truthful answer out of him.
Are there any examples that stand out to you from that interview?
Many examples. Probably, right from the beginning, I think we asked him, it was the same question from that boilerplate list of questions that we asked all witnesses. Who do you feel is razzed or intimidated on the night shift? And now it was very important that we phrase that question because we didn't want to intimidate the officers and say, hey, was Danton getting intimidated the most, or Aaron Walker, or so-and-so? So we asked that question kind of generically and open-handed. And we would, and every officer before that, the 15 witnesses, almost exclusively, and the witness officers after that, they all identified Officer Dan Hoyne and Officer Aaron Walker as the two most people that get identified or get picked on the night shift the most from their peers. So we're there. This is about intimidation, harassment, and bullying. And when we ask Officer Sporl that question, I'm expecting him to give us an honest answer, and immediately he wants to redirect about officers' tactics, and kind of globally says, well, everybody gets picked on, and then he kind of throws himself out there to say, well, I'm the new guy, I get picked on. This wasn't about tactics, this was about some pretty horrific behavior on the night shift.
Did you learn during this investigatory interview who Officer Sporl considered to be his friends that work for this department?
Yeah, we asked him, that was at the very beginning of the interview. And we asked him, I think it's on page 2, the middle of the page. I'm asking him, who are your pals on nights? Who do you hang with? It's normal for officers to congregate with like-minded individuals. And his response is, I hang with Fucci, Casey, Lieutenant Korth, and Brester sometimes. And then he went on to continue that Rager, Wally, or Walbert. And then we asked him, who do you hang with off-duty? He says, I hang with Walbert, Mosaic, Korth, Fucci, and then Rager.
Lieutenant Wesley, I want to play this interview at this point in time. I think it's the appropriate spot. But before I do that, during the opening statement, and opening statements are not testimonial, but the issue was raised as to information that was provided to District Attorney David Lissay. Was this interview provided to David Lissay?
Yes, it was.
How do you know that?
I was directed by the Chief of Police to provide this interview and the subsequent interview to District Attorney. Not just the interview, but the video portion of the interview as well.
Okay. So you said the subsequent interview. Which interview are you referring to there, sir?
It would be the January 28th, 2017.
The 29th interview.
I'm sorry, same part, 29th.
As it pertains to that matter itself, did you have any discussion with District Attorney Lissay as to the information that you had provided to him?
Yeah, I told him that I was directed by the Chief of Police to give this to him, and he had made, that I had a copy of the report, which at that time was only a draft portion of the report, because the entire investigation hadn't been concluded yet for the night shift. And David Sayce made a comment to me that he would never rely upon just my written word on something so important as this, that, and I knew that's what he was going to say. That's why I provided him with a jump drive of both videos, that he needed to watch both videos to form his opinion on whether Officer Sporl was truthful during these interviews or not.
At this point in time, my recommendation to the commission, but it's obviously your choice, would be that before we play the video, that if you wish for a brief recess, this would be a good opportunity for that to occur.
Okay. Recess. All right, we'll take a 12-minute recess, and we'll reconvene at 10 after, according to that clock.
Well, I think we're going to come.
And I'll remind folks that Lieutenant Wesley is still considered an active witness at this time. I want to test the attorneys. Since the videos have transcripts involved with them, is there any need for the court reporter to do anything during the videos?
I'll leave it to the court reporter as to your normal practice for how you handle video recordings.
Normally, we would not be writing against the video.
I think that would be the standard practice that we would follow in this. As it pertains to the, well, that we're on that subject, I'd like to just address that there are transcriptions of this interview, of the January interview, and then also of some other interviews. And as it pertains to many of the other recordings, to the extent that we can avoid having to play the recordings, we'd like to be able to do so. With this here, it's important because of information that's not captured in a transcription. But for purposes of relying on the transcript for conducting the hearing, knowing that there are the recordings at play that would be the official records that the commission can review in its deliberations, I'd ask that we be allowed to rely upon the transcriptions for purposes of expediency and efficiency.
Okay. Any objection?
One thing I did notice in looking at the transcripts is I don't see any kind of authentication on the back of them from a court reporter indicating that it's a true and accurate copy of the interview. do have concerns about that, and I have not spent the time or money to verify whether or not these are totally accurate. So I guess I would like the commissioners to keep that in mind when you're watching this, to rely on your memory as to what was said and what was done, if it conflicts with what's in here, okay? And you can always go back and review that because it's part of the evidence, and I don't have an objection to that.
That's fine on our end. We recognize that they're not official court reporter transcriptions. At the end of the day, the content of the video would be the prevailing evidence. I believe that the information in here is largely going to be accurate to that extent.
All right, so noted.
With that, we're going to have the recording here start at 9:40, since there's primarily dead space at the inception of the interview. This will be when it commences. If any of the commissioners cannot hear, let us know so that we can address that promptly.
One other thing before we begin, if any objection comes up for any reason while this is going on, please let us know so we can halt the video at that point in time and take a record.
So I do have the opportunity to object to the questions?
Well, you have the opportunity to make a record in your defense, so.
Alrighty, thank you.
Sure.
So am I off now?
Yes.
All in here. Thanks for coming on, man. Yeah. Hey, Paul. Never met Dave. Paul, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, man. Sorry under these circumstances. Sure. How you doing tonight? Kind of a way to start your evening. Sorry. All right. Okay, well, you're not in trouble. Okay, so, we're here investigating what's going on in the night shift. So we think you might have some information that's needs in the investigation. That's what we call it, all the pretty much the third inch. Okay, makes sense. So got some minutiae you gotta get out of the way first. Okay. The Green Bay Police Department is investigating allegations of misconduct on the night shift. And this could include harassment, bullying, intimidation, and mistreatment of fellow employees. Employees could be officers or supervisors. At this point in the investigation, we do not believe that you have participated in the harassment. But we do believe that you might have information that would help us aid you in this investigation. We believe that you may have witnessed or been a victim of the harassment yourself, and the results of the investigation will be turned over to Chief Smith. Anything you say will be kept in strictest confidence and will be reported to Chief Smith. So what you tell us, you go back to another officer and say, hey, Paul said this about you. That's not how this works. Sure. Does that make sense? Right. You understand that when you got hired at the Green Bay Police Department, and you got into that policy, electronic version, that there's a policy in there, so that you will cooperate in all internal investigations and answer all questions truthfully and completely. You understand that? Yes. Right? Okay. You know that failure or reluctance to answer questions truthfully and completely, even those questions that might implicate your fellow officers, friends, or supervisors, could be grounds for discipline. Yes, sir. I understand that. All right. So just want to talk about the flavor of intimidation is a heavy word. All right. And it can be anything from MET messages, officers on calls, sarcastic remarks over the radio, banter in the call, locker room, standing out of the wall, stuff like that. Okay. So just kind of want to get a sense of, you've been working here how long? For the No, a little over a year, sir. About a year.
You've been at nights the entire time?
Yes, sir.
Who are your pals at nights? Who do you hang with at nights?
Hang out with Fuji, Casey, Lieutenant Korth, Brester sometimes,
Okay.
Rager, Wally, or Walbert. I think that's about all I hang out with as far as things.
Who do you hang out with off duty?
Hang out with Walbert, Nashik, Korth, Fuji, and then and Rager.
Pretty much the same guys.
Yeah, pretty much same
How do you
guys.
guys do after?
Go watch football game, hang out, watch a movie, yeah, I mean, grill out, something like that, yeah. So nothing crazy.
Is that pretty frequent stuff? Pretty close friends with these guys?
I wouldn't say it's frequent, I mean, hang out maybe once every couple weeks or something like that, just get together.
About bars drinking, all this stuff your age, right?
No, yeah, I mean, we go catch football here at bars, something like that, have a couple drinks, type of thing.
Can you think of Green Bay officers or supervisors on the night shift that get ripped on more than others?
Yeah, there's ones, I guess, that get ripped on more than others. As far as like where I'm coming from, so I served like 11 years in the Army, so that's kind of was the nature of the military and doing stuff like that. So to me, I guess ripping on, like they poke fun at me sometimes because I'm from Oklahoma. It's funny.
Do you have the accent or do we have the accent?
I have the accent, yeah. So, but it's funny, and it's something that ever since I moved up here, and all the stuff, but that's just kind of the nature of it, and I razz them, they razz me, but it's all kind of friendly banter. So, as if you want, I guess, if ripping on is kind of friendly banter back and forth, then yeah, I mean, night shift.
Who do you think gets it the most?
It's hard to say, I guess, my first year, obviously being a new guy, I got, banter back at me type thing and stuff like that.
Something said on the radio or didn't do on a call or missed an address or something?
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that, sometimes my accent, when I say Monroe, kind of comes out and stuff like that, Monroe, but stuff like that, but it's funny, I laugh at myself, I make fun of myself, stuff like that, so it's not, by no means is it, harassing or anything, but it's.
Well, do you think the officers on night shift basically, they kind of share that equally, everybody kind of gets ripped on equally?
Yeah, I would say so, I think it's.
None that stick out in your mind that get ripped on or talked about more than others behind their back, in person?
Behind their back, I mean, I think that everybody kind of gets talked on, depending on what they do. There's some good officers that I know that have, messed up or something like that on the call, and they get kind of talked about and stuff like that. And, I've messed up on a call, and I'm sure that, they've talked about me when I'm not around too, so. I mean, as far as I know, it's nothing that, and really off duty, it's not like we talk about that stuff a lot either, so.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you think there's an issue in that shift? There is no issue, because the way you make it sound like it's not that big of a deal, everybody just kind of does it, and it's all in good fun.
I think there's issues on night shift, yeah. I think.
What would they be?
I think that some officers aren't held accountable for their actions, and I think that it kind of festers, and when certain officers don't get held accountable for their actions, then other officers start to speak up a little bit more, be a little bit more brazen, I guess you could say. I mean, I don't know, lack of word for it, but.
So who's the first officer, do you think, is not held accountable for his action or her action?
I would say Stephanie.
Okay. Can you paint me a picture? What, I mean, give me, I know it's opinion-based answers. So what about Stephanie?
In my experiences and what I've heard on other calls.
Well, tell me your experiences firsthand.
Okay, well, one of my experiences with Stephanie, because she just moved to Charlie, so I haven't worked with her a lot, but one of my experiences that stands out to me is we get a burglary call at Cedar Street at the Mexican restaurant, or a Mexican store over there, Mia Terra or something like that.
Okay.
Get a burglary call, I get dispatched, and she gets dispatched with me. We go there,
And I'm walking up to the door, you know, the guy that passed by and saw it comes up to me and says, hey, the whole front door's shattered out, the lights are on there, I don't know if I saw something moving in there. Okay. So with this information, I'm approaching the door, and I have my firearm out, and I'm ready to kind of, okay, just look in, see what's going on here. I mean, could be a potential armed robbery, a burglary, whatever. And, you know, 2 steps before I get to the door, Stephanie's behind me, and then she finally pulls out her firearm. So that, to me, says, to my question, is kind of, what are you doing? You know, or you got the same information I did. We're walking into this potential armed person in here robbing this place, and you're waiting till you're 2 feet from the doorway, and then you finally pull out your gun? And so for me, that's an uneasy feeling, because I'm sitting there going, well, what if something did happen? She's not ready, she's not prepared for, you know, I mean, and this is basic standard stuff that I think that every patrol officer...
Have a conversation with them.
No, because the door was broken in, so we backed away from it, pulling a canine, stuff like that.
I know this is all done. Did you ever,
She cleared up before I was done with the call, so I never had a conversation with her about it.
did you talk with the supervisor about it?
I didn't listen to a supervisor.
Who did you have a conversation with about?
I talked about with some of my peers and stuff.
Who was that?
I think I talked about with Eicholt and Fucci's and,
Was that together? You guys were all together talking to him like it?
no, I think I told Eicholt about it a different day. I told Fucci about it that same day because he came to help out on the call as well.
How long ago was this, literally? Approximately, summer?
Maybe a month,
Ago?
maybe.
What was Tim's response?
Tim's response was kind of the, you know, I go to Tim for a lot of stuff because he's kind of a senior guy in Charlie where I work. And Tim's response was kind of, hey, you got to watch your back, kind of do it, you know, be mindful of that stuff. And if you need to know
Was it for her or
your
just kind of in general?
just in general, you know, I mean, it wasn't anything directed, but towards anybody. But he said that, you know, some people aren't as tactically sound as others, and he's like, so you got to be kind of watch your six, I guess, when it comes to that stuff, and be wary. And I don't know, in my opinion, you know, I don't know, I don't want to sound like a, you know, cocky or something, but in my opinion, I didn't go to Iraq and Afghanistan, come back here and get shot on a call when my partner didn't have her gun out, ready to go when I'm 2 feet from the door.
Can you think of other incidences, or is that just kind of, probably a serious one? You know, and for me, I would probably have the same feeling. I was like, hey, come on. But I guess I would have talked, say, hey, did you not see what I see? Did, you know, maybe, you know, we all have a different threat assessment, okay? We all have different stimuli that we're taking in, and that's where I would have said, hey, you know, WTF, you know, what's going on, just to see if there's an explanation.
Right.
You know, can you remember other incidences when it comes to tactics other than that one?
The ones that I've experienced myself, not so much.
Because that's really the only one?
That I witnessed firsthand. Like I said,
What about ones you've heard? You said you've heard a bunch.
Yeah, I've heard ones where, you know, I guess you'll go to, you know, a call, and an officer will be talking to a victim or a subject, and everything will be fine, and then all of a sudden she'll kind of chime in, but then she'll start talking down to somebody, or start to raising her voice and kind of escalating the situation out of nowhere for no reason, and then the subject or whoever starts to get riled up. Stuff like that is to me, I mean, it's putting everybody in a dangerous situation. If somebody has somebody under control, talking to them, and you kind of go in there and start talking down to them, and I don't think that shows respect to the people we're dealing with either.
Who was telling you about this? The
I
chapter?
couldn't tell you, I forgot. I mean, this was a while back, this was probably in summertime.
Was it Lieutenant LaValle?
Well, no,
Just yes or no words.
no,
Was it Lieutenant Soviet?
no,
Was it Lieutenant Mahoney?
no,
Was it Lieutenant Bethune?
no,
Was it Kevin Ball?
no,
Was it Chris Lawrence?
no,
Was it Eric Nispoli?
no,
Was it Matt Lynch?
no,
Was it Jeremy Bilski?
no,
Kendall Horwolf?
no,
Keith Rager?
no,
Tom Marquardt?
no,
Tom Denny?
no,
Arterio? Los Santos?
no,
Fucci?
no,
Eichel?
no,
Rodriguez?
no,
Mike Netzger?
no,
Sean Hamel?
no,
Brian Stanton?
no,
Brian Krieger?
Salzman. Tony Lehman. Rob Ecke. Jim Merrill. Aaron Walker. Nick Walhart. Dan Green. Kurt Ruster. Casey Masick. Mike Scherenbach. Mike Ron. Lon Saris. Tom Conley. Caitlin Ron. Aaron Nevin.
Like I said, I don't.
So was any of those officers?
I don't remember, sir.
You ain't gonna come in here and say you heard all this stuff about another officer that's 5 years on, and you've been here for 1 year, whether you're a veteran of the military or not, and sit here and say, I heard it, and you can't tell me a single officer who you heard it from?
Sir.
Are you making that up?
No, sir.
Okay, who told you? Who'd you hear that from?
Honestly,
I can read the names off again, and I'm gonna read the names off on every question I ask you that you're not gonna answer.
I'm not trying to not answer.
Paul, you realize what he mentioned right away is that, as per policy, you will answer every question truthfully and honestly, okay? And sit here and tell us that you don't know.
Yes, sir. I think Timmy, I can tell you that.
You think or you know?
Timmy, I can tell you that.
Okay, so my first question to you now is, did you just lie to me?
No, sir.
Because you said you didn't know, and now all of a sudden, when we take a little bit more sterner approach with you, bang, you have an instant memory. You know what Brady and Giglio was about, officer? That means when you lie, okay, you're done as a police officer. If you lie as a police officer, you're done. I'm not trying to scare you, I'm not trying to threaten you, I'm trying to help you.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes.
So think about that as we start asking you questions.
Yes.
You think it was Tim Eichel?
Yes, sir.
So what did Tim Eichel tell you about
Tony,
you heard?
sir, told me that they were at a call on Charlie District, and he was talking to the victim, talking to the subject. She walked in and was talking to one or the other, and then she goes to the victim and starts to talk down to the victim and kind of raise the situation.
So Tim Eichel was telling us how long ago was that?
About a month ago.
Is this the only incident that he told you about? So we have two instances, one that you witnessed and one that Officer Eichel told you about.
Yes, sir.
And because of that, you formed your opinion that she has tactical issues. When you first started here, did anybody have corrective action with you, your FTOs, or other officers because you made mistakes?
Yes, sir.
And how did that work out?
I fixed it.
All right. So we got two incidences. Are there more? I'm not putting words in your mouth, but are there more? Are they just the two incidences?
No, sir. Or yes, sir. Later.
Paul, I'm telling you, you gotta understand how important this is.
Yes, sir.
That if, and I get it, this is a tough spot for you to be in, but you're not the only one sitting in that chair, and there's officers before you, there's gonna be more. We're gonna end this situation. We're gonna make this a better department. All right? But by not answering the question, or not being truthful, this isn't somebody else you're protecting, this is you.
Yes.
So when you get out of here, you go on your squad car, you look up Brady and Giglio about what happens when an officer is dishonest, because he can never testify again.
Yes.
Okay, because the onus is on the police department. Every time you're in a case, we have to notify municipal court, and the district attorney's office says you haven't been truthful.
Yes.
So you're ineffective as a police officer. So the adage, if you lie, you die, that basically means if you lie, you no longer can be a police officer.
Yes.
Anywhere. Right? So it's not a scare tactic. I'm trying to help you out here.
Yes, sir.
So I get that you're friends with these guys, supervisors and officers, but we need to get to the end of this. And the only way we're going to do that is by asking the tough questions.
Yes, sir. And I mean, whether or not, I mean, people, I honestly, I'm not trying to lie. Obviously, it's kind of, it's the first time I've ever been in a stressful situation as far as, people are asking questions. If I don't remember a name right away, it's not because I'm trying to lie.
All we want, Paul, is honesty.
Yes, sir. And you're going to get complete honesty. I just don't want.
Even if you're doing it to try and protect these guys,
No, sir.
for whatever reason, okay, your livelihood is not worth that.
Yes, sir.
If people put themselves in bad situations,
Yes,
you
sir.
didn't put them in the situations that they're in.
Yes, sir.
I'm telling you, I'm bugged by the fact that I asked you a question, you say you don't know, and then after I go through all this, then you instantly remember it was Officer Eichel. Do you think there's other officers on night shift and the victim of ribbing or harassment other than Steph?
Other than what I mentioned before, about stuff that everybody gets,
Do you think that she gets it more than any other officer on the night shift?
I think it's equal.
So it's kind of spread out hers and other people?
Yes, sir.
Do you think Fucci and Casey, Korth and Bresker, Rager and Walbert, and these guys, what is their general consensus towards Steph?
can't speak on what they think.
Well, have you been with them on duty or off duty, and Steph's name has come up, and people have ripped on her about conversation about her tactics,
Yes.
or police and stuff? How often do you think that's happened?
I've only been around when it's happened a few times,
How many is a few, do you think?
a handful, 4 or 5 times maybe.
Is that at the station or off duty?
Both.
And who usually leads that conversation?
I would say it's equal across the board, depending on who was dealing with her or who had a call with her.
Is it a normal thing, you think,
What is it?
that people rip on her?
I wouldn't say normal, like I said, I think it's equally kind of distributed on the ship.
If you brought in our big stack of MDT messages, showed you message after MDT message after MDT message from officers and supervisors, back and forth, back and forth. It surprised you if I said that she by far is the only person that the night shift rips on, her and one other officer. Would that surprise you? Based upon you sitting in a hotel, going on calls, hanging out with these guys.
Objection calls for
Just probably
speculation.
only 1 or 2 were ripped on.
Who else do you think would have been ripped on?
For sure, I think everybody gets ripped on at one point or another.
Can you think of a time, what about Aaron Walker?
Would the commission prefer that we stop the video if there's an objection there, you feel, or do you just want to note it?
I just wanted to note
Note it
it.
for the
I don't
record.
need they're going to play the video and get the answers anyway, but there's been
That's
several where I
correct.
could have already said calls for speculation or mischaracterization of evidence, but I think this is an important one to raise at this
Has
point.
he picked on you quite a bit? Is he on the recipient?
There's talks, about tactics and stuff like that.
Have you been on calls with Walker?
I have not, sir.
Never been on any calls?
Not that I can recall, sir, no, sir.
How many calls do you think you're doing with Steph?
I've only been on maybe 4 or 5.
What do you hear about Walker?
Objection,
What's the
Dave.
flavor on his tactics?
Still vague,
The
objection.
flavor of tactics, I think, from what I hear,
For instance, I mean, not pulling out his gun, not using taser, or...
he was on, I guess the one that I can recollect right away is, he was on a call with Steph, and they were fighting with somebody in a room. Both of Steph and Walker had a hold of this guy. The guy was on the ground. The guy suddenly rolled over, got Steph onto the ground in a headlock, and then started to punch her in the face. From what I heard, Walker was grabbing onto his arm. The guy brought his arm back, knocked Walker's glasses off. Walker let go of the guy, started to search for his glasses while Steph's getting punched in the face. And then Officer Wicklund had to come in and tase the guy.
Is that the only incident you've heard of for tactics?
They had radio issues.
Deal with the radio with him. What is that? Is it
He
just
just,
dialect, or
yeah,
what is it?
right,
Is it hard to understand?
seems that when he says something, he doesn't have it all in his head when he's saying it. So, for example, if I'm calling out a traffic stop at Cherry and Webster, okay, I'm at Cherry and Webster, I'm gonna be pulling this car over, et cetera, okay. Traffic, 421, Cherry and Webster, okay, that's kind of how I was trained and how a lot of officers know too. When I've heard him call with radio, it seems that, traffic, and then the pause, and Mason, the standby, and, they'll say something, the street, or whatever. It just doesn't seem that I don't know if it's transferring, it's just trouble transferring from the brain to the microphone, or what, I don't know. And then just sometimes it seems that his responses are delayed. Yes, sir.
So I can see how guys would be concerned about that.
Yes, sir.
The guys you hang out with here, have they voiced concerns to you about that?
I don't think they voiced concerns, they brought it up when I'm around them.
Okay, and how do they bring it up? What do they say? Is it,
Did you hear Walker on the radio?
How often do you think that happens, they talk about him?
I'd say once a week at least, if he's on and everybody's on.
Is that Lieutenant Corth making comments about it?
I haven't heard Lieutenant Corth make comments about it.
Have you heard Lieutenant Corth make comments about Stephanie, her policing or her tactics?
Yes, sir.
What has he said?
Said something along the lines of she needs to improve and she could get somebody hurt out there.
When did he say that? What was the atmosphere? Was this roll call? Was this ship commander's office?
No, it's just me and him.
Where were you guys at?
Fishing.
Did he give you examples of how she could get somebody hurt? Because she could get somebody hurt because she does X.
I think, he said something along the lines that she's kind of complacent at times on calls.
His words or your words?
I don't remember exactly his words, but it was something along the lines that she's kind of complacent. She kind of sometimes isn't fully committed to the call.
So Fucci, Casey, Corth, Brester, Ranger, Wahlberg, have you guys ever gone to a supervisor concerned about Walker or Stephanie's tactics or policing?
Objection,
I
request
just-
speculation.
Do you know, did you ever go to a supervisor?
Besides that one incident with Stephanie, I have not been on the call with her or him where the tax has been an issue. So on that call, like I told you before, I did not go to supervisor.
Do you know if any of these other guys that rip on her have ever gone to a supervisor?
I have no idea.
They ever said anything to a supervisor?
I think I heard Casey and
They rip once a week or a couple times a week. I mean, you'd almost think if it is that bad, and I've never worked with her, either one of them, but if it is that bad, you're a military dude, right? What do? Wouldn't you think somebody would have said, hey, we have some deficiencies in an officer here that, let's try to address them so we can salvage the officer. It's a safety issue. Do you know if that ever happened?
I've heard Casey and Brester say that they talked to Lieutenant Mahoney, their district or lieutenant and stuff like that before. I don't know if it was a formal thing. I don't know if they
Did you
just
talk to him, Casey? and who?
Casey and Brester.
They talked to Mahoney?
No, that's what I heard from them. Yeah, I don't know if
They
that
told
was,
you that themselves?
yeah. Now, I don't know if that was directly regarding certain tactics and certain calls, or if that was expressing, 'cause I don't know what the conversation, how it went, but I know they've talked to Lieutenant Mahoney before.
Do you know if anybody else has?
I don't, sir.
Have you ever seen anybody, any officer or supervisor, mocking these guys? Like, on a call or after a call or roll call, the ship commander's office, dancing around, mocking them, making fun of them, the way they dress or they walk, or imitating the way they speak on the radio?
Yeah, yes, sir. I mean, I've heard the mocking of the radio stuff.
What have you heard?
Like the stuff that I kind of told you, where guys will be like, did you hear, walk around the radio, and then they'll kind of repeat what he said and stuff like that, so.
Who was doing that?
Casey?
Where was this at? Was this on a call? Was this at Quick Trip?
Yeah, just car to car, I think.
You guys are out there backing each other up. This is the way you treat each other. Green Bay police officers. Who else is making fun of Walker? Lieutenant Corth?
I think Lieutenant Corth has done it before, I think.
How has he done
Buster's done
it?
it.
All I know, this is a shitty spot right, man. It is. But this stuff is done.
Yes,
So
sir.
this is the best department in the state, and you can see the news at 10, NBC 26, this is what Green Bay officers are doing. And you've never been on a call with Walker, you've been on a couple with Steph. One was a really good call, and I get it, she probably should have had her gun out, but again, if nobody asked her, hey, what was your threat assessment of this thing? How can you formulate your opinion? It's like group thing, because if everybody says a person's bad, then you're, okay, yeah, I want to join right in, they're bad. And it sounds like you formed your opinion about that too, because you own a mission, you haven't been in calls with these guys. You're a trained guy in the military, I mean, at least you think you'd give somebody some reps before you assess your opinion of them, right? Or not?
Yes, sir.
Judge,
Yeah,
you moved
I'm
this
not putting
back
words
to
in your mouth. I'm
thing.
not trying to argue with you, I'm just trying to get a
Yeah.
sense of what's going on here and what you're feeling about it, what's your part in this.
Yes, sir.
You know, right now, you haven't been named as anybody that's doing this, which is good. But you sure are named as a guy standing there an awful lot when all this is going on. So it's like, didn't anybody have a sense of, hey, this is wrong, we shouldn't be doing this? You know, did any one of these people stand up and say, you know, we really shouldn't be mocking these people, we should try to salvage them and, you know, make them into better officers because someday we might need them to save our lives? Did any of these guys ever, did the supervisor ever come forward and kind of have that thought process?
Objection, move to strike the entire,
I don't know, sir.
as testimony,
On that-
opinionated, argumentative.
On that, I would just, at the beginning, I would say, when I first got on night shift, like I said, in there, that, Casey would do some mocking of Walker and stuff like that on the radio. I will say, in the last 3 to 4 months, when people have been mocking Walker here or there or whatnot, Casey has been actually one to stand up for him and starts to give him more credit for being a good officer. For example, Casey gave me an example. He said, he's like, yeah, I know I gave Walker, crap when I first started, or when he first started. And he's like, but I saw him on some calls, especially medical calls. And Walker probably was the coolest head in there. Went in there, started to render first aid, stuff that I wouldn't even know how to do. And he's like, so for me, Walker gained a lot of respect from me right there because Walker's in there, hey, you need to do this, you need to do that. I got tourniquet applied or whatever he was doing. And he's like, Walker, started out rough, but he's like, I think he's catching on. And I've seen him on calls and stuff where I think he's starting to pick up on things. And
When
so,
did Casey have this conversation with you?
I'd say about mid-October, beginning of November, we probably were talking about it. So, I get that, I get what you're saying, sir, that, we're, this is the Green Bay, and this is how we treat officers, and it's frustrating. But at the same token, I have seen Casey, for example, defend Walker as of late.
Defend him, huh?
So
Did you and him have this conversation? That's how he's defending him, or he's defending him in a group of officers?
him and I having a conversation. Because, he would ask something about, the radio thing might come up again, And he would ask me, he's like, hey, in the Army, Walker's in the Army, aren't you guys good on the radio? And I was like, yeah, we talk on the radio, we go through procedures, all this stuff. And I was like, so I don't know what Walker's deal is with the radio, I don't know. And then he was like, and he said something to the effect of, hey, but not for nothing, he took away medical skills. I've seen him on a couple calls as of late where he's been solid on that call, especially medical calls where he's applied some of that Army training and stuff. So, he's gone to bat for him, and like I
Just
said,
with the conversation with you.
and I don't know if anybody else, but as far as me, him and I talking, then yes, he's gone to bat for him.
Who else have you been around that you've heard that's been mocking either Stephanie or Aaron?
That's
Just Casey?
not Casey, like I told you, Court.
Okay, what has Court done? How have you seen Court mock him?
Court has kind of pointed out the fact that he's like, Walker's kind of not always there, the radio type stuff as well.
What terms does he use?
Dispatch will call him, and he won't respond for a while. We'll be like, where's Walker? Why is he never answering his radio
Does
calls?
he call you on the phone and ask you that, or does he send NDT messages?
We'll be talking or getting off a call or something like that, and it's come out, and he's kind of said that.
Has Court ever sent an NDT message to you? He's been derogatory?
Private?
Yeah.
No. Not that I can
You and
recall.
3 or 4 other people that you're the recipient where he's ripping on a particular officer, either Danton or Walker?
There's a good chance of it.
There's a good chance.
But like, I could not tell you what the MDT said or anything like that.
Do you think a supervisor should be doing that?
No, sir.
Because what?
You should be supervising the lead.
Do you think lieutenant court supervisors and leads?
Yes, sir.
Give me an example of how he does that. If he's sending out MDT messages chastising other officers and making fun of officers, the way they walk and not answer, the way they talk on the radio and not answering them.
Lieutenant Korth and I were walking up to a house on Law Street during the summertime, and he was backing me up because my cover was a good distance away. As we were walking up, the subject that we were going to go make contact with came out of the balcony and shot his pistol. It was unknown if it was at us. It was unknown if it was directed at anybody else. But he came out right above me and shot his gun. Korth immediately drew his weapon, as did I. We ran around, got cover, and Korth immediately started to call out with it, and he started to direct everybody coming in. He kept his head about him. He was telling people, hey, I need perimeters here, I need stuff here, hey, are you okay? This and this and this, and he stayed right there next to me the entire time. I've been shot at countless times before, and I've been in, crappy situations overseas where I've seen people collapse under that stuff and panic and freeze up. So for me to look over there and see the lieutenant, the leader, standing there right next to me, directing everything, calling stuff in, making sure his guys are okay, and staying there until the call is done, and making sure all of his men get home safe, to me, that goes a long way, because that shows that he actually cares, and he's going to lead when the time is needed. He's going to lead. There's been times where we've got to use force on somebody, and Lieutenant Korth seemingly comes out of nowhere, and he's there helping his officers, helping, going through the, hey, are you okay? I know you got these fools saying, are you all right? He talk about stuff like that. So he's been there. And not only for, obviously I'm sure, you guys know, there's a certain group of people that hang out, but he's not only there for that certain group of people. He's there for every call I've been on where he's been the supervisor. He's been that leader. He sits there and lets an officer run a call. He doesn't intervene. He supervises, but if that officer has a problem, they can always go to Lieutenant Korth and say, hey, I'm having an issue with this. How do I do this? And never once have I seen Lieutenant Korth mock anybody or say anything derogatory to them when they ask questions or you guys.
What about a call that you were on with Lieutenant Korth, and after the call, you're standing out on the sidewalk with Lieutenant Korth and another officer, and Lieutenant Korth starts to mock Officer Walker. Remember that? Specifically in the way Officer Walker.
Yes, sir.
Tell me about that.
We were at the,
You just said that you've never seen him mock an officer, right?
yes, sir.
Okay.
We were at the BP station, and he pointed out that
Objection,
Walker
Mr.
walked
President.
funny, and started to walk around and kind of walk like he does and kind of poke fun at him.
How was that? So what did Lieutenant Korth do? So this is inside the gas station.
No, sir, this is outside.
Okay, outside the gas station?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who was the other officer that was there?
Conley, I think.
Ms. Conley? So you're outside the gas station, was Walker driving by or?
Walker was up covering Conley. So Walker was covering Conley had a traffic stop, or a suspicious vehicle at I think it's the BP on Main Street, and Lieutenant Korth was talking to me, and then he was like, look at the way Walker walks. And then he mocked him the way he walked.
And how? What did he do? How does Walker walk? How did Lieutenant Korth do it?
So it's standing in Charlie?
Yeah, if you want, that'd be great. I mean, and give me a better idea exactly what he did.
Guess he did something where, he's kind of walking like this.
Pushing his belly back out and pulling his chest out. Well, I gotta tell you, well, that wasn't the incident I was talking about, but that's a different incident now, obviously. Can you think of another time where the lieutenant court did
Didn't
that?
object, he was vague in the first instance, moved to
You
straight.
ran you a call and you were standing on the sidewalk and there was another officer there. And it wasn't common.
What type of call was it?
I don't know, how many times have you seen Lieutenant Court do this? Have you seen it, was that the first and only time?
To my knowledge.
Well, that's a pretty significant event, man, it really is.
Objection, argument, and
And,
moved
you
to
know,
straight.
if it was the one and only time, it's the one and only time. But when we have other people giving a very specific, detailed account of it, and you're standing right there with the court, and you guys are yucking it up about them, and you can't remember that, but you remember this other one about the VP that we didn't even know about until now. Was there another time, have you seen, let me make it easier, have there been other times that Lieutenant Court has mocked Officer Walker?
The times that I've mentioned, yes, sir. I'm trying to think
The way he
of the other
walked.
time. If you're saying it, and I'll stand right here.
No, I'm not trying to trip you up, I'm not doing smoke and mirrors, dude, that's not me, we don't work that way. Okay, we're trying to get to how deep this is. I don't think that this is just a one-time somebody ribbon, but this is an ongoing pattern of day after day. Kind of said it's about once a week that this happens. You got the street.
It's Washington Street,
Okay.
gas station on Washington Street.
No, no, the gas station.
It was on a call on Washington Street. I can't remember right now. I'm honestly trying to think of what call, but we're doing a lot of calls on Washington.
How about the shift commander's office? You ever been present when he's done in the shift commander's office?
Not the walking around thing, though, so.
Well, what have you been present for in the shift commander's office this time?
The radio stuff, we walk on the radio, stuff like that.
Have there been other officers around the shift commander's office? When you talk about it in Walker? Would they be the officers that you named at the beginning of this, that group of guys?
Some of them,
Is it usually 3 or 4 officers hanging out there when he's working as a shift commander?
people come and go a lot, but yeah, I'd say there's 3 or 4 of them that hang out in there.
Who's the main 3 or 4?
Like Worth, Fucci, and Casey.
Fucci, Casey, and you said Resser. And you've been there with them?
Yes, sir.
You think those are leadership qualities?
No, sir.
Come on, Paul, jeepers.
Argumentative, move to strike.
Can you think of another time after a call, that you and Lieutenant Court, call's over with, there's another officer standing there, Lieutenant Court's walking up and down the sidewalk, mocking away, Walker walks, toes pointed out, pigeon toes, belly out, hanging up his pant legs.
The only reason that I might not be able to remember the one in Washington is Walker rarely works in Charlie. And like I told you on the BP gas station one, he was working in Charlie then, so I can remember him on that call. And I was pulled up after the fact that he had gotten there back on me up and I pulled up next to court. So that's how I can remember that one. But I haven't gone on a lot of calls with Walker, so I don't know if I've seen this or not. And if you have your notes, somebody telling you I was there, then I was there.
Well, I don't want you to say something that didn't happen. That ain't what this is about.
That's why
That's not what this is about. We're just trying to verify exactly what's going on.
Yes, sir.
And that's what we gotta ask hard questions.
Yes, sir. And I am trying to recall where it was. Like I said, you know, the one that I can remember, Walker was there. So I can, okay, yeah, he did this there, and Walker was there. But I can't remember working on Walker on a call in Washington unless it was some big brawl at Cover 2 or something where everybody in the city came. But, you know, other than that, I don't work with Walker a lot, so I can't.
Have you heard anybody make racial comments about
No,
Walker? What about Fucci?
yes, sir.
What would those be?
No, I saw the thing on the board downstairs that said April thief. And has a picture next to it. Wasn't anybody on night shift that I know who put that up there. I don't know who put that up there.
How long ago was that?
Recently, a few weeks ago.
How do you know it wasn't even at night?
Wasn't I know. I don't know. Nobody claimed to it, I guess.
You ever heard Casey, Holt, Brester, I Holt, anybody poke fun at Fucci?
Yes, sir.
For being Asian?
Yes, sir.
Make racial type comments to him?
Yes, sir.
But nothing about Aaron Walker?
No, sir.
You heard Casey make comments about Arturo? Oh, we hired another one of those guys.
No, sir.
Nothing like that?
No, sir.
Nothing out of the wall? We're staying on a couple officers down from him and
No, sir.
interest going back and forth?
Not that I've heard of. No, sir.
Nothing about Aaron Walker? Heard we hired another one of those guys? The black officer, wasn't racial from any officer in that shift?
No, sir.
And that's that we
How about Timmy Eichholt?
put a pause in here. The residual information for about the next 2 minutes doesn't necessarily have any relative importance to the hearing itself. For that matter, we'd like to restart the video at approximately, I believe it's at Ben Allen, 57:40. Is that the time?
Yep.
Attorney Brecko, if you want to read real quick to see if there's anything you want played, please let me know.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Kyle, how far forward are we going?
It's just about 2 minutes.
What page on the
You know
transcript?
pages?
Yeah, it'll be approximately pages 39 into the top of page 40 on the transcript. We pick up where it begins after the words "no sir" at the top of page 40.
Okay, that's fine.
I
Thank
think it
you.
might be the hand. I don't think.
Ready, Lieutenant Allen?
you don't remember this other instance? In October, not too long ago. In court, another officer, I remember saying something to the effect that you've seen course imitation of Walker, and then court does the walk.
If you tell me where, sir, maybe I can recall.
Jeepers, dude, come on, I mean, that implies there were so many different places. You can't remember saying, or hearing somebody say, hey, have you heard course interpretation or intimidation of Walker's walk, and then he does it? And the only way you refresh your recollection is by the address? I mean, how many times do you think that's happened?
I don't know, sir.
Has it happened more than once that you've seen court to do that?
Yes, sir.
How many times?
Twice.
Could it be more than twice?
Twice that I can remember.
So the one was the VP, where do you think the other one was?
Washington. I can't remember where I was or who I was with on that call, sir. Sounds familiar where somebody says that, and I couldn't tell you who said that. And
Could you have said that?
No, sir.
Stay put, pretty good. Stay put. You need to use that one. Have a happy meeting. Give us 5 minutes.
Break at that point. There's about a 3-minute break in the video where no one's in the room. Lieutenant Allen, can you restart at approximately 103.20? 103.20?
All we need to benefit it out here is trust me, my partner doesn't want to. Okay, and that's what that little meeting was about. This ain't any of this intimidation crap, because it's not. We don't roll that way. I'll put it off as nerves or whatever, but I've got a really bad sense that you're not being honest with us. Specifically, 2 instances you don't remember, you don't recall, and then I press your title. And then you say, Lieutenant Korth, he's a great supervisor, blah, 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 he's never mocked anybody, and then I got to pull it out of it, okay, it's the first one, and then, okay, it's the second one. I get the impression that it may be more. I don't know, is that dishonesty? Is that not being truthful? Is that not cooperating? I don't know. But we're really getting really, really close to a phone call to the chief. And that's what that was about.
Objection, mischaracterization of prior evidence, argumentative.
Sir, saying, have you ever seen Korth interpretation of Walker or something to that effect? That's a pretty significant thing. And if it was only back in October, where do you think that happened at?
Kittner's, maybe?
And what was going on in Kittner's? Who else was there? Who was the other officer who was there?
I
Don't recall?
no, sir, I don't
I can
know.
go down the roster.
No, sir. Fucci, maybe?
Objection, there were multiple questions
there,
pending, subject
Who
to
else?
that.
Of course, there. Tell me what happened.
We're at Kidner's.
You didn't put yourself here, okay?
Yes.
You're not the one that put yourself here.
Yes, sir.
And we didn't put you here. Other people
Objection,
put you here.
argumentative, move to
By
strike
conduct
this
of
entire
the
line of questioning is
Yes, not being-
intimidating and
Yes, tell me what happened.
We were at Kidner's, did a call. We were talking after the call. Somebody said, have you seen horse walker?
Who was that? Who said that? Did you say that?
Yes, sir.
So you said, all I want is honesty, Paul.
I don't know, sir.
You said that, and then you said that to Fucci?
I don't know the call, sir. I honestly don't.
Are you making this up?
I'm nervous as shit.
Are you making this up just to appease us?
Sure, I can recall somebody saying that at some point. Hey, have you seen the walkers walk? And Court doesn't. I can recall that. I don't know where it was. I don't know who's on the call with me.
Good.
I know.
Did you think it was Fucci?
I think because I work with Gucci a lot in Charlotte District.
Okay.
He could have been Timmy too. One of the two. I don't know, sir. I honestly don't recall the call, but it sounds familiar and I know what happened. I know somebody said something along the lines of, hey, have you seen his intimidation of walkers walk? And he didn't.
And this is on the sidewalk?
On the-
Were there citizens around there?
Right.
Was this at bar time?
It had to be, I mean, if it was Washington, these are bar-timers when the bars were going on.
So you have a supervisor mocking another officer in front of his peers and in front of citizens.
Yes,
Was
sir.
Walker there?
No, sir.
You think that's right, Paul?
No, sir.
Because why?
It's not showing leadership. And it's disrespectful to our officers, sir.
Even if there is an issue with an officer, do you think, if you officers didn't come forward, do you think a supervisor would at least say, hey, let's try to make for the betterment of this department and our community, let's make a better officer out of you, let's start with, if there's deficiency in tactics, let's start with that. If there's communication skills, let's start with that. Did anybody ever do that to your knowledge?
I don't know, sir. No, sir.
I mean, we're trying to figure out why this is going on, Paul.
Yes, sir.
I mean, this is another brother in a guy that would lay his life down for you, an ex-military guy who has that code, and this bullshit's going on. And we have to basically pull teeth to get the answers that we're looking for when you know exactly what the answers are when we ask the question.
objection, mischaracterization, argumentative,
Right.
speculative.
Again, it's bullshit that you're sitting here having to tell us this, and they put you in this position. It's bullshit that we have to sit here and do this with you, because they put us in the situation.
Same objections. Move to strike.
Was there a third incident, Paul, where Lieutenant Korth mocked Officer Walker, the way he walked?
The way he walked, the only two I can remember was the one I just told you about the BP, when it was just him and I. Walker calmly didn't see it, went around, they were in the car. And then the one on Washington Street with the, have you seen the way he walks? And he walks.
What about the ship commander's office?
I think he might have done it in the ship commander's office, but I don't recall any time that he did that in the ship commander's office. Usually in the ship commander's office, it's talk and banter. Nobody's really walking around doing it.
You think he did it in the ship commander's office, so let's start there. Why do you think he did it in the ship commander's
Because he's done it before.
Okay. Was there a time where Aaron Walker walked by the officer's room and you and Korth or in the ship commander's office and Walker doesn't even know you guys are doing it and Korth stands up? I shouldn't be having to be feeding you this stuff. Does that help your memory?
Objection, move to strike.
Yes, sir.
Mischaracterization, argumentative.
I don't want you to say something that you don't remember. Okay, again, that's not Not threatening you, intimidating you, Megan, not trying to do that to get you to say yes to my answers, because I don't know, I want the truth.
Yes, sir. He's done it multiple times.
Okay?
I don't know,
Multiple, more than two.
yes, sir.
Okay, so tell me the other ones. What were the other ones?
He's done it on the calls before, I don't remember exactly what calls. I know he's done it before,
How many times do you think he's done it before?
4 or 5 times that I can recall. I don't know if he did it in the shift commander's office or not when he walked by.
4 or 5 times that you were witness to.
Or that I've heard that another officer says that he was doing it.
Has he ever made any animal sounds when he's doing it?
No, sir.
No sounds like a monkey or an ape?
Yes, sir, there's one time that he did that.
Tell me about that time.
Did the walking, I think we were, where were we? I think we were, either parked side to side, or we were just leaving, a call or something like that and pulled into a park or something.
What part of it was that?
I don't know, maybe, had to be, it was East High School.
Just you two, or who else was there?
Just us two, we were walking, he was walking around, does the walk or whatever, and then made the sound.
What sound did he
The
make?
monkey sound.
Like a monkey or an ape?
Yes, sir.
What did he say?
Nothing, he just made the sound. And obviously, I'd seen the walk before, so I knew he was intimidating or walker. He didn't say anything about the sound.
So you guys were walking around East High. What were you walking around East High for?
And I parked after a call.
What was the call at East High?
No, parked after a call.
But you said you were out of the car.
Yeah, it was in the summertime.
So for the summer of this year?
Yes, sir.
So you guys are parked side by side, you get out, summer night,
Yep.
and you talked about Aaron Walker?
Here's him on the radio or something like that. And
What does he say before he starts his walk? So he just hears him on the radio and starts to walk and making monkey sounds?
No.
Dude, I'm pulling this out of you. You keep saying that time, which implies there's more times. So tell me about the east side.
Objection, argumentative mischaracterization.
You're standing out there, you're a police officer, you're a military guy, you're trained to remember things. This is a pretty significant thing. It isn't that long ago.
Yes, sir. I got out of the car, he hears him on the radio, does the walk. I've seen the walk before, like I said, so I knew what it was. We didn't say anything in regards to it, just does the walk. And then, made the sound, that was it.
Does he say anything racial? You're not telling us anything we don't know,
He
okay?
hasn't said anything racial to me.
Okay, has he said anything that he doesn't like black people, African Americans?
I know he mentioned stuff about, being on welfare or something like that by somebody. I know he said stuff along those lines before.
But specifically about Aaron Walker?
Yes, sir.
So he makes the ape sounds, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, he's dancing around like you showed us before. And then what's said after that?
No, yes, sir.
Was there anybody else there?
That one was just him and I, sir.
What about the shift commander's office?
He's gotten up. He didn't do the walk, but he kind of stuck his belly out and stuff like that before.
Has he done it after a walker has walked by or been in close proximity?
Like walkers at the station.
Has he ever done it in front of a walker?
No, sir.
It's just a common thing he does. And you said 4 to 5 times, and you've given me 4 times.
Yeah, yes, sir, I mean, he's done that in front of me.
Could he have done it more than 4 to 5 times?
Sure, he could have in front of the officers.
But this is, the 4 or 5 times is with you personally. He could have done it more. Has Casey and Brester and Eichel and Fuji, have they talked about times where they've seen Walker do this as well to you? That you have witnessed that they've talked to you about?
Did anybody want to walk in there?
No, the court has done the walk to them. They said, hey, have you seen the court's rendition of Walker's walk? And you're, yeah, I've seen it. I mean, do you know that they've seen it as well?
Sure they have.
Because he does it so much.
Well, because we've hung out and stuff like that. And off duty, I know he hangs out with a couple of those guys. I'm sure if it came up at some point, he might have done it.
We get the bantering ribbon. We all make fun of, you know, I'm Polish, these guys make fun of me, they do it to my face. Self-deprecating, it's because we're pals or buddies. But when you do it behind somebody's back, doesn't that have a different tone, a different flavor to it? I mean, if you do it in front of Aaron and Aaron's yucking it up and says, well, this is my rendition of you, Lieutenant Worth, and everybody has a laugh about it. Do you see the difference?
Yes.
But if you do it in front of peers and out in public, what kind of appearance that has? What do you think Officer Walker's opinion of this would be if he knew that he's going out there and he's backing you up and he's backing Casey and he's backing Brester and he's backing Fuji up and none of you guys are sticking up for him? As a matter of fact, that's the whole nature of being a police officer, isn't it? Isn't that why you swore? You took that oath and you stood in that room with your family and you swore to basically to stick up for the underdog, the guy who gets picked on, and here's one of your own brothers in blue and you guys are just having a good old time at his expense. But yet he's got a pretty stellar background, buddy, because I did his background. You know, probably even rivals your military experience, stuff that you wouldn't even know, where he's put his ass out there for people. And he'd do that for you guys out there, and you guys stand around and do this at his expense.
Yes, sir.
And you have a supervisor doing that. Do you think those are leadership qualities?
No, sir.
Do you think Horace mocking him, especially making the monkey noises, is racist?
Yes, sir, I can be perceived as racist.
How many times has he done that particular walk and made the monkey noises in front of you?
Like, maybe twice with the monkey noises, the rest of the time it's done.
What was the other time with the monkey noises?
Like when they imitated the walk in Washington.
Can you think of other times with Officer Walker? You report there are have other officers done the Walker walk, so to speak?
I haven't seen other officers do the Walker walk.
Do other officers sit in the civic commander's office with Lieutenant Court and make fun of Officer Walker, join in the banter?
They have, yes, sir. About the radio stuff like I told you about.
How about other officers? You ever heard the terms rainbow unicorn, blister?
Rainbow unicorn sounds familiar, I don't know what that means. No.
If you hang around with those guys enough, Paul, you know what it means. You have to guess what the rainbow unicorns mean.
I would make an educated guess, doing something up here and nothing.
How about anybody else? You ever heard that term being used with anybody else?
Rainbow unicorn, no, sir.
How about blister?
Blister, maybe, step.
What does that mean? What is the connotation of blister?
I've only heard them say that I don't know exactly what they mean by it, but I would assume that means something blisterous and something that is, painful, you can't get rid of it type thing.
You said that about Steph?
I think blister was brought up when they were talking about stuff.
Who's that?
Casey Dresser.
Where was that? In the shipping owner's office?
Lake Park, maybe.
Lights Park?
Lake Park, yeah.
Have you ever heard Lieutenant Court use that phrase? Blister, rainbow unicorn? In reference to people?
I think he's used rainbow unicorn.
Do you remember who it was in reference to?
No, sir.
Did he tell you what that meant?
No, sir.
So Casey, Brester, you, and Court are at Lights Park.
No, of course, it was just Casey Dresser and I.
And this,
I think they were talking about Steph, and then Dresser or Casey said something about blister. I was on FTO at the time, I think, and I was typing up a report.
who was your FTO?
Dresser. So couldn't tell you what the conversation was about, couldn't tell you about who it was referenced to. We were just car to car, like,
How long ago was that?
one of the FTLs probably last December.
So what MDT messages, Paul? Anybody send out MDT messages that you would consider inappropriate about other people? In particular, all car messages, or just to a certain group of people?
Yes, sir.
Who would that be?
Casey's done that.
Okay, anybody else?
I think Court has done that as well.
Do you remember any specific messages?
The only one I can remember as far as like the group message that was inappropriate was Stephanie and Anna were on directed patrol. They didn't have any in their car. They showed up to an OWI and a reckless driver, and then they left. Casey sent out a message, something in regards to, of course, they showed to a call. Now they don't have to do any paperwork.
How about anything inappropriate that you said Court sent out?
I can't. I know he's sent stuff out that I see on the MVT that I thought was probably inappropriate. I can't remember any specific incident, but I know he's done it.
So again, do you think that's appropriate for a officer or a supervisor to be sending things like that out?
No, sir.
And trust me, Paul, you are a recipient of quite a few. You're part of that group that they send messages to. You're always part of the group that the all cars get sent to. So we have stacks, and I mean stacks of MDT messages.
Yes, sir.
Anything specific that you can remember that, other than that one that you talked about, anything specific that comes to mind?
Like you said, sir, there's been a lot, and I know I've been part of a lot of them. Specifically right now, I couldn't tell you verbatim of any ones that I remember. Like I told you guys, I know Worth and Casey have both sent out ones that, you see them on there and it's probably crossing the line.
How about MDT messages picking on specific people? And I know we've gone through this before.
Stephanie.
Okay, what about Lieutenant Lagoon?
Lagoon, yes, sir.
How about Aaron Walker?
Yes, sir.
Anybody else? How about Aaron? Nothing.
Yes, sir. I'm sure there's been one. Honestly, with Aaron, there's not a lot that I've heard. I've heard more about Steph with the Walker. Maybe the Clint.
How about Mahoney?
Mahoney, yes, sir. I mean, I've heard talk and stuff like that too, though. Mahoney getting riled up, stuff like that. So, I don't know if there's an MDT sent on about it, but I know there's been talk before, so I'm sure there's been an MDT at one point talking about how he gets riled up sometimes and about to blow a gasket or something.
Do you know if they've ever been, and when I'm talking about them, I'm saying Court and Casey, if they've ever been talked to by supervisors or captains
about MDT messages being sent out. And you being part of that group, you would know this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, who is the people that talked to them?
I think Mahoney talked to him, and I think Clint confronted him about it.
Talked to who?
To Korth and Casey. I know Mahoney's talked to Casey, and Korth has talked to, I think Mahoney and Clint is.
How about Captain Lafayette?
I don't know how Captain Mahoney, if he was talked to by him.
Who was Clint talking?
Mahoney and Clint.
I talked to both Korth and Casey.
No, I think Mahoney's only talked to Casey.
Good. Who's Clint talked to that you know of?
I think Clint and Korth have, as peers, I guess, have discussed it. So I know they have talked about it.
Do you feel that Clint was kind of getting a raw deal as far as the back and forth between him and Korth? Well, I mean, obviously, Clint's been the butt of many of Korth's MBT messages. And Clint doesn't seem to really fire back at him. Other than maybe in person trying to meet up with him to discuss things. But he doesn't fire back publicly kind of like Korth does. Okay. Being from the military, if you had a supervisor that was trying to do something, but you had another supervisor that was doing the types of things that Korth was doing, how would that make you feel?
If there was a separation or a divide.
Do you think that supervisor, that was being done to supervise effectively with another supervisor doing that?
It was very difficult.
What do you think of the supervision nights?
Objection, Jay.
What do you think of the supervision nights? In general?
I think that
What was the
Objection, Jay.
make?
right now,
Sure.
I think that there's a divide right now.
Do you think the supervision's good? Is it bad? Does it need work?
I don't think it's good right now, sir.
What do you think of Solgat as a supervisor?
I know he got sworn in, or got his
Objection.
bars when I was sworn in, so I know he's still new. I think he's still learning how to be a supervisor, but he definitely shows the ability to lead, and he definitely shows the willingness to let officers handle a call, and he's there to help out if needed. So I think he's in his beginning stages of learning how to be a supervisor. I think he supervises kind of from a back seat, I guess.
How about Lagoon?
And vague.
I think that Lagoon is too involved. I think that he micromanages things at times. And I think that some officers, I know, obviously you guys were officers as well, so the union work term and stuff, I know that some of the stuff that Clint does, that, it frustrates officers, especially if he comes on a call, officer's trying to run the call and he starts to micromanage things. He used some force against somebody the other day, and all of the officers, their dad instructors, everything like that I talked to, yeah, you're good, you did the right thing, everything like that. But then I went to Clint, I was kind of running it by him, and then he started kind of playing devil's advocate with it, and started, ask certain questions and everything, and then it kind of made me feel like, oh, am I going to get jammed out for this? But then, on the other hand, Clint's helped me with a couple calls where I'm totally lost on something, and I call him, and he's willing to put in that time to help me out. And, he's, so, as much as I can say that he's micromanaged some of my calls, which is frustrating at times, there's other times where, like I said, he's been there to help me out with calls with, paperwork or legal questions. Should I charge him with possession of intent or possession? And he's been able to kind of help me out there, so.
How about LaValley?
Probably the best lieutenant on night shift.
How about Mahoney?
Short fuse sometimes, which I've seen, and then, but he's kind of I guess he's the opposite of Clint as far as, sometimes things are more than he might be able to do, but he doesn't micromanage. He kind of lets his officers do his own thing, and he's kind of sits back a little bit, I guess.
What, when you were in the military, what rank did you?
E6 Staff Sergeant.
You're a staff sergeant, so you were supervisor.
Yes, sir.
So you know how to supervise.
Yes, sir.
So you know what you're talking about.
Yes, sir.
How about Court?
Like you guys were saying, and like we talked about, some of the characteristics that he displays, some of the things that he's done as far as subordinates to him, even in civilians around, are obviously not appropriate. And that's obviously why we're here. So some of the stuff that he does is not appropriate, and I'll agree wholeheartedly. Because if I was in the military and the shoe was on the foot, or I was supervising a sergeant and one of my sergeants was doing that and not setting an example, I would be upset.
What if you were a supervisor here?
I would be upset.
Objection, request speculation.
So as far as that goes, I would be upset with that. As far as those go and the things we've talked about, yes, misconduct, inappropriate, I agree. But going back to like you guys said beforehand, as far as being a supervisor, probably not the best. But as a leadership aspect, I think that he does bear some of those qualities as far as he backs his officers. He goes to bat for them. If you're an officer and you got a question, and like I said, I don't care who you are on the shift. I've seen people that are brand new, like Amelia Rager, to guys that are older, kind of come up to Court and ask him a question, and he's taken time to sit down and and guide him through. Court is one of those that I think he leads from the front, but he's still, I think he's young for a supervisor as well. So similar to Soviet, I guess you could say, I think that he kind of is in that mix of wanting to be with kind of the officers, but he's a supervisor, and I don't think that he's totally made that transition and fully understands the transition of, when you're a supervisor, you have to be a supervisor. So, if you're talking street level, day in and day out, I would take Court on a call with me 9 times out of 10. The reason being is I know he's got my back. I've seen him, he's capable, he's competent, and he's going to do everything in his power to go to hell and back to make sure his guys get home safe. And as a supervisor, I respect that. And as a leader, I respect that. But the obvious issue is the misconduct and the incidents that have occurred in the past that are not becoming of a supervisor.
What's your opinion, Paul? What is it that Casey has against Stephanie? Why does he have such an issue with her?
I think that from what I've heard from Casey and others, I think that she's stuck in her ways, and I think that
Comes from an agency bigger than ours.
Yes, sir.
3 years there, and you're not going to tell me what to do. Is that
yes, sir.
not going to succumb to the Green Bay ways?
Yes, sir. I think that that's part of the issue. I think part of the issue as well, and Casey and everybody there in Bravo has worked with her more than I have, so I'm sure they have their own things, so I'm not going to speak on any behalf of that. But I know that Casey's told me times where they pulled to the side and talked, and he's trying to say, hey, this call, whatever, and talk about it. And they've kind of bantered back and forth a little bit, and then the next call, she might do the same thing again. One of the calls that I can remember was, I think it was Simrock Brester and somebody else was on this call in Bravo, and, or maybe Casey, I don't know. And it was a SWAT raid out there at Bravo 3 or something like that about 2 months ago. They got a gun, held some kid's head, goes in there, SWAT leaves the house.
That was the one with the guy who was out in the park.
Yep, so the night shift. So night shift gets on, takes over afternoons, it's in Bravo 3, Stephanie's Bravo 3. She goes and parks at the end of an alleyway for perimeter, okay? They clear out CS gas, all this stuff, everybody's in custody, CS class is done, there's no need for a perimeter anymore, they collapse everybody in. Brester and Casey are in there in CS gas house getting whatever, collecting all this evidence. And at the very end, Stephanie walks up and goes, anything I can do here? As they're walking out, and Sylvia's like, well, we're done, but I guess you can go knock on doors and make sure everybody knows we're clear. Okay, as long as I don't have to do a report. Like I said, that's from...
That's what you heard?
Yeah, that's from what I heard from Casey, Press, or something like that. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. That's what I
I can
heard.
tell you it's absolutely not, it's not true. Absolutely not.
And like I said,
I was on that call as a SWAT commander.
Yes, sir.
So I know exactly what happened.
Yes, sir. Oh, like I said, sir, I mean, I'm just...
No, I know, what I get, your opinion, Paul. You've been here a year. Your opinion is already formed against your fellow officer that you're working with. That
Objection,
you might say were,
mischaracterization
you
of
might
evidence,
say you are
argument
not.
with this, right?
But you're working with, you're on the team, you wear the same blue uniform, your brothers and sisters. But you've already formed your opinion
Objection.
of her
Same
based
objection.
upon your buds, what they tell you. And we're telling you, and you don't have to believe us, but I'm telling you, it's absolutely false.
Yes, sir.
He was there, he witnessed the whole thing.
Yes, sir. You know, and like I said, that's what I heard. I don't know if that's, and I'll take your word, obviously, if you were there, then you're telling me that, then I was told, well,
It was OC, not CS.
oh, sorry, yes, sir.
I wouldn't let you CS.
Yes, sir.
Decon's way too expensive.
But I think something that, I guess, frustrates me on the road is if an officer messes up, I just don't see that, with a lot of officers, I mean, I couldn't even start to name, but there's officers that'll mess up, and if you could talk to them about it, they might just do the same thing again on another call. So you're kind of like, well, come on. Then there's ones that, instead of saying, for example, like if I messed up on a call tactically, man, why did I do that? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sign up for the next class that comes around to improve my tactics. I just don't see a lot of that on the shift where if somebody, you know, if you see somebody that's deficient, it's kind of like, well, are you going to try to fix that? And I'm new, so I can't, so I
You just said that Lieutenant Court has all these qualities, he's gonna do what he can do to make sure that his people go home at the end of the shift. Wouldn't that be part of his responsibility? If you're saying you don't see that on the shift, how can you say it this way, but on this way you don't see it?
I think it's everybody's responsibility on the shift.
Well, there you go. So have you, or do you have knowledge of other officers going to supervise, not as a tattletale, and trust me, this ain't our first rodeo. I've been here for 30 years. As a supervisor, you and I can have coffee and you can say, hey, you know, maybe you should probably start going on calls with Officer X because they really need a little help. And I'm like, dude, thank you so much. I'm not making a report of it. I'm never telling anybody who told me that comments, but I'm going to start showing up on that officer's call, maybe take one under the wing or get a hold of Keith, who's an FTO, and a DAT instructor or something. Hey, can you kind of start swinging by on that officer's call? Have you ever heard of anybody doing that? Because that's how you build somebody back up. That's how you salvage any skills or assets that they bring to the table, right? You're from the military. You guys would do that in the military, wouldn't you? You just wouldn't frickin' shame them out of a job. So why not be the leader that you talk about? Right? Have you ever thought about doing that? Or talking to Casey and Fucci and Eichholt and Brester and saying, hey, you guys are FTOs, why don't you guys do this?
Yes, sir. Sir, I guess it's no...
I'm not arguing with you, it's like I'm trying to find a cure here.
It's no excuse for me, but at the same time, I'm still learning the job.
Okay.
I'm brand new. And then when I got on night shift, and all my FTOs kind of told me, hey, well, you're on night shift and you're new, now shut eyes open. learn from what's around you. Don't run your mouth. Don't start doing this and this and this. I've been on calls, been on weapons calls and stuff like that, where I've been approaching and I see somebody doing something that I'm just like, what are you doing? But, you know, I might bring it up to an FTO. Hey, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did that. But, you know, in my mind, and I don't know if it's just because of the way the military is as well, because it's similar, I'm not going to go run my mouth with some dude that's been on 6 years and has all this experience and be like, hey, you need to do this next time.
Well, you just said it. You go to an FTO or somebody else and say, hey, I saw this.
Yeah, I've told that to Timmy or Brester or something like that. And I'm like, hey, did you catch so-and-so doing this?
And that's the right way to handle it.
And I don't know if they talk to that person or not. The other day, Arturo is new. The other day, I saw him going 33 to a call that he shouldn't have been going 33 to. Sent a message, hey, can you meet? Pulled up, I was like, hey man, why are you going 32 today? Oh, because he said this. It's not a good reason, man. You know, you might get in an accident, this and this. You know, how are you going to justify going 33? So like a newer guy, I have no problem pulling him to the side. And I told him, I just don't want you to get jammed up, man.
What was his reaction for you doing that?
He said, okay, you know, thanks for letting me know. And
Well, shouldn't you get more mileage out of doing that versus you getting on the MDT after he slips on by and maybe wraps his Traca squad car around on a telephone pole? And you get on the MDT and send a message off to Casey and Kurt and Mike Holt and Lieutenant Corsi. That dumbass, you know what he was just doing? He was doing this, and everybody gets together at Quick Trip or East High, and you guys all yuck it up and laugh it up, and nobody ever lets them know that that behavior is improper or there's an issue with it.
Objection, subtraction of evidence, mischaracterization of evidence.
I know, maybe I'm just talking too much now.
No.
I don't know. But here's the thing, there's times where, you know, the Steph thing, or Arturo did something last night, where it's like, it's his call, and it's like, come on, man, take that call. And I'm just using Arturo because he's new. But where you want to say, hey, what are you doing? You need to handle this, or do this, or whatever. But the atmosphere right now, everybody's kind of on pins and needles with this whole thing going on, saying, you know, if I say something to somebody, even the Steph thing, because I know that there was a long history before that. So if I pull Steph to the side and talk to her, is she going to go to a supervisor? Or do I not talk to her? Do I go to a supervisor? I don't know. So I guess I don't, and I'm new, so I'm at that point too, where it's like, kind of in that crossroads where I don't know what to correct and what to say. And
Let me ask you this. What is your recollection of why this entire thing is going on? That you're here.
A sign got put up. Fourth was the commander when it happened. People had a laugh at it. I wasn't working that night, so I don't know the whole story. From what I picked up, someone put a sign up. Fourth was the commander. People got a laugh out of it. Took a picture of it, and then...
And I'm sure you talked about this with other people.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what are they saying about Steph and Walker?
Right now, sir, honestly, a lot of it's not with Walker.
Okay, what are they saying about Steph?
Steph is kind of, wherever she goes, there seems to be problems involved. That's what they're saying.
Okay, does anybody realize that neither Steph or Walker ever came to us about anything?
Yes, sir.
That they're not the cause of this?
Yes, sir.
They shoulder this every day. They come to work. They know the brunt of you guys' jokes, supervisors and officers in the all cars and the smarky comments on the radio. And they freaking every day, they just keep trudging forward. They keep doing their calls, maybe not handling up to whatever people think they should handle their calls, but they keep doing it. They never uttered a freaking word. They never said nothing. They just, every fucking day, they just shouldered it. And they bear it because they want to be cops here. And their shipmates, their peers, their backup, they're making fun of them. They never uttered a word to nobody.
Yes, sir.
That,
What's the cure for this? Your opinion, what's the cure?
I'm new, sir.
Well, Paul, you sure formed opinion about Stephen Walker, based primarily, I think, on the opinions of your friends. Because your own admission, you really haven't gone on calls with these guys. So you got an opinion about them. What's your opinion on what the cure would be?
I'm going to object. Argument.
And you have enough experience in other areas to be able to answer this.
Situation like this in the Army, where there's an issue between people, it's either resolved at the ground level, which obviously we're past that now, but when it gets to the upper levels like this, the best way to, I guess, to cure, to solve it, is you need to, A, separate the problems so it doesn't occur again. The people that were responsible for the negative work environment, the...
Do you think this is a hostile work environment?
I don't know, sir.
You don't think it's a hostile work environment for Stephen Walker?
I'm sure for them, hearing this stuff, I'm sure it can be for them, yes, sir. And so, I guess my thing is, yes, I think that the cure to something like this would be to separate the parties, meaning different shifts, different assignments, whatnot, have it be. I think that the people that are responsible, obviously, there needs to be some form of discipline brought down. That's not for me to decide, but obviously, I think that some form of punishment after this whole thing needs to be levied. But
You realize the level of liability that this carries with it. Because if any of this got out, or if Steph or Aaron knew any of this and decided to go forward with a civil lawsuit, they would basically be living off the city's dime for the rest of their life.
yes,
Not to mention what it would do to our reputation as a department. And all the work that Chief Smith has done in the last 8 to 9 months that he's been here.
yes, sir.
To make this place great. Not so much for us, because we're getting days, we got a short time before he retires, you know. In this the last third of my career. But for guys like you, we're just starting out. This place is your future.
Yes, sir.
I mean, do you want that stigma going with you for the rest of your career?
No, sir, I don't.
I mean, if you think it's hard to find good officers to work here now, what do you think would happen if this got out?
It would be good, sir.
Yeah, anything else?
No.
Who do you think we should talk to about this? Or we should interview? Who do you think are the primary people that would help us put an end to all this?
People in that group are probably gonna know the most.
Anybody that we haven't spoke of that's a potential victim or person involved in this?
Everybody we talked about is gonna be our primaries.
How about Matt Higginson? You ever hear Matt Higginson make comments about Stephanie?
Often. I know, like, I spoke to him about her a couple times, like the burglary one. And then there was one when I first got on Soul Patrol where we went on a call and it was a quick call, but she kind of made it more work for me and then kind of left the paperwork for me. And then we were all looking for an Xbox or something in the backpack, and then the weapons call goes off in my district. You know, and obviously me being new, first night on Soul Patrol, sitting there kind of beating myself up saying, man, I should be there, I should be pulling my weight. This is a serious call instead of kind of wasting time. So of course I can go back to, Knutson to do my FTO. And I guess, man, so this happened the other night, and he just kind of gave me the advice of, hey, that happens, you can't be at every call, the time it tends to be, and all that stuff. And it's like, so, but as far as in a group or whatever, or whenever I hang out with Knutson, very rarely does Steph come up.
Do you, conversation you had with Casey? Or you were there when the conversation was being talked about? About some handcuffs that belonged to Officer Danton? The transporter of Chris McCord, or he had her handcuffs.
I remember,
Tell me about that.
remember that time? I don't know what call it was or who he took to jail.
He took a prisoner, I'll tell you, he took a prisoner to jail for Officer Danton.
Yes, sir.
And her handcuffs were on the guy. Actually, I think it was a good. Tell me about that incident. Who was standing there? Where did it happen at?
Sheriff Commander's office?
Who was the ship commander?
I don't know.
Could it have been Court?
It could have been, yes, sir.
Was it probably Court?
Yes, sir.
Was it Court?
Sir, I don't know.
Would you have been the ship commander talking about this with Lieutenant Valley?
Probably not.
What about Lieutenant Lagoon?
Probably not.
Would you have been talking with Lieutenant Soviak about this? Would you have been talking with Lieutenant Mahoney about this?
No, sir.
Or Captain Lepine?
No, sir.
Was it Lieutenant Court?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think
You
he
sent me the picture.
I think he said something along the lines of, it's the first time they've been used.
Okay, and Casey had the cuffs?
Yes, sir.
So Casey's there, Court's there, you're there. Who else is there?
Rest from Gucci maybe were in there.
And then what does Casey say? This is the first time they've been used. And what did he do with the cuffs?
Put them on the desk.
And what was the comment about? Did he return them to her? Wasn't going to return them to her?
I don't know what he said after that.
Did he make a statement that he wasn't going to return the cuffs to her? Have you ever heard him talk about?
Very possible, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to keep my composure on this. This is about 5 times you have not been truthful.
Objection, mischaracterization,
You
argument.
leave here,
Move
you're
this
going to go out to your car, you're going to pull up police officers in Brady and Gateway, and you're going to get really versed on that. Because I'm telling you, I'm starting at 6 in the morning, the chief's coming in, and he's going to want to brief on this. And we're not done with you, because we're going to be bringing you back in, but at that time, I think you're going to have a representative with you. You're not going to be a witness officer. I'm not going to spoon feed you this stuff, sir. I don't want you admitting something's going to happen, but I got to walk you through it. It was Court in the ship commander's office. What did he say about the cuffs that he was or wasn't going to do with the cuffs?
Again, objection, move this right. Mischaracterization,
How long
argument.
ago was this, sir?
He transported a person, he put the cuffs on the desk in court. This is the first time that they've been used. Did he say he was going to give the cuffs back to her, or he wasn't going to give the cuffs back to her?
Probably, he said he wasn't gonna give the cuffs back to her.
How come? Why wouldn't he want to
He
give the
doesn't
cuffs?
use them,
So what did he end up doing with the cuffs?
putting them on the desk,
The ship commander's desk?
the desk where we put everybody's cuffs.
But he wasn't going to give them back to her. Did he say that she was looking for him and he wasn't going to give them back to her?
I don't think so.
Do you remember exactly what he said as far as why he wasn't going to give them back?
No, sir, I don't remember exactly what he said. I barely remember that.
Not returning another officer's pair of cuffs. You don't remember that?
So I don't remember him not, I don't
That's like me having your flashlight. I'm going to give you back your flashlight. I ain't giving back Gary's flashlight. That's pretty freaking serious stuff. Why wouldn't you give back to an officer their pair of
I
cuffs?
agree. I don't recall what he did with the cuffs and not give them back to them.
Because your recollection of it, he said that he wasn't going to give them back.
Yes, sir.
Did he say he was going to keep them in his briefcase or throw them in the river, throw them in the trash?
I don't know what he said about that, sir.
Could he have said something
He
about
could have
that?
said something, sir, it wouldn't have surprised me.
Why wouldn't that surprise you?
Because he said stuff, he's had a beef with Steph for a while.
Do you think he threw him in the river?
No, sir, I don't think he did.
Do you think he threw him in the trash?
I don't think he would have done that.
Do you think he still has it?
He hasn't told me, or I haven't heard about that situation since it happened. I barely remember that situation.
How long ago do you think that was? Were you still
It
in?
had to be early summer. I paid no mind for that. He said it.
Paul, I just need you to understand that we're going to be talking to you again. It's just, we're getting late here. And we need to talk to the chief in the morning and see how he wants us to progress on this. If you can think of anything, or you become aware of new information, right, give us a call, send us an email, stop up. Again, everything is confidential. But you're ordered not to discuss this incident with anybody. Reference our investigation.
Paul, before we go, what have you talked to about this investigation so far?
I've asked everybody, well, obviously the night shift has talked about it. I checked in with Casey and Forrest and said, hey, how you guys doing?
How did you check in with them? Did you go over their house?
A text message, hey, how you doing?
Have you been over their house?
No, sir.
You haven't had any contact with either one of them, other than text message?
I met Casey and Fucci,
Where'd you meet them at?
McGregor's bar. He just said the night after he got put on admin leave or something like that.
What'd you guys talk about?
I asked him how he was doing with the investigation, and all he said was he was on admin leave and he couldn't talk about anything about the investigation or any of the charges or anything like that. He said he's on admin leave until further notice. And that was that. That was before Fuchs got there.
Was Court there?
No, sir. I haven't seen Court since he's been on admin leave.
Who else besides Casey and Fucci have you talked to about this?
No, I talked to officers on night shift, Stanton, Eichholt, obviously Brester, and been talking to him just about the mood and what's going around, stuff like that.
Vincent?
I've asked Dixon on how he's doing, but, he didn't get put on admin leave or anything like that, so we just kind of, dropped it after the first week, I was like, hey, you okay? Stuff like that. Have you heard anything?
What was his response?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. Short and sweet, can't talk about it. Okay.
What about Ron?
Mike Ron was given the lowdown in front of the group.
What's the lowdown?
Just, hey, when you go up there, speak your mind.
Speak your mind?
About what's going on.
And what's going on with what?
Just everything on shift. He said because, if there's issues on shift or there's issues with somebody, bring it up so we can get anything that we need to resolve and we can move forward as a group.
Did he give you what the issues were on shift?
No, sir.
Has any of these guys told you, say this, but don't say that?
No, sir.
Don't say anything about Court, don't say anything about Casey, or don't say anything about the monkey noises and the racial overtones?
No, sir. Nobody said anything.
Nobody said anything about that?
No, sir.
Has anybody said blame it on the supervisors, the lack of supervision, that that's why this is going on, that this is all a tactical issue with these officers, and this was our last resort? We had to bully them because nobody else was doing anything, nobody's told you to say any of those things?
No, sir.
Okay, so you're ordered not to discuss this incident with anybody. If anybody gets a hold of you, Casey gets a hold of you and say, hey, what did they talk to you about? Then you need to give us a call and say, just so you know, Casey got a hold of me last night and wanted to know what we talked about.
Yes, sir.
So your response to somebody says, hey,
say they ordered me not to talk to anybody, and if you talk to me, I'm supposed to tell them you talk to me. And that usually shuts them up. Questions you have? Comments? Talk freely.
I honestly, sincerely do apologize. Whatever follows this, I accept and I agree. There's nothing in here that I'm trying to, that was intentionally trying to lie, or intentionally trying to make up. The handcuff incidents, for example, sir. Happened so long ago, I can't remember what he said or what he did say exactly.
So you still have those handcuffs?
I honestly have no idea, sir. I haven't heard anything about the handcuffs since that incident. And before you brought it up, I didn't even remember that was an incident, sir.
Well, Paul, I have a hard time swallowing that when you were specifically asked more than one time about 5 different topics that you couldn't recall or that it didn't happen, and then things came out. Pretty significant things.
Objection,
Including
mischaracterization of
the
evidence,
horse
argumentative
walking
summary,
Aaron Walker when you were asked specifically more
opinionated,
than
move
once
to strike.
if he ever mocked Aaron Walker, and you said no.
I've never seen him mock another officer, is what you said. And we got at least 4, and I know you're gonna remember more, because we're gonna talk again about this.
And objection,
So,
mischaracterization.
how does it go from, I'm not bad at you, dude, I'm not, but I've never seen him mock another officer, ever? No, never. You've never seen, nope, never, and then an hour and a half later, we have 4 specific, detailed, very serious racial incidences, making monkey noises, walking around like an ape, mocking an African-American officer.
Yes, sir.
Again, mischaracterization of evidence, move to
Wonderful.
strike.
Why don't you just be straight up front? You seem like a pretty stand-up guy. You've got a stellar background. You can't tell me that this would have been acceptable in the military.
Yes, sir.
You would have been all over one of your guys.
Yes, sir.
You would have been across the table.
Yes, sir. I apologize. It's tough when they're your friends.
I know.
So honestly, it's tough when they're your friends. Yeah.
Jeepers, are these the friends you want? Is this the future you want at this agency?
No, sir. It's not, sir. No,
Man, we're looking for leaders here.
Yes, sir.
This isn't the same. And I'm not agreeing that these officers have deficiencies. But even in the wildest sense, if they did, this isn't the way you handle it. This isn't leadership from the supervisor or officer standpoint.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'm sorry. I told you about, the BP thing, and that wasn't even an incident.
No, it wasn't.
No, sir, but, like I said, sir.
But we knew about the other ones.
Sir, yes,
And
sir.
that's why it's so hard to sit here asking when I know the answer from all the other people we've talked to in the GPS, in the MDT, and other witnesses, and Coban, and everything else that we already have captured, and I expect, this is a stand-up guy, he's a military guy, he's gonna freaking tell us right away. It is tough to sit here, and it's like, I don't remember, he's never mocked him.
What's the number one thing in law enforcement that you have, including the military? Your word, right? Your integrity. What happens once you lose that?
You lose everything, sir.
Correct.
I know, that, and I'm not trying to scare you, but I'm being upfront with you. I'm having a conversation with the chief in the morning when he comes in, and that ain't for a couple more hours. And I don't know what he's gonna say.
Do you think this is easy for us?
No, sir.
I was friends with Rob Korth. I was close friends with him for quite a while.
Yes, sir.
But this profession, my livelihood, and the other 192 or 191 people that work in this department, and every officer that works across this country mean more to me than that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
We're not trying to badger you, Paul. It's just, I'm telling you, I'm just sitting here, I'm sick to my stomach as I listen to this stuff from officer after officer, and I'm like, this isn't the Green Bay Police Department that I freaking gave my whole career to and love.
No, sir.
And right now, the trust that the community has in law enforcement is about this big right now across the nation.
Yes, sir.
And they're second guessing everything that we do. And this is just,
I mean, this is stuff that is preventable. We don't need to be worrying about this. we need to be worried about what's going on out there.
Other questions you have or comments, you can talk freely. I mean, it's,
Sir, I love it here.
I do too.
I love being a cop, sir.
I got more invested in this place than you do. I got 30 years of my life in this place, and right now it's the best that it's ever been because of the chief and our future and our potential and the good cops we have.
Yes, sir. I guess my final, closing comments, sir, I do want to be here. I love being a cop. Going through the process, doing all this stuff. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing else I want to do, All my years in the military, I focused, hey, I want to be a cop one day. I want to do this. Sir, yeah. Some of that stuff, about the mocking and stuff, it's tough to swallow when you're telling it about your friend, like you said. So yes, sir, this is the first time that I've been in this situation, and I know you're going to brief the chief, and whatever happens, I'll take responsibility for it. But, in the end, yeah, that's, it's tough to kind of sit there and know, hey, yeah, you got to say this stuff, it's your friends. It's not an excuse. I agree. That's why, I told you everything at the end, especially after you guys left, came back in. I was like, well, like you said, I didn't put myself here, you didn't put me here, they put me here. So there's nothing on there is an intentional lie. Just the times where specific details on stuff where I don't remember, I don't want to sit there and say the wrong thing or make something up.
We don't want you to either.
And I don't want to make something up either. So if I do apologize, sir. I'm obviously super nervous about this. If they're, like you said, they're your friends. And I get it. You don't want those people in the department. You don't want, that stuff. I understand. But they taught me a lot. They kind of helped me out and stuff like that.
That's what we're worried about is what they've taught you.
Tactically and stuff of that nature. So yes, sir. Some of that stuff, I agree. Came out slow. Had to pry for some of it. Yes, sir. I agree. Some of that I honestly didn't remember. Some stuff, it's just tough to sit there and talk about your friend doing that because it's unbecoming of an officer. So, yes, sir. I apologize. It was difficult to get some of that stuff out. And nothing I said, though, sir, was an intentional lie to mislead the investigation or mislead you guys. And honestly, it's nerves and, man, you're telling on your friends and stuff. And I completely understand where you guys are coming from. I do, sir. I'm going to look up that case. I'm going to look up that stuff.
Look, Brady, just
Google, if there's anything in your career you're going to learn that. That is for sure.
never in a report, never in court, and never in an internal investigation.
Yes, sir. And everything I told you in the end, it's true. My biggest thing was if I say something that didn't happen, is it going to look worse on a friend?
Well, you should be looking at your future right now, not your friend's future, because you're going to be friends with guys who aren't wearing a Green Bay Police Department uniform, and guess what? You're not going to be wearing one either. So you guys can be friends all you want, but it won't be here at the Green Bay Police Department. Is that the future you want? Jeepers. I don't think so.
Trust me, you get wrapped up anymore in this, and I can tell you that if it does happen, and for whatever reason you don't work here, you won't work anywhere as a police officer. Because they're going to come to us when they do your background. And what are we going to say?
Yes. I don't want that, sir.
And we don't want that either. Trust me, we don't.
Here's what I'm concerned about, because we have 21 other people to interview. Okay? I'm concerned that somewhere in that mix, other officers might come forward and they might say, we ask them about these incidences and other incidences. They might say, well, yeah, Paul Spurl was there. Yeah, Paul Spurl said this. Paul Spurl just said that. That's where it's like, this is the chance to get it all out and give us your version of it, to own it. Okay? Not where, now we got to call them back in and we got to pry it out of them again. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you can think of other things, because we're gonna be done here, if you can think of other things, all right, then that's when you need to get a hold of us, come forward, send us an email, shoot us a phone call, or whatever. That's when you need to do it. And again, it's all confidential, but I don't want it to get any worse than it already is, that tomorrow night, or the next night, or next week, 2 other officers say, yep, and Hallsborough was there, and he was doing this, and he was saying that, and he was making monkey noises, and they were talking racial this and racial that. I'm hoping none of that. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, okay? So I'm not trying to get you all stressed out here. I'm just trying to prepare you.
Yes, sir.
Right? This is going to be a stressful time in your career, and I'm hoping you can survive it, but that's going to be up to the chief. All right? And when we talk again, and we're going to talk again, you need to be a little bit more forthcoming.
Yes, sir.
Saying, nope, never happened, and then we come up with 4 incidences, because it took us 2 hours more pulling the key back. That's not
Can't object from that characterization.
Right? There's not, I don't want you to be stressed. I'm concerned about you going out on the road. If you want to go home and take time, there's absolutely no issue with that. There's no shame in doing that. The worst thing is you not watching your back or another officer's back because you're stressing out over this thing. So I'm going to give the shift commander a call. If you're good enough to go to work, you're good enough to go to work. But if you decide after 20 minutes that screw this, I just need to go home and decompress, there's no harm in that. All right, so you think about that.
Can you,
I can do anything. What do you want?
sir, this is, shit. I've been on deployments and I haven't been this stressed out. You know.
You know why? Because you care about this place.
I do.
I can see the passion.
I do.
This is your future. Paul, you got leadership qualities. That's why you were hired here, all right? We've done away with the seniority thing. You can be anything you want pretty much in 3 years by interviewing and testing, and we're talking getting chevrons back and stuff like that. Prior to that, it would take you 15 years to do anything in this department.
What do you think is the right thing to do for you right now? What do you think you should do?
What do you mean, as far as tonight?
Yeah, no, what do you want to do? What do you want to do for you?
I want you guys to know that, shit, it's a tough time right now. I'm going through other shit, military shit, sorry, excuse my language.
I swear.
Going through military stuff right now. Relationship is on kind of rocks. You know, I'm trying to salvage everything. You know, I got my family on my back about stuff. You know, and it's holidays, so of course that doesn't help. And I get it. I do, you know, well, like I said, you know, you build relationships with guys, and yeah, sure, they're your friends, but yes, I completely 100% agree with you. It's not the kind of people you want with this stuff going on. It's not the friends you want with you. So I do. But with all this stuff going on, I just want you guys to know that, and believe me or not, it's up to you guys. There's nothing. When I came up here, I wasn't sitting there going, I'm going to cover for these guys, I'm going to lie, all this stuff. It's honestly me going, man, it's tough to say. I've never been in one of these. You got to work it out there. So believe it or not, I get it. I get it, and trust me, I know how it looks. I'm not an idiot. But nothing here was sitting there saying, I'm going to cover for this guy 100%, or, you know, I'm going to lie to them about this. It honestly, from the bottom of my heart, it wasn't. And I guess the last thing that I just want you guys to know is that, you know, shit, I do want to be here. I worked so hard to get here. You know, I haven't been the one making fun of people here and there and saying this stuff here and there. Have I been around? Sure. Have I seen it? Yeah. You know, should I have said something? I should have.
And we absolutely believe that part of it.
100%.
At this point in the investigation, we got 21 or 22 more people to interview.
Yes, sir.
You know, what are they going to say?
Right, and I can honestly tell you, I don't think you're going to find anybody that's going to sit there and say, Yeah, Sproul was saying this about Stephanie or Aaron,
Good.
anything like that. And like you said.
Sproul was standing there when these guys were talking and yucking it up, and he might have been laughing.
Right. And like
I
you
think the
said,
chief can understand that,
Right.
but and so far, we haven't seen any, and trust me, we haven't gone through all of them. We haven't gone through your MVP messages yet, so I'm hoping that we're not gonna see secret messages where you're freaking calling her a dumb bitch and all this other stuff. You know, she doesn't know what the hell she's gonna do, she's gonna get somebody killed and stuff like that, where it's public and the media can get a hold of that. I don't think that's gonna happen.
no, sir.
But if there is anything where you were doing the Walker dance or you made a race, tell us now, let us know about it now, where we don't have to find out about it later.
And yes, sir, I would if I did that. And I didn't, the racial stuff and the, calling women, a bitch or something like that, that's not me. And as far as the racial stuff with Walker, I can guarantee you that's not me. In the sense of, do I agree, have I heard some stories about the tactical stuff? Yes. Does some of that increase your judgment on stuff? Yes, I get it. But like you said, sir, guy served, wore the same uniform as I did. I'm not gonna sit
I
there.
think you did the same number of tours you did
I'm
too.
not gonna sit there and call him racial slurs, or I'm not gonna mock him and do stuff like other officers. Should I have said something? Yeah. Should I try to stop it? Yes.
Has Casey made racial comments about Aaron Walker?
No. He made racial comments, like I said, about being on, some person being on welfare or something, but.
Suspects you guys deal with,
Sure, yeah.
but none about Aaron Walker?
No. And like I said, in consolation or what it may be, at the beginning, when I first got on nights, a little bit more on the Walker. Towards the end though, was in his corner. And I'm sure he was in his corner with other people too, but as far as I know, he's in his corner as well.
If you were in the position Corp was in, let's say in the military, and you were doing the things that obviously he was doing, would you fall on the sword, or would you let your guys have to go through what you're going through right now?
I fall on the sword.
What do you think about that? About him not taking, he's taking zero responsibility for his actions. And putting you in the position you're in right now.
So,
Is that a friend? Is that what a friend does?
I know we're done. Last thing, because I can't say it enough, I do want to be here. I do want my word, and I do want.
Prove it.
Yes,
Prove
sir.
it in your actions, prove it in your policing style, prove it in the way you interact with your peers and your supervisors, prove it by being a leader, prove it by 5 years from now when I come back for Christmas dinner that you come up with your sergeant so-and-so or your lieutenant so-and-so. Prove it that way. I surely think you have the capabilities.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have been hired here. And I've read your background, and you got a stellar record in the military that you should be very proud of. And I get you got relationship problems. Like this, you usually galvanize yourself with your family, you galvanize yourself with the people that are also in the hot seat. And you need to make that decision which way you're going to go. Sir. You need to take care of yourself and your family. It's the most important thing.
I agree, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Apologize to this.
All right. If you need anything, let us know.
Yes, sir, I will.
Regardless of, regardless of where we're sitting across the table from each other, Paul, we still wear the same uniform.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I know you guys have a tough job. I know it's not easy. So,
Yeah, I didn't become a police officer to investigate other police officers, that's for damn sure.
It's the toughest thing I've ever done in my 30 years straight.
yes, sir.
Especially having to do with people that you know and that you've worked with.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Chill out a little bit. If you need a break, take a break. If you need to go home, go home. I just want to make sure your mind's in the game here. When you go back out on the street.
Yes, We're short-staffed, so we'll get back out there.
It's not a short-staffed issue. They can call somebody in on overtime. It's not an issue. Right? It's just, you're the one who's going to determine where you're going to do best at, down the street or, okay? Follow the city commander, no, all right? Whatever you want to do, it's up to you.
We make the decision, Paul. I don't want to see you get hurt, man. Just especially if your head's on the game, okay?
If you think of anything else,
Recording.
Okay, I just want to check Attorney Glia. Are there many more questions for Lieutenant Wesley, or would this be
There are.
the right time to take a break?
This
do you
is a
think?
wonderful time to take a break.
Okay.
There will be many questions for Lieutenant Wesley.
Okay, all right. Let's take a break until 25:02.
Well, I had to talk to Nancy. I wouldn't want you to go and see it.
Yeah, it's on my card, it's on the visor, the rear view mirror.
Oh, yeah, there was. Well, I should move. You need Mountain Dew?
No, that's fine, I'll do that. I didn't know that.
And these guys always get busted. I've never heard somebody get that much
Well, then, if they say no, then they get, then they're violating their own.
Sure. Put it twisted or something, so I didn't want to put it back on.
Where's the Smith room now?
Once you become a target, they're now the target.
We were here for 3 days for interviews, so.
Yeah. I'm gonna go outside and get a breath of
I feel like I live here.
You bet.
They always give away or one more question or two more. These guys took them a quarter of the transcript to say, and I realize they're trying to do it together. I'll be curious what that next one is. They're showing the interrogation. They're going to put the other one.
Talks about this one.
Yeah, probably this is much.
There were numerous objections that Attorney Retko made during the video, and I'd ask Attorney Colony to speak to that.
Thank you. Just so it's clear to people, as we mentioned at the beginning of the hearing, the board is the commission is the sole arbiter of the credibility of the witnesses and their testimony, recognizing that the questions are being asked not in a court setting, but in an investigatory setting. We realize different standards should be applied. However, we also recognize that in presenting a defense, the objections will help guide the commission to understand some of the objections and concerns raised by the defense. Mr. Retko has already recognized that information is going to go into the record, but we will consider the objections as a board, and we would consider the objections in regard to what credibility we place on some of the questions and some of the responses. So we want to make that record so everybody knows where we're sitting on that.
And I note that both Attorney Colony and I documented on our copies where the objections came in, so we'll be able to have that in our deliberations.
Thank you.
All right.
May it simply be in the record that, for Chief Smith's purposes, that we disagree vehemently with the objections that were raised, each and every single one.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right, Lieutenant Wesley, you're continuing to be on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
As Lieutenant Wesley is approaching the stand, there's one document, I talked with Attorney Retko, and it's a document that Officer Sporl has already seen back in January of 2017. It goes with your Exhibit 3. At the end of the day, the purpose of the document is more for providing clarity than it is for any other value. But I would simply respectfully ask if the commission would allow us to offer this in Exhibit 3 along with the other document that's in there, and I can have the document explained or have Lieutenant Wesley explain what the
Okay,
document
any objection?
No objection.
Okay. So this will not have a separate
No.
title, it will be part of
Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 3. Okay.
Correct.
Al, you'll have your witness
Authenticate.
explain what it is.
Correct.
Thank you.
Lieutenant Wesley, will you turn the binder, turn to Exhibit 3, please? May you identify the first document that's in Exhibit 3?
This is an administrative warning. The Green Bay Police Department addressed Officer Paul Squirrel, signed by myself, Lieutenant Gehring, and it is dated January 29th, 2017 at 10:41 p.m. And this is the document that we gave to Officer Spurl the second time we interviewed him, and this time as a suspect officer. This is more of a procedural document because he is alleged to have committed some policy violations.
And what does that document require of Officer Sporl?
Kind of requires the same thing it would if you were a witness officer, but it's just a little bit more formal, and it basically says that you're being questioned as part of an official and internal investigation, and you're going to be asked questions specifically, directly, narrowly related to the performance of your duties, and you're under direct order to answer the questions, and failure to or refusal to answer these questions completely and truthfully shall be considered grounds for serious discipline up to including termination. The last sentence in there is there more if there's ever, it gives the officer some protections if there's any criminal element to this that he can freely talk to us about criminally implicating himself.
I'm sorry,
Criminally implicating himself.
And could you identify the second document that's part then of Exhibit 3, which was handed to you?
This would be the complaint against personnel that outline the alleged policy violations that Officer Sporl is suspected of violating, and this is what we're going to be questioning him about. This, again, is also a procedural document that we have to follow the protocol either because of statute or union contract.
And is that document provided to Officer Sporl?
Yes, it is.
And when is it provided to him?
Before we were questioned, we actually give him a copy of this document, and you can see there's 4 specific policy violations that are on here. We actually make copies of those policy violations and give him time to confer with his union representative if he wants to.
Now, what was the purpose of providing this document to Officer Sporl?
After we got done interviewing him on December 28th, and it was obvious to us that he wasn't being truthful in his answers, and his involvement in the night shift harassment was greater than we originally thought. We went back and we started mining the MDT messages that we had done with some of the previous officers, Korth and Masaic and Knudsen and Brester. We now did Sporl's, and we determined that there was a series of MDT messages where Sporl was either the recipient of or he initiated sending out derogatory messages about other officers. So this was about his conduct in relation to his involvement in sending MDT messages.
As it relates, was Officer Sporl ultimately interviewed about those MDT messages?
Yes, he was.
When was he interviewed?
January 29th, 2017, the day of this document.
Okay. As part of that January 29, 2017 interview, was Officer Sporl interviewed about any other content other than the MDT messages?
Yes, when we got done with the portion of the MDT messages, we again wanted to re-interview him on what his witness involvement was in relation to some of this harassment involving Danton and Officer Aaron Walker.
Could you turn the binder to Exhibit 4? Could you identify the documents marked as Exhibit 4?
This is a transcript of the January 29th, 2017 interview with Paul Squirrel between Lieutenant Gearing and myself. Present with Paul Squirrel was his union representative, Mike Netzker.
And was any, excuse me, do you know who prepared that transcription?
The same professional standards secretary that performed, or that does all of our transcriptions.
And is that document, again, as it relates back to the prior transcription, is that document kept by the PSD in the normal course of business?
Yes, it is.
And with regard to the transcription, is there also a recording that is available of this interview?
Yes, there is a video recording. We video record every interview that we do.
For the commission's purposes here and for efficiency, a good chunk of this interview deals with Officer Sporl's MDT messages. That's not the subject of this hearing. That issue's already been addressed by the chief and Officer Sporl. There are matters that relate to Officer Sporl's witness interview. In lieu of playing that interview and the significant portions of that interview, because there's only a few areas of the transcription and of that interview that we wish to refer to, when I examine Lieutenant Wesley, I'd like to simply utilize the transcript for that purpose, with the commission knowing that if you need to watch the interview, you certainly may do so. Is that acceptable to the parties and to the commission?
Yeah. Is there an objection?
No objection from my end.
And if it helps, I can try to provide some timestamps as well, if that will aid the parties in that regard.
That would definitely be appreciated. That
Yeah.
way we could verify if necessary.
Thank you.
And do we already have that on the disc that you provided?
That is on the disc
Okay,
that we
that's
provided,
on the
correct.
disc.
There are approximately 10 or 11 interviews on there,
Okay.
10 or 11 recordings on there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Lieutenant Wesley, I want to start out talking with you about the December 28, 2016, and going back to the January 29 interview. Who conducted that interview?
Myself and Lieutenant Gearing.
So it's the same people that conducted the December 28 interview?
Yes.
And was Officer Sporl entitled to have representation at that interview?
The January one, yes, he was.
And did he?
Yes, he did.
And who was his representative?
Officer Mike Netzker.
Okay. And as part of that January 29, 2017 interview, you had testified earlier about directives that are issued during a witness interview. Were directives issued to Officer Sporl?
Yes, the administrative warning that we read was given to him, where he was instructed to answer questions truthfully, honestly, and I believe in the opening part in here, we repeat that again, that he's expected to answer questions truthfully and honestly.
Now, prior to that January 29, 2017 interview, was Officer Sporl provided with any documents for purposes of review prior to the interview?
Yeah, we had made, and this is a procedural thing that we were required to do per the union contract, is we had made a previous copy of the video of his first interview to let him know that we were going to be interviewing again, and gave him that copy and gave him time to refresh his memory or his recollection if he had any questions before we interviewed him the second time.
Now, I want to focus, when we're having any discussion on the January 29 interview, to only matters that are not involving the MDT messages. As it pertains to that interview, between December 28, 2016 and January 29, 2017, did Officer Sporl provide the Professional Standards Division with any additional statements or information in follow-up to that December 28 interview?
No, he did not give us any information, and at the end of that interview, you can hear me saying, I think I said it twice, that if you have any more additional information, please come forward. You can mail us, you can text us, you can call us, you can stop up. And that's boilerplate with everybody we talk to, because sometimes officers will, oh my gosh, there's this or there's that, and they'll come forward and they'll give us that information. He did not do that.
All right. Lieutenant Wesley, may you turn, please, back to Exhibit 2, which is the December 28 transcription.
Okay.
I want to draw to your attention on page 3, about halfway down on the page, there's a sentence you state that begins, "Can you think?" Can you read that statement can you read that statement for me?
Can you think of Green Bay officers or supervisors on the night shift that get ripped on more than others?
Can you read Officer Sporl's response?
Yeah, there's ones, I guess, that get ripped on more than others. As far as like where I'm coming from, so the circle, like 11 years in the Army, so that's kind of was the nature of the military and stuff. Like to me, I guess ripping on, like they poke fun of me sometimes because I'm from Oklahoma.
I want you to turn the page. There's a next, right in the middle of the page, there's another question from you that begins, who do you? Can you read that, please?
This is the second time I've asked him now. Who do you think gets it the most?
Could you read Paul Sporl's answer?
It's hard to say. I guess, well, my first year, obviously being the new guy, I say, right, he says, I got, banter back at me type thing and stuff like that.
Okay. And on page 5, can you read near the top of the page, there's a question from you that begins, there's none?
This will be the third time. So there's none that stick out in your mind, that get ripped on or talk about more than others behind their back in person.
Could you read the first sentence of Officer Sporl's response?
Behind their back, I think that everybody kind of gets talked on depending upon what they do.
You're the internal affairs investigator. At this point in the interview, what are you construing Officer Sporl's responses to you in response to these questions?
He's being evasive. It's a simple question. Who gets ripped on most on the shift? Okay? It's the question we've asked 20 witnesses, and every one of them immediately pretty much said D'Antoine, and Walker. So, first question we're asking him takes me 3 times to get an answer. He kind of goes down those 3 different categories that are kind of the theme with all of his answers. Diverting it, making us rephrase the question, protecting his friends because he doesn't want to commit, and kind of this victim shaming. The fact that, well, everybody gets it, and it depends upon what they do. So if they do something really bad, then they're going to get shamed or picked on really bad.
At this point in time, did Officer Sporl raise the issue of Ms. D'Antoine being referred to as Blister?
No, he didn't.
And did Officer Sporl raise any issue to you involving the taking of the handcuffs of Ms. D'Antoine?
No, he didn't.
As it pertains to either of those situations, the information about Blister or the handcuffs, was that information provided to you by Officer Sporl during the interview, or was it provided to him? I can rephrase the question if it's confusing.
Yes, it is. Please.
Who first provided the information in the interview about Ms. D'Antoine being referred to as Blister?
And I can't remember which one of the witnesses because we did so many of them, but we previously had that information.
During your interview with Officer Sporl, I'm referring to. Was it you, was it the PSD investigators or Mr. Sporl that provided that information?
That wasn't something that he disclosed to us. That was something that we had to give him in order to get a response.
On page 5, there's a paragraph that begins where you state, well then, let me ask you this. Could you read that question?
Well then, let me ask you this then. Do you think there's an issue on nights?
Can you read Officer Sporl's response?
I think there's an issue on nights, yeah.
What's your response?
And what would that be?
And what's his response?
I think that some officers aren't held accountable.
All right, I'm not going to get into the next details, but I assume you may recollect. And if you don't, tell me. What issues about accountability did Officer Sporl raise with you?
It was about Officer D'Antoine's and Officer Walker's, his opinion of their tactics, that they were substandard according to him and his friends.
Okay. So as to an issue on night shift, was Officer Sporl at this point in time offering to you any information about harassment or bullying of employees?
Not a single thing.
I'd like you to turn to page 9. Officer Sporl is providing you with information about a situation involving Officer Dantwin that was relayed to him by another officer. Do you recollect that situation?
Yes.
And you had asked Officer Sporl who told him that. Do you recollect that question being asked of him?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the commission what happened when you had asked Officer Sporl who told him that story about Officer Dantwin?
Well, right away, and you can read it there, he says, "I couldn't tell you, I forgot." I mean, this was a while back, probably the summertime. So he didn't give us an answer on who told him about that specific situation.
So you list off 36 law enforcement officer names. Why did you do that?
Well, it's obvious I'm getting frustrated. It's just, these are pretty simple questions. I mean, Officer Sporl has a very good memory. He's able to articulate places and times and who's there when it's convenient for his answer, in my opinion. But when we're asking him questions that might implicate fellow officers, he has vague responses. And who told you about this incident? You know, I can't remember. It was a while ago.
At this point in the investigation, Officer Sporl, we know, was issued a directive to be truthful and complete. Was he complying with your directive?
In my opinion, no.
What is the basis for your opinion?
It's a simple question. Who told you that? And he was evasive and reluctant to commit on who it was that told him.
What do the Brady cases and Giglio case mean to you?
Well, it's a court directive that whenever there is exculpatory evidence against an officer, it has to be disclosed to the defense in criminal proceedings. So that's also part of our policy. That I've seen this before in my career, and I'm concerned about, I have a new officer sitting here, and I'm hoping he's not going to go down a path. He's got his whole future ahead of him. And I'm thinking back on all my interviews, and I can't ever remember having to bring up Brady and Giglio with an officer. And here I am with this officer doing it right away, because I can see he's taking himself down the path, and I'm trying to stop him from doing that. And I'm bringing up, and I'm frustrated, and letting him know about what Brady and Giglio is, and that he needs to be more forthcoming and comply if he knows the answer. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know.
So at this point of the investigation as well, was Officer Sporl reminded about the importance of truthfulness and being complete?
Yes, he was.
What was his response to you?
I think he initially said that he didn't know what Brady was about. I think we spoke about this topic 3 or 4 times during our interview, and he talked about how we encouraged him that he needs to educate himself on what it is, and he said he was going to look it up after that.
As it relates, my question involved was, what was Officer Sporl's response when he was reminded about the importance of honesty and completeness in his answer?
I think he said something to the effect that we were going to get honesty out of him.
All right. I want you to turn to page 18. There's a question that begins, do you think there's? Can you read that question, please?
Do you think there's other officers on night shift that have been the victim of ribbing or harassment other than Steph?
And could you identify Officer Sporl's response?
Other than what I mentioned before, no. Stuff that everybody gets.
Could you identify your next question?
Okay, do you think that she gets it more than any other officer on the night shift?
Could you identify his response?
I think it's equal.
All right. Based on the information that you learned from Officer Sporl during this interview and his January 29, 2017 interview, what did you think of his response to those questions?
I'm going to object. It's requesting accumulation of a whole lot of evidence and summaries, and at this point in time, this is a specific question based on specific information, and it's taken it out of context, move to strike.
The question
Just
is...
note it and allow the question.
Okay. We'll note the objection and go ahead and answer the question.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat one more time?
Court reporter.
Based on the information that you learned from Officer Sporl during this interview and his January 29, 2017 interview, What did you think of his response to those questions?
He wasn't being honest with us, and he later gave us many, many details about racial things that Officer Corther did when making fun of Aaron Walker that he refused to give us when we first asked these questions.
Would you consider that to be equal harassment as compared to what he identified involving other personnel later on in the interview?
Absolutely not.
Ask you to turn to page 20. There's a question near the top of the page. It begins, who? Can you read that question, please?
Who else do you think would have been ripped on?
Could you read Officer Sporl's response?
Oh, like I said before, sir, I think everybody gets ripped on at one point or another.
And could you read your next question?
Can you think of a time? What about Aaron Walker? Is he picked on quite a bit? Is he the recipient?
Could you identify Officer Sporl's response to that question?
There's talk, about tactics and stuff like that.
All right, first, why did you bring up Aaron Walker?
Because the investigation revealed that Aaron Walker and Steph D'Antoine were by far the two officers that were the victims of this night shift. We had also had an officer tell us confidentially that out on Washington Street, that Lieutenant Rob Korth was doing the monkey walk or the Walker walk in public in front of other officers, and Lieutenant Paul Sproul was there and witnessed this.
At this point in the interview, did Officer Sporl offer to you that there was a Walker walk conducted by Lieutenant Korth involving Aaron Walker?
No, he did not.
I want you to move from page 20 to page 22. There's a question that begins, is that, can you read that question from you?
Is that Lieutenant Korth making comments about him?
Now, if you need to, you may read further, either front or back, but who's him?
This line of questioning is referring only about Aaron Walker.
Okay, and what's Officer Sporl's response?
I haven't heard Lieutenant Korth make comments about him.
Okay. Based on information you received during the December 28, 2016 and January 29, 2017 interviews, did you formulate any conclusion based upon that statement provided by Paul Sporl to you?
Absolutely, again, that he was not being truthful.
Could you please explain your rationale for that?
Well, because later during both of the interviews, he specifically described 4 incidences where he was present when Lieutenant Korth was doing the Walker walk, intimidating and making fun of Officer Walker. He also described an incident where he was side by side with Lieutenant Korth on Pine Street. And Lieutenant Korth referred to Aaron Walker as sometimes acting as a GABNA.
I'm sorry, could you restate that, please? What was that acronym? JNBN. Okay. Could you tell us what JNBN means?
JNBN means just niggers being niggers.
And who provided that information to you?
Officer Sporl provided that information.
And when did he provide that information to you?
During our second interview.
Okay. So at this point in time, you've asked him about comments that Lieutenant Korth has made about Aaron Walker, and he says none.
Correct.
Could you turn to page 25 of the transcription? Near the top, there's a question from you that begins, have you seen? Can you read that question, please?
Have you ever seen anybody, any officer or supervisor mocking these guys, like on a call or after a call or in roll call, the shift commander's office, dancing around, mocking them, making fun of them, the way they dress, or the way they walk, or intimidating the way they speak on the radio?
All right. This is, at this point in the interview, what is your reason for asking that question?
Well, because we're not getting an answer from him, and it's obvious that he's either evading us, he's He's doing the victim shaming. My opinion is he's trying to protect his friends, and he's forcing me to have to rephrase my question to a globally large question to say, okay, under any of these circumstances, and I named off all of these, have you ever seen this type of action? Hoping that he's gonna basically fess up and be honest with us.
So at this point in time, he has not provided you with any information about a walk or walk.
No, he is not.
He has not provided you any information about racial comments made by Lieutenant Korth or others.
No, he's not.
What's his answer?
Yeah, sir, I mean, I've heard the mocking of the radio stuff.
Could you repeat, could you state the next question?
What have you heard?
What's his answer?
Like the stuff that I kind of told you, where a guy will be like, did you hear Walker on the radio? And then they'll kind of repeat what he said and stuff like that.
Okay. At this point in time, does he tell you anything about the Walker walk?
No, out of all those things that we were able to determine from Paul Squirrel about dancing around like a monkey or dancing around imitating an African-American officer, making monkey sounds while you're imitating an African-American officer, and referring to the African-American officer as a JNBN, the only thing he has to give us is the radio stuff.
All right, I would like you to turn to page 28. Middle of the page, there's a question that begins, who else? Could you read that question?
Who else have you been around that you've heard that's been mocking either Stephanie or Aaron?
And what's it? Sporal's response?
It's kind of segmented here. And I respond, just Casey, nah, Casey, and like I told you, Korth.
Okay, and then your next question.
Okay, what has Korth done? What have you seen, or how have you seen Korth mock him?
I mean, and who's him?
Korth is going to be Officer Aaron Walker.
Okay. And could you read Officer Sporal's response?
Korth has kind of pointed out that the fact that he is like, Walker's kind of not always there, the radio type of stuff.
Now, Officer Sporal told you 8 minutes earlier that he had not heard Lieutenant Korth make comments about Aaron Walker.
Correct.
Could you turn to page 31? Near the top of the page, it's a question that begins, what about a call? Could you read that question, please?
What about a call that you were on with Lieutenant Korth? And after that call, you're standing on the sidewalk with Lieutenant Korth and another officer. And Lieutenant Korth starts to mock Officer Walker. Remember that specifically on the way Officer Walker walked.
And could you tell me why you why you asked that question of him?
Because this was the specific information that we received from another witness officer on this behavior, and we're trying to verify what is Officer Sporal's culpability. Is he going to cooperate in this? Is he just another witness? We're hoping that he's just going to tell us, like, yeah, I was there. I saw this happen.
Now, this is approximately, we're 31 pages into a transcription here. I don't know how far into the interview. At this point in time, had Officer Sporal offered to you any information about Lieutenant Korth engaging in the Walker Walk?
No.
Had he offered to you any information about racial comments that Officer Sporal later claims that he heard from Lieutenant Korth?
No.
If you look right up above your question, there's a continuation of an answer from Officer Sporal near the top of page 31. About the fourth line from the top. Could you read that last sentence?
And never once have I seen Lieutenant Korth mock anybody or say anything derogatory to them when they've asked a question or when they seek guidance.
You remember that from the interview?
Yes.
What was the context of that statement being provided to you?
Well, again, that is the ultimate victim shaming. It's like, if depending upon what you did, If you go ask for help or something, we're not gonna pick on you, we're not gonna mock you, we're not gonna make fun of you. So he's trying to justify, basically, Lieutenant Korth. If Lieutenant Korth did any of these things, he never did it when somebody sought his advice on how to do something.
All right, as it relates to the question that you had asked about whether Officer Sporl had seen Lieutenant Korth start to mock Officer Walker, what was Officer Sporl's response?
He said that he hadn't seen it.
Excuse me, if you look at the question on page 31
Okay?
that I had you read in, what about a call? What's Officer Sporl's answer below that?
He says, yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you then learn from Officer Sporl as it relates to his response indicating, yes, sir, that he saw Lieutenant Korth mock Officer Walker on the way he walked?
The information we had that Officer Sporl was a witness to any of this was the incident on Washington Street. So that's what he thought he was now going to tell us about. But he tells us about a different incident that we had no previous knowledge to, and that's why we were doing these interviews, is to find out how big this issue was on the night shift. So he now provides us with a different situation that happens at the BP gas station on Main Street.
Okay. The bottom of page 32, could you read your last question?
I don't know, how many times is it that you've seen Lieutenant Korth do this?
Could you clarify what is this?
The Walker Walk.
Okay. And Officer Sporl's response?
He starts to say that, and then I interrupt him and say, was that the first and only time? And then he finishes his response and says, to my knowledge.
Did you later learn that that was the first and only time that Officer Sporl had seen the Walker Walk?
We later learned from Officer Sporl that there was at least 4 that he specifically detailed. He referred to that maybe there was 4 or 5, and we suspected that there was a lot more.
Could you turn to page 36? Near the middle of the page, there's a sentence that begins, have you heard? Could you read that question from you?
Have you heard anybody making racial comments? And in the middle of my question, he responds, no, sir. And then I finish my question, so it would have been, have you heard anybody making racial comments about Walker?
Prior to asking that question, which officer were you previously talking about as the subject of harassment?
This is the same continuation specifically about Officer Aaron Walker.
Okay. After you asked him about Aaron Walker, who else did you ask about?
Officer Fuji Young.
And what was Officer Sporl's response with regard to racial comments about Fuji Young?
That, yes, he was aware of comments.
Okay. Could you turn to page 37? There's a question from Keith Gehring, middle of the page that begins, but nothing. Could you read that question?
But
Actually,
nothing
can you go
about...
above that? Can you read Gehring's question that begins, make?
Lieutenant Gehring says, make any racial comments, make any racial type comments to him, referring to Officer Zhang.
And could you identify Sporl's response?
He says, yes, sir.
And could you read the next question asked by Lieutenant Gehring?
But nothing about Aaron Walker?
And Officer Sporl's response?
Not, no, sir.
And again, did you learn of information where an individual had made racial comments about Aaron Walker?
Absolutely.
And who did you learn that from?
Eventually from Officer Sporl.
Okay. Could you read the next question that begins, have you ever?
Have you ever heard Casey make any comments about Arturo? What about, quote, we hired another one of those guys, unquote?
May I just ask that you read the question as it is, without adding in the word what was inserted in there? And could you identify Officer Sporl's response to the question?
No, sir.
Okay. As it pertains to information that Officer Sporl provided you at this time, did you learn of any other information from Officer Sporl later about statements that Casey had made about Arturo?
Yes, we did.
What did you learn?
During the January 30th interview, Officer Sporl told us that he was a witness when Officer Casey Mistake made the comment great, we hired another one of those guys in reference to Hispanic officer Arturo Santos.
And what conclusion did Officer Sporl provide to you during that interview as to the type of comment that it was about Arturo made by Casey?
He agreed with us that this would have been perceived this would have been perceived as a racist comment.
Now here, Officer Sporl is telling you, no, sir. Did you formulate an opinion after reviewing both investigations regarding whether Officer Sporl complied with the directives that were given to him at the commencement of this investigatory interview?
Yeah, once again, he did not comply. He was not honest and truthful with us.
And as it pertains to the question above from Lieutenant Gehring about Aaron Walker, did you formulate an opinion based upon the information Paul Sporl provided to you at this time as to whether he complied with the directives issued to him to be truthful and complete in his responses?
Yes, he was not truthful and complete.
On page 40, near the bottom, there is a sigh from you. Could you read the question that you asked Officer Sporl?
Has it happened more than once that you've seen Kawartha do that?
And could you identify what you're referring to there about that? What did the discussion relate to? And if you'd like to review the above referenced parts, that's fine.
This is my response to asking him if he has ever seen Lieutenant Kawartha do the Walker walk, reference to Officer Aaron Walker.
Now, prior to that question, you had asked Officer Sporl how many times he had seen the Walker walk, correct?
Correct.
And what did he tell you?
That he hadn't.
Excuse me.
Or he said that he'd only seen it one time, I believe.
Okay, and what's his answer here? Has it happened more than once? What's his answer?
Maybe twice. And now he's changed his story. He says now maybe twice.
Okay, and you then ask him, could you read your next question?
Could it be more than twice?
And what's his answer?
Twice that I can remember.
All right, at any point in time, had Officer Sporl provided you with any information about a Walker walk conducted by Lieutenant Kawartha that included Lieutenant Kawartha making monkey or ape noises?
No, he had not.
There's a break in the interview. Do you remember the break?
Yes, I do.
What happened during the break? What did you do during the break?
Lieutenant Gehring and myself exited the interview room and left Officer Sporl sit there by himself.
Okay. Did you have any discussion with Lieutenant Gehring?
Yeah, it was at that point, based upon where we were at in the interview, we both concluded that he was being evasive, he was being untruthful, he was redirecting our questions, he was lying to us. It was some lengthy discussion, and I worked with Lieutenant Gehring enough that I knew that's why we needed to take a break, that we wanted to call the chief to let him know that we have an officer that we've asked multiple times, and we feel that he's not being truthful.
Okay. On page 41, it notes that the break. After you came out of the break, what did you do with regard to this investigatory interview? What did you communicate to Officer Sporl?
That we were going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
For what purpose did you do so?
Well, he's a new officer, and I agree that it can be a stressful and nervous time sitting there, but you're a police officer. It's not that difficult to do some of the core essential functions that are expected of you, and that's, just be honest. Just be truthful when you're asked a question. So here we have this brand new officer with his whole career ahead of him, okay? And, you know, I think I was probably the predominant one here. It's like, all right, let's give this guy a chance. Let's give him a chance to redeem himself. Maybe he's going to be more forthcoming. He's had a chance to take a break, to calm down his nerves, and so we continued on with the interview.
Okay. On page, could you turn to page 42 for me? Near the top of the page, there's a question that begins, say, saying. Could you read that question, please?
saying, have you ever seen course interpretation of Walker or something to that effect? That's a pretty significant thing.
And Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir.
And could you identify your next question?
And if it was only back in October, where do you think that happened at?
And Officer Sporl's response?
Kittner's, maybe.
Okay, could you turn to page 43? Middle of the page, there's a statement by Officer Sporl that begins, "We were." Could you read that statement?
We were at Kittner's, did a call. We were talking after the call. Somebody said, have you seen course walk of Walker?
Okay, so far we have the VPB incident, the VP incident, the Washington Street incident, and now Kittner's, correct?
No, that's not correct.
Thank you. Please clarify for us.
Okay, so the information that we were given from a different officer that Lieutenant Korth was doing his rendition of the Walker Walk on Washington Street. That's all we had. Okay, so that's the questions that we were directing at Officer Sporl. He gave us Kittner's. So he said, and Kittner's is a tavern on Washington Street.
So how many instances now do you have of the Walker Walk? Is it 2, not 3? It is based on the BP and the Washington or Kittner's incident?
2 incidences.
Okay. Based on the statement that I just had you read, where he says we were at Kittner's, were you led to believe that he was at Kittner's by Officer Sporl?
Absolutely. We didn't know nothing about Kittner's. That's the first time we learned that it happened at Kittner's, is from his testimony.
Okay. At this point in time, had Officer Sporl offered to you any information about an incident that occurred at East High School between him and Lieutenant Korth?
No, he had not. Can I make one addition to my testimony about the Washington Street Kittner's call? And it's directly after that. I asked him, who was that? Who said, referring to the top question, have you seen course walk of Walker? And I says, did you say that? And his response to me was, yes, sir. So he gave us Kittner's, he put himself there, and now he's the one who's admitting to saying, have you seen course walk of Walker Walk? This now information that we received from a different officer.
Lieutenant Wesley, could you turn to page 48? There's a question near the top of the page from you. It begins, has he? Could you read that question, please?
Has he ever made any animal sounds when he's doing this?
Who are you referring to of has he?
He is Lieutenant Korth.
Okay. And what is Officer Sporl's response?
No, sir.
All right. Could you read your next question?
No sounds, like a monkey or an ape?
Okay. Why did you ask that question?
Because again, this is the only way that I felt I could get somewhere a partial response, some sort of fraction of a truth from him, is to keep rephrasing the question and kind of making it global. A monkey or an ape is an animal. I don't care what school you went to. An animal sound, a monkey sound, an ape sound, it's an animal sound.
And could you identify Officer Sporl's response?
He says, yes, sir, one time that he did it.
Okay. Do you believe that Officer Sporl was truthful with you with regard to his answer to your first question?
Absolutely not.
Where did that incident occur involving the Lieutenant Korth's Walker Walk using or making a monkey sound?
This would have been the incident where he met up privately with Lieutenant Korth at East High.
So how many instances is this now that Officer Sporl has told you of or that you've learned of involving Officer Sporl witnessing the Walker Walk?
It would be 3 incidences with the walk, and now the East High puts the ape sound or the monkey sound with the walk.
Was there any conclusion drawn by you as to whether the Walker Walk using the monkey sounds had a racial component to it?
I don't think how anybody can have any other opinion that you have a Green Bay police lieutenant dancing around like an ape, pushing your chest out, described as pigeon-toed, and your arms hanging out, and making ape sounds, making fun of an African-American officer. The only conclusion I would have is that's that's a horrific thing to be doing about anybody, let alone a fellow police officer that's an African-American.
Could you turn to page 50? There's a question in the middle of the page beginning, does he? Did you
Does
read
he?
that question?
Does he anything racial? You're not telling us anything we don't know.
What is Officer Sporl's response?
He doesn't. He doesn't say anything racial to me.
Who is the he that you are both talking about?
Lieutenant Korth.
Could you identify the next question? Okay, has he?
Okay. Has he said anything that he doesn't like black people or African Americans?
Could you identify Officer Sporl's response?
I know he's mentioned stuff about, being on welfare or something like that by somebody.
Okay, could you turn to the next page on 51, top of the page? Actually, could you just read into the record the rest of your discourse on the bottom of page 50, please? You state in response to him. Please start there.
I respond, okay.
In his response?
I know he said stuff along those lines before,
Could you, your response?
but specifically towards,
And Sporl?
and he interrupts my question and inserts black people.
And your follow-up?
My follow-up is Aaron Walker?
In his response to you?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you able to determine that Officer Sporl was aware of other comments made by Lieutenant Korth that were racial involving African Americans?
Yes.
Could you identify what information Officer Sporl told you?
Later, he comes back to tell us that during the Kittners, or the Washington Street incident, when Lieutenant Korth is imitating the Walker walk, Lieutenant Korth is making the ape or monkey sounds.
Okay. Were you able to learn that the terminology JNBN was not reserved to Officer Walker?
No, it was not.
Who else did Officer Sporl tell you Lieutenant Korth referred to as a JNBN?
Any African Americans or blacks in our community that utilize their Quest card, which is a welfare card, to purchase food.
Okay. And you had previously asked Officer Walker about, Officer Sporl, about whether he had seen Walker walk in the shift commander's office.
Correct.
On page 51, you asked him again about, what about in the shift commander's office? Could you identify Officer Sporl's response?
He's gotten up. He didn't do the walk, but kind of stuck his belly out and stuff like that before.
Okay, so that was Officer Sporl telling you that he saw that occur in the shift commander's office, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Bottom of page 51. Your statement, could you read that statement?
But this is the fourth or fifth time is with you personally. You could hit one more.
And Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bottom of page 53. Lieutenant Gehring asks a question. Beginning, do you? Could you read that question, please?
You think Korth's mocking him, especially making a monkey noise, is racist?
And Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir. That could be perceived as racist.
Could you identify Lieutenant Gehring's next question?
How many times has he done that particular walk and made the monkey noises in front of you?
Could you identify Officer Sporl's response?
Maybe the twice with the monkey noises, the rest of the time none.
Could you identify the next question that you read?
And what was the other time with the monkey noises?
And Officer Sporl's response?
I think when they imitated the walk on Washington.
What conclusion did you draw as to Officer Sporl's prior recitations to you that he had not seen or not observed Lieutenant Korth make racial comments based on the information he just provided there?
He wasn't truthful to us.
Did you draw any conclusions based upon his response to those questions as it relates to whether he complied with the directives issued to him at the commencement of that investigatory interview?
He did not.
Could you explain your reason for it?
It was simple. Be honest and truthful. We were there, and he knew this. He even said it, that everybody in the shift knew about it. A union representative knew about it. These were his buddies. He had spoke to his buddies beforehand, Korth and Mosaic. Everybody on that shift knew what was going on. The two people who received most of the harassment and bullying and the racial component of this were Officer Stephanie Danton and Officer Aaron Walker.
Could you move to page 74? I want to address the handcuff incident. Could you read your question beginning "and her"?
And her handcuffs were on the guy. Actually, I think it was a girl. Tell me about that incident. Who was standing there? Where did it happen?
And Officer Sporl's response?
The shift commander's office.
And your next question?
Who was the shift commander?
And his response?
I don't know.
Okay. I want you to look a little bit further down. Your next one of your questions is, was it Korth? Could you identify Officer Sporl's response?
Sir, I don't know.
What did you do after receiving a non-committal response from Officer Sporl?
There's only 4 other supervisors that it could have been on the night shift. All right. So I basically read off each one of those names and asked them, was it any one of those supervisors?
Okay. Page 75, middle of the page, there's a question that begins, was it? Could you read that question?
Was it Lieutenant Korth?
And Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you interpret Officer Sporl's responses to be to your questions that you asked him, identified on pages 74 and 75, the range that we just encountered?
Again, with almost every other previous question, he did not commit. He was evasive. He forced Lieutenant Gary and myself to rephrase the question and ask it over and over again before he'd finally give us a truthful answer.
Okay. Could you turn to page 83? Lieutenant Gehring says to Officer Sporl, you've got a stellar background. Could you read that statement into the record? That full statement?
You've got a stellar background. You can't tell me that this would have been acceptable in the military.
And Officer Sporl's response?
No, sir.
And your next question, could you read that?
You would have been all over one of your guys.
And his response?
Yes, sir.
And your next question?
You would have come across the table.
And Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir. I apologize. It's tough when they're your friends.
And your response?
I said, I know.
And his response?
It's so honestly that it's tough when they're your friends.
Looking at the interviews, what do you interpret Paul Sporl's statements to mean to you as the investigator?
He's apologizing for protecting his friends, for not being truthful and forthcoming, because Casey Mosaic and Lieutenant Brester were his close friends.
You indicated Lieutenant Brester, is that correct?
Correct.
Lieutenant Brester is...
I apologize. Lieutenant Korth.
Thank you. Page 84. Lieutenant Gehring, middle of the page. Could you read in the question beginning, what's?
What's the number one thing in law enforcement that you have?
And Officer Sporl's response?
Honesty, sir.
Did you identify Officer Sporl's next question, or excuse me, Lieutenant Gehring's next question?
Including the military?
And Officer Sporl's response?
Your word.
And Lieutenant Gehring's next question?
Right, your integrity. What happens once you've lost that?
And what is Officer Sporl's response?
You lose everything, sir.
What did you interpret Officer Sporl's response to mean?
That he understood the ramifications for not being truthful and honest. That if you're not truthful and honest during this, that you potentially might not be employed.
Officer Sporl in this interview provides excuses that he was scared, that he was stressed. What did you interpret his excuses as?
They can be legitimate reasons because it can be a stressful time, but every other officer that we interviewed eventually provided us truthful and honest responses. But as he's apologizing for his friends, those are usually statements that you hear for a police officer trying to accept responsibility for some sort of actions for violating some sort of policy.
Just turn to page 86. Officer Sporl gives a closing comment. I don't want you to read all of it into the record, but if you look down, there's a line on the left side that begins, "Want to be a cop." Could you read could you read beginning at the end of that sentence? Beginning, "Sir, yeah."
Sir, yeah, some of that stuff about mocking and stuff, it's tough to swallow. And when you're taught, when you're telling it about your friends, like you said, yes, sir, this is the first time that I've been in this situation, and I know you're gonna brief the chief, and whatever happens, I'll take responsibility for it. But in the end, yeah, that it's, tough to kind of sit there and, yeah, you gotta say stuff, it's your friends.
As it relates, and could you keep reading, actually?
It's not an excuse. I agree. That's why, I told you everything at the end, especially after you guys left. Came back in, and like you said, I didn't put myself here. You didn't put me here. They put me here.
Okay. When you heard that information from Officer Sporl, what did you interpret that to mean?
I'm hoping now that he's starting to take some acceptance and realize, that he wasn't honest. And this, to me, this is an apology for not being truthful and honest to us. For him to start taking responsibility for his actions.
Okay. I want to take you to the January 29 interview. During the January 29 interview, do you recall Paul Sporl informing the investigators that he was aware of and understood the standards of conduct?
Yes.
And Paul Sporl was obligated as part of this interview to tell the truth and provide complete information?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like you to turn to page 67.
Kyle, do you also have some indication of where that is on the disc?
Correct. Ready?
Yep.
On page 67, the top of that page starts at that's 46 seconds. The witness interview portion of this interview starts at approximately 1 hour 13 minutes.
Thank you.
At the bottom of page 67, did you read that question?
What about JBNA, or a version of that? You know what that? Do you know what that?
And what is Officer Sporl's response?
He corrected me because I mispronounced the acronym. He corrected me and said JNBN, sir.
And your next question?
JNBN, yes.
And Officer Sporl's response to you?
I think that's what, yes, sir.
And your next question?
What does that stand for?
And what does Officer Sporl say?
Just N-word being an N-word.
Lieutenant Wesley, what's the N-word?
Nigger.
Lieutenant Wesley, what's your next question?
And who have you heard using that?
And what's Officer Sporl's response?
Korth.
Were you able to confirm that Officer Sporl had heard Lieutenant Korth utilize the term JNBN involving Officer Walker?
Yes, because he told us later that he was with Lieutenant Korth when Lieutenant Korth referred to Officer Aaron Walker as acting like a JNBN.
Just turn to page 74. There's a question from you that begins, okay, okay. Did you read that question?
Okay. Officer Walker. Anybody refer to Officer Walker using the N-word or to your knowledge, JNBN, just JNBN?
And could you identify Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir, Lieutenant Korth.
And could you identify your next question?
Refer to him as the N-word or JNBN?
And Sporl's response?
JNBN, sir.
And could you identify your next question?
And how did he do that?
And Officer Sporl's response?
He said sometimes Walker acts like a JNBN.
All right. Is standing alone, if Officer Sporl is telling you that, look, Lieutenant Korth said to him, sometimes Walker acts like a JNBN, is that a comment about Officer Walker by Lieutenant Korth in your mind?
Absolutely.
Is that a racial comment about Officer Walker from Lieutenant Korth?
There's no way anybody can take that other than a racial comment about an African-American person.
Was this the first time that you were apprised from Officer Sporl that Lieutenant Court had made a racial comment involving Officer Walker?
Yes, I believe so.
Earlier, I'd asked you about a comment, a question that you had asked of Officer Sporl involving whether Casey had made a derogatory comment involving Arturo. Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn to page 76? You asked a question at the top of page 76, beginning everybody's. Could you read that question?
Everybody's waiting for their car, okay? The wall. Officer Walker, Officer Saris, Officer Danton are there along with others. And the afternoon shift is coming in, and radio broadcast goes out, and Officer Arturo answers at a traffic stop, suspicious vehicle, something like that. And Officer Mosaic makes a comment to the group, you guys are standing out there. Oh, great, we hired another one of those guys. Remember something like that?
What's Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you turn back to the December 28, 2016 interview, moving all the way back to page 37. You want to keep your finger on page 76 of Exhibit 4.
Got it.
Okay, page 37. You were asked earlier about the statement that Officer Sporl said, excuse me, about your question involving, have you ever heard Casey make a comment about Arturo, about we hired another one of those guys? And Officer Sporl's response to you there?
No, sir, and then responding nothing like that, and again, he responds, no, sir.
And then you ask him another question. Could you read that next question on page 37?
Nothing out on the wall where you guys, nothing out at the wall, you're standing a couple of officers down from him?
And what's Sporl's response to you?
No, sir.
And your next comment?
If I could have just a second. The wall, what's that reference to? I'm confused by it.
The wall is the eastern brick wall of the Green Bay Police Department that faces the parking lot where all the squad cars are. So as the shifts change, the oncoming shift goes out in anticipation of getting into a squad car and going on the patrol duties. But because they have to wait for the ending shift to come in and bring squads, there's usually 10, 15 minutes on every shift where the officers hang out and wait for squad cars to come in, and that's referred to as the wall.
And there's a lot of exchange there?
Yes,
a lot of times.
yes, yes.
What's Officer Sporl's answer to your question involving banters going back and forth?
Not that I've heard of, no, sir.
After, on page 76 of the January 29 interview, after Sporl tells you, yes, sir, could you read your next statement?
Tell me about that.
What's Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir. Standing out there, he says, oh, great, we hired another one of those guys. And what I inferred from that was the radio chatter, and I guess the way that he said stuff on the radio. Didn't understand him that well. And this kind of goes back to the stuff I was talking about in my first interview with radio discipline and the radio. And then there's a blank and then ask.
Could you read your next question?
How do you get that opinion, Paul, when somebody says, oh, great, we hired another one of those? And he responded, because I think that the traffic stop was Madison, and whatever was the cross street that didn't cross. So it was kind of like one of those, we hired somebody that doesn't know where they're at right now.
Could you turn to page 77? You asked him the question when he said the comment. Could you read that question?
When he said the comment, oh, great, we hired another one of those, do you think that was a racial comment?
Now, is that question related back to Arturo? Related to the question you were just asking him about Arturo?
Correct, same line of questioning.
And Officer Sporl's response?
Yes, sir.
And did you read the question beginning, are you telling me?
Are you telling me that because that's the answer you think I want to hear? Or do you believe that, Paul? I know you're friends, and I know this isn't easy.
And Officer Sporl's response?
No, I believe that, sir.
All right. As it relates to the information that Officer Sporl provided to you on December 28, 2016, and the information he was providing to you here on January 29, 2017, did you formulate an opinion as to whether Officer Sporl complied with your directives issued to him during the December 28, 2016 interview?
No, he did not.
What do you mean, no, he did not?
Because we had asked him specifically if Officer Casey Mosaic had made that comment, and he said that he didn't. Now he's admitting to us that it was said.
Now, my question to you is, did you form an opinion as to whether he complied with your directive? Did he comply with your directive?
No, he didn't.
Page 79. Who's Officer Stanton?
Officer Stanton is a night shift officer, shorter, stout guy, red hair. He's been on night shift his entire career, which would be, he came on, I think, when I came on, so he's probably got 28, 29 years.
So he's one of the more senior persons on night shift?
I believe he is the most senior officer on night shift.
On page 79, there's a question that you state where it begins, were you in? Could you read that question?
Were you in? I'm not sure I asked you this question or not last time. Were you in the locker room? It was probably in October or November. It wasn't that long ago. Or did you hear about this if you weren't there? Did you hear about this Officer Stanton going up to Officer Mosaic and telling him to shut the fuck up?
What's Officer Sporl's response?
Who?
I want to go back to that statement of who, but could you read on the top of page 80, could you read your next statement?
I say Officer Stanton, Brian Stanton, because Officer...
And Officer Sporl's response?
He interrupts the question. He says, I heard about that, sir.
And your response to him?
Tell me, were you there?
And Officer Sporl's response?
I don't think I was in the locker room when it happened, sir.
All right. Do you know Officer Brian Stanton?
Yes, I do.
The statement, shut the fuck up, is that a common statement that you hear throughout the department?
Between police officers?
Correct.
No, it's not.
Now, you're the investigator in this matter here. What was your understanding of the locker room incident that had occurred involving Officer Stanton and Officer Masiak?
We had previously learned through other witness officers that during the course of this night shift investigation, as we were bringing officers in and interviewing them, I believe Chief Smith had addressed the night shift at roll call on one of the evenings, and after a night shift, Casey Mosaic was in the locker room, and he was pretty vocal and basically denouncing and saying derogatory things about Officer Stephanie Danton and the cause of the investigation.
And what was Officer Stanton's statement to Officer Masiak?
The information we had is officers, it was at the end of the shift, the officers were putting their uniforms up and getting ready to go home for the night. Officer Stanton walked up to Officer Casey Mosaic and told him to shut the fuck up.
What tone is your understanding that Officer Stanton made that comment in?
This wasn't locker room banter. This is the senior officer going up to a junior officer, basically putting him in his place and just telling him, enough, shut up.
Was this a raised voice?
I don't remember if it was raised voice. I can't answer that.
Okay. Did Officer Sporl ultimately remember the incident?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Now, Officer Sporl first indicates to you, in response to your very first question to him about this incident, on the bottom of page 79, what was his answer again?
Who?
Did you learn that Officer Sporl had discussed that incident with anyone after the incident occurred?
Yes, he did.
And do you know who he discussed it with?
After the incident occurred, he discussed it with Officer Kendall Herwold, I think.
And do you know if he discussed it with anyone else?
And then that was immediately after the incident happened. And then when the shift was over, as the officers were walking out into the lot, he had a discussion with Officer Casey Masek about that comment.
For the commission's purposes, page 79 begins at approximately 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 11 seconds into the interview.
2 hour, what was it again, please?
2 hours, 7 minutes, and 11 seconds.
Okay, thanks.
And page 74, although it's somewhat intertwined with the information from page 67, that page begins at 1 hour, 57 minutes, and 50 seconds. Lieutenant Wesley?
Yes.
Just to make sure that we have a clear record for those who were named in the prior interview. There was a situation involving information provided to Officer Sporl by who he thought at the time was Timmy Eichel. Do you remember that?
Correct, that was back on the December 28th interview where I asked him, who did he hear the information referenced Officer Danton going up on a call and basically inflamed the situation, and he said he didn't know, he couldn't remember, and I went down the roster and read off every one of them. Ultimately, after reading off all those names, he told me that was Officer Tim Eichel.
Did he later change his answer to you?
Yes, at the end of this interview, he changed his answer. He said it wasn't Officer Tim Eichel. I believe he said it was Officer Walbert, Officer Nick Walbert.
Thank you. Lieutenant Wesley?
Can I clarify just one more thing to make my testimony complete in this locker room incident?
Please.
When I had asked him if he recalled this locker room incident and asked him who said, shut the fuck up, he says, who? And I asked, he said he heard about it. And I says, tell me, were you there? And he responded, I don't think I was in the locker room when it happened, sir. And then I asked, okay, you don't think, or? And then he responds, excuse me. And I says, because I remember that if Keith would go up and go get somebody and say, shut the fuck up, I would remember that. So do you think you were in the locker room or you weren't in the locker room? And he responds, if it happened in the locker room, then and I continue my thing, or any other place, because again, I have to phrase my questions, or any other place, I don't want to mince words, sure. Was it in the doorway, or was it in the locker room? Was it in the building at 307 South Adams Street? Do you remember an officer, any officer, going up to Officer Masek and telling him to shut the fuck up? And now he changes his story. I remember hearing it, sir. Like, okay, tell me what you heard and why an officer would go up to Officer Masek and tell him that. And that's when he gives up. He says, I was in the corner locker room.
That's page.
Page 80, I'm sorry.
Page 8.
Okay, so it's before.
Lieutenant Wesley, could you turn to page 8, or excuse me, Exhibit 8? Can you identify the document marked as Exhibit 8?
This is a Green Bay Police Department Policy 606, and it's titled Brady Material Disclosure.
Is this policy kept by the department in the normal course of business?
Yes, it
Are you
is.
familiar with this policy?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with this policy?
This is a policy that requires the chief of police to provide any exculpatory information about an officer's integrity or character in criminal matters to the district attorney.
What else does this policy require of you?
It also directs personnel named by the chief of police to periodically examine the personnel files or the internal affairs files of any officers who might be material witnesses in criminal cases that have been determined to contain Brady information.
So, can you explain for the commission what that responsibility entails that you just outlined for them to review files?
To go in there and to make sure that their personnel files, including background investigations or anything that the officer has provided, is true and accurate and is honest.
Have you been asked by Chief Smith to do that during your career?
Yes, Lieutenant Gary and myself have.
Okay. And under the circumstances, when have you been asked to review the personnel file of an officer?
numerous times, and it's usually when an officer doesn't make it through our field training program, or is let go, or is fired. And the reason for that is for us to go back. And is there something that we missed? Is there something in here during our hiring process with the officers? Is there something that we failed to catch? Is there something we can make better for the next officer that we hire?
Were PSD investigators given any specific instructions from Chief Smith involving Officer Paul Sporl under Brady Policy 606?
Yes, Chief Smith directed us to take a look at Paul Sporl's personnel file, specifically his background investigation, to see if there was anything in there that was missed.
Do you remember when that occurred?
This would have been probably that day when District Attorney Dave Lassay issued the Brady letter in Paul Sporl's name.
Now, this was not the first Brady letter that was issued by District Attorney Lassay last year, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other circumstances where Brady letters were issued to an officer, where you were asked to, or where the PSD was asked to review the personnel files of that officer?
Yeah, I think Officer Mike Janecourt, I actually had done his background. He got hired years prior, and I think we actually went back and looked at Officer Mike Ron's information.
Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 9?
This is a letter from the Office of District Attorney David Lassay from Brown County dated July 26, 2007, addressed to Chief Andrew Smith, and it's reference Officer Sporl. This would be the Brady letter that we talked about.
Have you seen this letter before?
Yes, I have.
What is your understanding is the purpose of this letter?
This is a letter from the District Attorney to the Chief of Police, letting him know that he's reviewed both of our interviews with Officer Sporl, and he believes that Officer Sporl did not give factual, truthful, honest information, and that there be times, because he's now a Brady impaired officer, that there's times that District Attorney Dave Lassay might not use him during criminal cases.
Did you have any discussion with District Attorney Lassay about whether he should or should not issue a Brady letter about Officer Paul Sporl?
No, that's not my place to do that.
After this letter was issued, do you know if there was any other information provided to District Attorney Lassay involving Paul Sporl in the night shift investigation?
Reference that specific investigation?
Correct.
I think there was a laudermill that was done, and I think a copy of that laudermill with Paul Sporl was also provided to the District Attorney.
Okay. Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 5? My apologies for having you bounce around, but actually, let me have you identify the document quickly marked as Exhibit 10. Could you identify that document from a timeline standpoint? This makes better sense.
This is a letter from the Chief of Police dated July 31st, 2017, addressed to Officer Paul Sporl, placing him on administrative leave.
Now could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 5?
This is a copy of a letter from Chief Smith dated August 7th, 2017, addressed to Officer Sporl, notifying him of the laudermill hearing.
Are you familiar with this letter? Have you seen it before?
Yes.
Was there a laudermill hearing that actually occurred with Chief Smith and Officer Sporl?
Yes.
Did you attend that hearing?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know if that hearing was recorded?
Yes, it was.
Did you watch that hearing?
Yes, I watched it live.
What do you mean you watched it live?
We watched it live in Professional Standards Division. All of us watched. Lieutenant Gehring, Lieutenant Allen, and I believe Captain Balza, all four of us watched it live as Chief Smith conducted it.
What was the purpose of the laudermill hearing?
The laudermill hearing is basically an officer's last chance to give any other testimony. Is there anything we missed during the investigation? What say you about the charges and the allegations?
What were the subjects of the August 7, 2017 laudermill hearing What was the subject matter covered with Officer Sporl? I.e., what were the offenses that were addressed?
His involvement in sending out the derogatory NDT messages.
Now, you participated in that Loudermill hearing by watching it remotely.
Correct.
What was the reason you watched the Loudermill hearing?
He had been dishonest and not forthcoming 2 times that we had interviewed him, and we were there to confirm that now he's speaking with the chief of police to see if he was going to be honest and forthright with the chief of police.
Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 6? Excuse me. Yep, Exhibit 6.
This is a transcription of that Loudermill hearing conducted with Chief Smith and Officer Sporl and his attorney, Attorney Cermelli, on that date.
And do you know the date offhand that that hearing may have occurred?
No, it's not on the top. I would say that it was probably the exact same date as that letter. That would be the normal practice, which would have been August 7th, 2017.
There is a copy of the recording available for the commission if they wish to watch it. For purposes of, again, expediency, I'd like to refer to the transcription. The Loudermill hearing in and of itself is not very long. It's approximately 20 minutes or so long. But there are some specific issues that we'd like to identify from that using the
Okay,
transcription.
and again, we have that on our disc.
You do, correct.
Oh, it's on the disc.
It is on the disc. All of the recordings that are marked as exhibits are on the disc, except for the recording of an interview from Exhibit 28 involving the Dallas PD.
Oh, okay.
I apologize. Did you indicate who prepared the transcription?
Our same PSD secretary that had prepared the previous transcriptions.
Have you read this transcription before?
Yes,
Do you believe it reflects accurately the interview that you watched?
yes.
Okay. You had indicated that you watched the Loudermill hearing to determine what, based upon your knowledge of the information in the December 28, January 29 interviews, did you formulate any opinion as to whether Officer Sporl was honest during this interview?
It was obvious to us that he wasn't truthful the first time, 2 times we interviewed him, and now he's speaking with the chief of police. And there were at least 3 particular things during this Loudermill that we felt he was not being honest about.
Is there anything that stands out to you in particular that you could point us to?
I'm reading on page 6. I think Officer Sporl is talking to the chief about Kittner's Park, the Washington Street incident where Lieutenant Korth did the Walker walk. And Officer Sporl is giving the chief the reason that he had heard about this incident. And I'm just going to read towards the bottom. This is Sporl talking. I don't know what he was talking about, the Kittners, and he kept going back to it, meaning me. So when I said maybe twice in there, that's what I meant. It was the BP. And this time, somebody told me about Kittner's, but I didn't see him do it at Kittner's Pub. So that's where that maybe twice came in.
What did you interpret his statement to mean based upon the information you received from Officer Sporl during the December 28, 2016 interview?
That was a lie to the chief of police. We had an officer who told us in a confidential interview that Sporl was there. We had, during our interview with Officer Sporl, he told us it was an incident at Kittner's. We didn't know Kittner's. We just knew it was Washington Street. And then during the previous interview, he told us that he was the one who said the phrase, "Hey, have you seen Korth's rendition of the Walker Walk?" And then he told us that's one of the incidences where he heard Korth making the monkey sound.
So either Officer Sporl was telling you something that was false during the December 28 interview or during this interview, correct?
At some point, he's not being honest. I mean, we have so many different stories here.
Okay. So going back to the first instance, could you turn to page 7?
Okay?
Officer Sporl, during the December 28 interview, indicated that he was aware of the Walker Walk approximately 4 to 5 times. He's then asked by who in this interview? Who's asking him questions?
Attorney Cermelli.
And who is Attorney Cermelli?
At that time, that was his attorney,
Okay.
Officer Sporl's attorney.
Okay. As it relates to this information involving the number of times as communicated to the Chief of Police, did you formulate an opinion as to whether Officer Sporl was honest with you?
He wasn't. He's, again, given his excuse to the Chief of Police, and he's not being honest to the Chief.
Okay, could you explain the reason for that opinion?
I think it's on page 7, where Sporl is saying, the reason I said the 4 to 5 times was because the 2 times were brought up to my knowledge, one at the BP gas station and the other Kittner's one. And then I heard the other officer say that he had done it on other calls at least 3 to 4 other times. So that's where my answers for 4 to 5 times of knowing he did it came from, because I'd known or heard from somebody else that he had done it, or I'd seen it for myself. So that's the 4 or 5 times.
All right. To your knowledge, based on information Officer Sporl had provided to you in the December 28 and January 29 interviews, how many times did you believe that Officer Sporl had seen the Walker Walk?
He told us of 4 times.
Could you explain those 4 times?
Well, the one was Kittner's with the Washington Street. One was the BP gas station that we didn't know about. One was the shift commander's office, where he kind of committed, well, he stood up and pushed his belly out and stuff like that. And then he forgot when he's talking to the chief, he forgot about the very specific and detailed incident at East High, where it was just Lieutenant Korth and Officer Sporl meeting side by side, talking about Officer Walker. He forgot that, or he lied, or he omitted it, or he wasn't truthful.
So your understanding was he had seen it 4 to 5 times,
Absolutely.
and he was now saying to the chief he didn't.
Based upon what he told us 4 or 5 times, but he's telling the chief only twice.
Do you recall the last reason why you believe that he may have been untruthful during that Laudermill hearing?
I think the third component was the locker room incident with Officer Stanton that I kind of already talked about, trying to find it here.
It's on page 11. You need to refresh your memory.
Okay, so halfway through the page, Sporl. Okay, actually, I'm going to start at the top where his attorney Cermelli says later, and they're addressing the chief of police. Later on, you said you remember hearing about it, referring to the locker room incident. And Sporl says, mm-hmm. And attorney Cermelli says, and then you were present standing in the corner of the locker room. And Sporl responds, yes. Attorney Cermelli says, all right, can you explain that discrepancy? And Sporl says, yes. So as you know, Chief, you were in and out of the locker room all the time when you were changing. This was after work, so you know, I'm going into evidence real quick to do whatever. I'm utilizing the latrine, okay? And I'm always in and out of the locker room. I remember the incident happening, but you know, like I said, everybody's changing. And for somebody yelling and, you know, saying this and that in the locker room after a workout, it's nothing that sticks out in somebody's mind or, you know, forever engraved. So I do remember the incident, but it was at the time where, you know, I was like, I don't know if I was in the locker room. I was in, I was out, I was doing that, but I remembered the incident. So that's where the discrepancy comes in my answers, because I was trying again to provide the most accurate information, because like I said, it didn't stick in my mind. It wasn't one of those events that I can go back to and say, yep, for sure this. You know, it happened. It happened all the time, for people are yelling and talking and doing anything like that.
Why do you believe that he was untruthful to the chief of police?
Because in the middle of all that, he says it's not something that sticks in your mind, it's not something that's engraved. For one, he admits that he's there after saying he wasn't and who. And then if this wasn't a significant event, one officer walking up to another officer and telling him to shut the fuck up, why would he go up and single out another officer in that locker room and ask him, hey, what was that about? And then why would he go up to Officer Casey Mosaic in the parking lot and asked Casey Mosaic what that was about, if he didn't witness this and didn't realize that this was a serious event. So we took that as not being truthful to the chief.
All right, Lieutenant Wesley, could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 11?
This is a letter from Chief Smith dated February 6, 2018, and it's directed to District Attorney David Lissay.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to identify Exhibits 12 and 13 as well, and then provide us with explanation. Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 12?
It is the exact same letter, I believe, but it is addressed to Assistant United States Attorney William Roach.
Okay. And do you recall if there was any difference in the letter to Attorney Roach as compared to Attorney Lissay?
I'm fairly confident that they are pretty close to the same letter. Yes, they are the same letter.
There's a slight difference. The letter to Attorney Roach includes a reference to a night shift investigation, which is not present in Attorney Lissay's letter. Is that correct?
The letter to Attorney Roach includes 3 separate investigations. The letter to District Attorney David Lissay is only referenced 2 investigations.
And for clarity's sake, could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 13?
Exhibit 13, I believe, is the same letter addressed to the City Attorney, Vanessa Chavez, and it includes just 2 additional internal investigations.
Okay. So what is the purpose of these 3 letters? Or, let me rephrase it. Have you seen these 3 letters before today?
Yes, I have.
And in what context did you see those letters?
I was directed by the chief to, per policy 606 Brady disclosure, to now provide to the city attorney and the district attorneys 2 additional internal investigations involving Officer Paul Squirrel that contained exculpatory evidence. They had already previously had the night shift investigation. So the exhibit that went to the U.S. Attorney's Office, which is Exhibit 12, they had not previously had the night shift investigation, so that's why there's 3 investigations, internal investigations, included in this letter.
You've seen those letters before?
Yes, I have.
What did you do with those letters?
Chief Smith directed me to take these letters along with the actual reports from these investigations and all the video of the interviews, and with him deliver it. We delivered it to Assistant U.S. Attorney Roach's office, and then we delivered a set to City Attorney Vanessa Chavez's office.
To your knowledge, has District Attorney Lissay modified his letter that he issued to Chief Smith on July 26, 2017 in any form?
I have no information of that.
Okay. Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 14?
This is a letter from City Attorney Vanessa Chavez addressed to Chief Andrew Smith dated March 5th, 2018. And it's a letter about Brady impaired officers and how they would not be used in a municipal prosecution.
Okay. Could you read the very last sentence of that letter? Above, in the second to last paragraph. So in the paragraph beginning, although, there's a sentence in the last sentence. The last sentence, could you read that?
Starting with although?
In the paragraph beginning, although, could you read the last sentence of the letter?
As a result, the law department will not offer witness testimony from a Brady impaired officer.
All right. Have you seen this letter before today?
Yes, I have.
And have you discussed this letter with anyone before today from the Professional Standards Division?
Yes, Chief Smith gave us this letter.
Yeah. Have you discussed it with anyone in the Professional Standards Division?
Yes.
Is this letter kept by the Professional Standards Division?
Yes, this is kept. The Professional Standards Division handles the updates on the department's policies and procedures.
Has the department taken any action in response to this letter?
Yes, I believe this exact letter was emailed out to all officers, and then it was incorporated and updated as part of our current Brady Disclosure Policy 606.
Lieutenant Wesley, were you involved in the background investigation of Paul Squirrel?
Yes.
And to what extent were you involved in the background investigation?
Lieutenant Gehring and I both were involved in that, and Lieutenant Allen.
What types of activities did you engage in that investigation?
Basically, looking at Officer Squirrel's personnel file, specifically the hiring background report that was prepared upon him back in 2015.
Did you participate in any interviews during that investigation?
Yes, I did.
I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 24. Did you ever travel to Hortonville during that investigation?
Yes, we did.
How many times did you go to Hortonville?
I believe 3 or 4.
Okay. Did you have any contact with any Village of Hortonville employees while you were there?
Yes, we visited the Hortonville Police Department.
What was the purpose of visiting the Hortonville Police Department?
To verify a traffic citation that Officer Sporl had received before he was an officer from a Hortonville police officer in 2011.
What information did you obtain, meaning documents? Did you obtain any documents from the Hortonville Police Department?
Specifically, we were looking for the police report and a copy of the citation that I received from 2011.
Okay. Was there anything else that you were seeking from an evidentiary standpoint from Hortonville?
Yes, the citation was for, I believe, unreasonable or imprudent speed, and we were seeking the in-squad video that was captured during this incident that was referenced in that police report.
What was the reason that you wanted the in-squad video?
Well, because the officer who had written the citation to Officer Sporl in his police report had put in the narrative portion that he attempted to pull over Officer Sporl and 2 other motorcyclists who were speeding in his jurisdiction.
Were you able to determine whether an in-squad video still existed?
No, they had changed locations for their police department, and numerous CDs or pieces of evidence had been misplaced and they hadn't located them yet.
Did you have any contact with any Village of Hortonville Police Department employees while you were there?
Yeah, so when we were down there inquiring about this video, the administrative assistant or the secretary at the front window, Julie Shu, as we were asking about this, she volunteered to us, and she says, "Oh my gosh, I remember that incident specifically."
Did you have a discussion with her?
Yes, and basically we're like, "What did you remember? Can you verify? Was just a simple speeding thing, or was it more of a fleeing officers?"
Looking at Exhibit 24, could you identify that exhibit, please?
This is a transcript of the conversation that myself and Lieutenant Tamiring had with Julie Shu on November 16th, 2017.
Now, when you were going to the police department that day, did you have any knowledge that Julie Shu had observed that incident?
None. Didn't know her, didn't know there was a witness.
Were you able to record the entire conversation with her?
Yes, I did.
From the beginning of your first interaction with her at Hortonville, did you record that entire interaction, or did you turn on the recorder at some point during your discussion with her?
No, we turned on the recorder once we determined, when she told us that she remembered this incident even from years prior.
Okay. And in looking at the document that's in Exhibit 24, have you reviewed that document previously?
Yes, I have.
Does that reflect an accurate summary of the recording that you have reviewed?
Yes, it does.
And have you reviewed that recording?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. A copy of that recording is available for the commission in your CD. Just for authentication purposes, again, could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 25, Lieutenant Wesley?
This is a transcript of a conversation that Lieutenant Gearing and myself had on speakerphone from my office with, at that time, it would have been Hortonville Officer Jack Kleeman. He was the officer that actually saw Officer Sporl and 2 of his friends speeding through his community on motorcycles and wrote out the citation to Officer Sporl.
When did you have that discussion with Officer Kleeman? And if you don't recall,
I don't recall. It would have been shortly after our conversation with Julie Shu.
Okay. And as it relates to that discussion with Officer Kleeman, had you had any contact with Officer Kleeman prior to this discussion with him?
Yes. I believe I had talked to him by phone. I don't know if it was I talked to him by phone and he said he remembered this incident very well, but he still, because he was no longer an officer at Hortonville. So he wanted to know if I could email him the police report to refresh his recollection before he discussed it with me. So I think I emailed him the report, and then we had this conversation.
Have you read this transcription before?
Yes.
And with regard to the transcription prepared for Julie Shu, who prepared that transcription?
Our same PSD secretary.
And who prepared this transcription?
Our same PSD secretary.
And do you believe that this reflects an accurate recollection of your review of that discussion with Mr. Kleeman?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
That recording is also available on our CD.
It is. All right. Lieutenant Wesley, you were involved in the internal investigatory interview of Officer Sporl involving his MDT messages, correct?
That's correct.
And was Officer Sporl disciplined as a result of his MDT messages?
Yes, the chief sustained policy violations, and he was given a 2-day suspension.
Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 31? Excuse me, the document marked as Exhibit 33.
This is a letter from Chief Smith addressed to Officer Sporl dated September 19th, 2017, and is referenced discipline letter, and it's addressed to Officer Paul Sporl.
Have you seen that letter before today?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And are you familiar with the discipline issued to Paul Sporl?
Absolutely.
Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 34? Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 34?
This is an in-house computer printout of our Lexipol policy, which is our entire policy and procedures manual. So this is a computer printout where it shows what officers are issued what citations and when they acknowledge, or I'm sorry, when officers are issued policies, the date that it was issued, and the date that they acknowledge accepting and reading the policy.
Permission to approach the witness.
It's your witness.
Thank you. Yeah. Good. I just wanted to make certain that the dates were accurate, or were clear on there. As it relates to Policy 606, does this document identify that Paul Sporl was issued and acknowledged receipt of that policy?
Yes, it was issued on January 19th, 2017, and he acknowledged receipt of it on January 30th, 2017.
The Department Standard of Conduct, which policy is that?
I believe 320.
Okay. Has Paul Sporl previously acknowledged to you that he is aware of Policy 320, Standards of Conduct?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's on here, but I know that he's acknowledged it.
Okay. And with regard to the Standards of Conduct, could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 35?
Excuse me, one more question on this. Just to be clear, the acknowledgement date is not just the date you acknowledge receiving it, that's a confirmation that you have reviewed the policy?
Well, when it's issued to an officer, it's through email, so the responsibility is on the officer because policies change or they're amended from time to time. So officers know that when they receive that, it's their responsibility to brief themselves on that policy. If they have any questions, seek clarifications, but they're supposed to click on that they've read and they understand it. And I believe there is a preamble that says, I acknowledge, receipt, and understand this policy, something to that effect.
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 35?
This is Green Bay Police Department Policy 320, Standards of Conduct.
Are you familiar with this policy?
Yes, I am.
As it pertains to this policy, Chief Smith has identified specific policies that he believes that Officer Sporl has violated based upon his conduct during the December 28 and January 29 investigatory interviews. I'd ask that have you discussed the policy violations with Chief Smith?
Yes.
And have you formulated your own opinion as to whether Paul Sporl complied with department policy?
Yes, he violated this standards of conduct policy.
Specifically, the charges reference policy 320.2 policy. Could you read that policy for us?
The continued employment or appointment of every member of the Green Bay Police Department shall be based on conduct that reasonably conforms to the guidelines set forth herein. Failure to meet the guidelines set forth in this policy, whether on duty or off duty, may be cause for disciplinary actions.
What does that policy mean to you?
That means the simplest sense, some of the guidelines that are set forth for all police officers is you have to be honest and cooperate in internal investigations and be truthful.
What happens if you violate policy?
You can be disciplined for it.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl knew that if he violated policy, that he could be disciplined?
Absolutely.
Do you believe that Paul Sporl knew that if he violated directives issued to him, that he could be disciplined?
Yes.
Okay. Could you identify policy 320.3 directives and orders? Could you read that policy?
Members shall comply with lawful directives and orders from any department supervisor or person in a position of authority absent a reasonable and bona fide justification.
Based upon the information that we've discussed today involving the night shift investigation interviews, do you believe that Paul Sporl complied with that policy?
Yes, I do.
Can you explain why you believe Paul Sporl complied with the policy? Do you believe that he complied with the policy?
No, he did not.
Thank you. Please listen to the question.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I know you've been on the witness stand for a long time. Let me start over. Was Paul Sporl's conduct in compliance with that policy?
No, it was not.
Please explain your reasoning for that.
If we go back to the December interview, he was giving directives and orders that he would be supposed to be truthful and honest and comply. The January 30th interview, he was also giving orders and directives to comply and be truthful and honest, and he was not.
Now, the policy contains an exception where the officer does not have to comply, where it indicates absent a reasonable and bona fide justification. Do you believe that a reasonable and bona fide justification existed?
No, it did not.
Was there any relaxation of the orders issued to him that would constitute a bona fide or reasonable justification?
No, it wasn't.
You identified policy 320.5 causes for discipline, specifically 320.5.1, laws, rules, and orders. Could you read subsections A and B, please?
Violation of or ordering or instructing a subordinate to violate any policy, procedure, rule, order, directive, requirement, or failure to follow instructions contained in department or city manuals, disobedience of any legal directive or order issued by any department member of a higher rank.
Have you formulated an opinion as to whether Paul Sporl complied with those policies on December 28, 2016 and January 29, 2017?
He did not comply.
Could you explain your reasoning why you came to that conclusion?
Not only was he given directives multiple times during the first interview and directives multiple times during the second interview, but it's also in our policy that he knows or should have known and acknowledged that he's supposed to cooperate.
If you turn to policy 320.5.8, performance, subsection C. Could you read that policy for us, sir?
Failure to participate in or giving false or misleading statements or misrepresenting or omitting material information to a supervisor or other person in a position of authority in connection with any investigation or in the reporting of any department-related business.
Have you formulated an opinion as to whether Paul Sporl complied with that directive based on his conduct during the December 28 and January 29 internal investigations?
He did not comply.
Could you please explain your reason for that?
Not only from the first interview and the second interview, but also the Laudermill with the chief of police. He was dishonest, not forthright, omitted, evasive, did not provide factual information in each one of those different interviews.
Could you turn the page to page 6 to policy 320.5.8 subsection I? Could you read that policy?
Any act on or off duty that brings discredit to this department?
Do you believe that Paul Sporl's conduct on December 28 and January 29 conformed to that policy?
Yes.
Is Paul Sporl, do you believe that Paul Sporl's conduct on December 28 and January 29, 2017 complied with that policy?
No, it did not.
Can you please explain your reasoning for that?
We're investigating, in my opinion, the most horrific thing that's ever happened, the biggest investigation in my 29 years, involving misconduct, bullying, racism. We've had officers suspended, resigned before being interviewed. We've had lawsuits paid out to officers. We've had a racial element to this. How can that not bring discredit to the Green Bay Police Department?
Did you identify the policy in 320.5.9N as in Nancy?
Any other on or off-duty conduct which any member knows or reasonably should know is unbecoming a member of this department, is contrary to good order, efficiency, or morale, or tends to reflect unfavorably upon this department or its members.
Did you formulate an opinion as to whether Paul Sporl complied with that policy?
He did not.
Can you identify your reasoning for that?
Because the dishonesty, all of the interviews, and all the work that went into his evasiveness and his answers, he should have known he is a police officer. Okay, he's a Green Bay police officer. He should have known that his core essential job functions are honesty and integrity, that he should have been honest to begin with. And he wasn't, and that is not in the good order or efficiency or even the morale of the police department. We have officers that they have different sides on this. Their morale, they still align themselves with Officer Brestwood, or Correction Officer Messiak, and Lieutenant Korth. So it has affected all of those things, including morale.
Did you identify the document marked as Exhibit 36?
Green Bay Police Department Policy and Procedure 101, it is the oath of office.
Now, did Paul Sporl take an oath of office when he became a police officer for the city of Green Bay?
Yes, he did.
And do you know which oath he took for the city of Green Bay?
I do not know specifically which one, but I know that there was an oath that was administered to him.
Okay. Within the statement of charges itself, there's an oath that's provided that contains Paul Sporl's signature. That oath is found in Appendix 2. The oath is the standard oath that is found in Policy 101.4 for that purpose. Lieutenant Weasley, I'm not going to ask you to take this oath, but could you read this oath since you've already taken an oath, correct?
Correct.
Could you read the oath that begins, "I, the undersigned, who have been elected"?
I, the undersigned, who have been elected or appointed to the Green Bay Police Department, but have not yet entered upon the duties thereof, swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin, and will faithfully discharge the duties of said office to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Assuming that's the same oath that Paul Sporl took, which, based on the document in Appendix 2, it likely is. Do you believe that Paul Sporl's conduct on December 28 and January 29 conformed to that oath?
They did not.
Can you explain why you believe that?
There is no way a police officer can support the Constitution of the State of Wisconsin and faithfully discharge his duties, which would include being fair to all citizens, including minorities, when he covers for his friends, when it's pertaining to covering up their racist behavior.
Now, Lieutenant Wesley, you're familiar with the concept of a Brady letter, correct?
I am.
Could you identify the document marked as Exhibit 37?
This is a standard job description in the city of Green Bay. It's originated from the Human Resources Department. It is dated September 28th, 2015. That was the date that Officer Sporl was hired by the Green Bay Police Department. It was signed by Paul Sporl. Two-page document.
Is it fair to say that this is his position description, his job description?
This is exactly, it's titled job description.
Yeah. Have you seen this job description before today?
Yes, I have.
Have you reviewed it?
Yes, I have.
Have you formulated an opinion as to whether Officer Sporl may be able to perform the full panoply of responsibilities as a sworn law enforcement officer?
Well, under the section essential functions, there are 16 essential, which means mandatory, okay? Not discretionary, they are essential. You have to be able to do these. Number 10 gives testimony in court. With a Brady letter, Officer Sporl cannot, in every case, give testimony in court. Seize and submit evidence. Obviously, any case that he's involved with where he's seizing and submitting evidence could possibly be in question on how much he seized, was there money missing, issue subpoenas, citations, and swear out warrants. He has to swear and affirm. Those are all potential things that could be exculpatory based upon the Brady letter.
Lieutenant Wesley, a few final questions. As it pertains to the standards of conduct that we talked about, truthfulness, obedience, becoming conduct, do you have an opinion as to whether those standards are reasonable for a law enforcement agency?
Yes, they are reasonable.
Could you explain why you believe they are reasonable for a law enforcement agency?
Every police department has those standards of conduct. That is the roadmap for behavior for all officers and how they conduct themselves. That ensures that we maintain the respect and trust of our community. That also ensures that the chief of police and officers can trust the actions of all police officers when they go out and handle calls and deal with citizens one-on-one.
Are you aware of any investigation? As a member of the PSD, are you aware of internal investigations going on in the department?
Yes, I am.
And you've served in the PSD for how long?
On and off, I believe, 7, 8 years.
How long under your most recent stint?
The last 3.
Okay. So did you predate Chief Smith's arrival?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Are you aware of any other investigation during Chief Smith's tenure involving a sworn law enforcement officer of this agency where there was a finding of untruthfulness by the chief of police and that officer remains employed by the City of Green Bay Police Department as a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, I'm not.
Are you aware of any other Brady impaired officer presently employed by the City of Green Bay Police Department as a sworn law enforcement officer?
No, I'm not.
As it pertains to your efforts to investigate Paul Sporl's conduct on December 28, 2016 and January 29, 2017, do you believe that this encompassed a reasonable effort to determine whether Paul Sporl engaged in wrongdoing?
I believe it did.
You indicated earlier that you reviewed these 2 interviews
Correct.
more than once.
Numerous times.
You participated in the August 7, 2017 Loudermill hearing remotely?
Correct.
And for what purpose again?
Verify that the information that Paul Sporl was giving the chief would be accurate and truthful.
Was Paul Sporl able to provide his side of the story during that Loudermill hearing?
Yes, he was.
Lieutenant Wesley, thank you.
Okay, before we go into cross, I think we'll take a quick break.
Sure.
If that's all right with you?
That'd be
Okay.
great.
All right.
Thank you.
We'll break until 5 minutes to.
Phil, any idea of length?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it might be about an hour.
An hour? Are we gonna be okay for your other witnesses?
District Attorney Lizette.
What time was he coming?
He's here.
He's here present.
We can take him out of order and I can cross later if you want to do that. However, whatever you prefer.
Okay,
I'll go
that's-
with whatever you guys want. I don't want to hang anyone up.
If that's right with you.
That's fine with me.
Okay.
Would you prefer to break still for a little bit?
Yeah, let's
Yeah, you still get to
let's
break.
still do a break, and then we'll switch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your hip, don't tell me your hips bother me. I don't want to hear that.
Oh, no, it's great.
Hey, Rob. Nice talking to the chief. After this is over, you tell him he brings this guy again, I'm going the other way. I don't care what the facts are. This guy is so redundant.
Oh,
Come on. So he knows about a Brady. I really think, you know, he said.
I'll pass it to the chief. Yep.
We watched the whole tape. I've heard from the headlights. It's a little redundant.
we don't need it.
You wore us out in December.
Hey, Joe. So, if we go a little longer this evening, and everyone's still done, let's say done.
Yeah.
I think we're on pace to get done tomorrow.
Oh, good.
But it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be a full day, 10 p.m. to 6:30, what I'm envisioning.
Okay.
But it may certainly be 9 a.m. to 4 or 5 on this, depending on his witnesses. Because tomorrow morning I'll probably have to carry on for 2 hours.
Oh, okay.
We're gonna do,
And the other 2 witnesses, hopefully an hour or so. And then the chief, hour and a
No,
half.
I think we can slide
And then
in.
he's.
Oh, they are.
Witnesses, so.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Good. So I just wanted to preface that if there's an interest, I'd like to do that to get done tomorrow, or get done by tomorrow.
Warren, any problem with staying a little later tonight?
I guess not, as long as the redundancy ends. It's a little redundant.
It's important to them.
I know it's important. I'm a fact finder.
We're gonna try to get you out of here tomorrow.
Yeah, I gotta go to a funeral of a good friend of mine, an attorney friend of mine died, Paul Scopter.
I'd like to leave.
Who?
Paul Scopter. He's Tim Aiken's partner.
Oh, okay.
Just being Aiken's partner, you should be rewarded for that.
So what time do you have to leave by?
What's that?
What time do you have to leave by tomorrow?
It's Friday.
Oh,
No, it's Friday mornings.
I was hoping to leave by 4:30.
I think we'll be in good shape to.
You have to leave by 4:30?
Well, do you think we got a good shot at 4:30 tomorrow?
I'm going to shoot for it.
I want to be in Sturgeon Bay by 5.
I don't blame you. I don't want to be in Sturgeon Bay by 5:30 too.
That's right.
Yeah.
On the bay. In the city.
How's the weather going to be? I haven't paid attention to anything.
It's been
so.
cool most of this week, but it's
No.
still pretty.
I'll tell you that Memorial Day was something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We don't think we've ever had that nice little morning.
Jim, where did you go on your trip?
Oh, to England and Scotland.
Nice.
It was pretty cool.
Nice.
But I drove while I was there, and that was kind of a rush. My wife almost
crazy.
killed me.
That's crazy.
So,
Ray, are you in town?
What high school kids are there?
Would you mind taking back?
Kyle thinks there's a possibility he's going to get this in tomorrow. Maybe even 4 or 5. I'm not so sure.
Is it Warren sure that's it?
Well, Warren couldn't resist making redundancy. I'm almost surprised when you get one on January 19th. Not that I'm not going to still read it.
Yeah, I would have thought we would have
start with the 19th and then back in and just say, that's contrary to this, that's
Yeah.
contrary to that, just boom, boom, boom.
Why do you think
But it's always easy sitting up here, let me tell you, you got that wealth of information in front of you, you're
it?
trying
I've
to put
just
it
never
together.
been a redundant person. One thing I learned
I
when I was,
babble.
when I was teaching is if you keep repeating yourself, the kids didn't listen the first time. If they knew you were only going to say it once.
No, they'll tend to listen.
Otherwise they'd say, she'll say it again.
Well, I'll try not to be redundant. Finding facts on this so far,
My method of teaching business communication was repetition.
depending on what we hear in defense of it. Right now, the issues are pretty clear with those falsehoods.
That's the one thing that kind of visited business law seminar. Right after lunch, the group that was given the next presentation thought they had to jazz things up a bit. So
I just clerked that.
is it meeting in the summer? Yeah. Maybe you're a lawyer or something like that. With you, it's in charge. Some people laugh, that's true. No, that's false. We charge by the soul. You never hear an attorney say somebody lied. They say they were disingenuous.
Disingenuous
You
or
never-
untruthful.
You never hear them say steal. They say misappropriate.
Oh, those guys are so funny.
Those days. Just kind of wish you'd go back to those, you know, wouldn't be so scary.
Attorney Gulia, if you want to call your next
I'm
witness.
offer to Dave because he's good. Yes, you wait, and you tell me. You're gonna have to tell me about this.
I got ahead of myself. Commissioner Roloff isn't back yet, so we'll have to wait a couple minutes until she returns.
For the record, we're going to have District Attorney David Lissay provide testimony, and then after District Attorney Lissay is finished testifying, Lieutenant Dave Weasley will go back to the witness stand for his cross-examination and redirect. At this time, we'll call Brown County District Attorney David Lissay.
All right, thank you. Mayor Lissay, join us up here. Attorney Lissay, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell it for the reporter.
David Lissay, L-A-S.
Attorney Lissay, who do you serve?
People of Brown County in the state of Wisconsin.
In what capacity do you serve the people of Brown County and the state of Wisconsin?
I am the elected district attorney for Brown County.
And how long have you served as district attorney?
I have been the district attorney since March of 2012.
And prior to serving as district attorney, in what capacity did you serve?
I was an assistant district attorney before that in 2 different stints, from 2002 to 2005, and then I returned to the DA's office in the fall of 2008. And I was an assistant district attorney until I was appointed in March of 2012.
In your role as district attorney, do you review prosecution decisions of your office?
I do.
And in what capacity do you review those decisions? How do you review those decisions?
It depends. I have cases that I handle myself, so those cases I will review the police reports and make the charging decisions. I also supervise the 15 other attorneys who work in our office, and for the most part, I don't directly supervise those decisions. We very regularly ask each other questions about cases, particularly challenging cases and more serious cases, so I have a lot of involvement in terms of advising the other attorneys in our office.
Who do final charging decisions rest with?
It really does depend on the prosecutor. Ultimately, I mean, it would be my responsibility at the end of the day. But I do, again, give great deference to the individual prosecutors within our office to make individual charging decisions.
Is it fair to say that your office relies on the efforts of the local police departments and the sheriff's department in the decision to prosecute criminal conduct?
The decision is ours, but the evidence that supports those decisions is provided by law enforcement agencies.
Okay. I'd like you to open up the exhibit book that's in front of you and turn to tab 9. It'd be the document that's behind tab 9. Can you identify the document in front of you behind tab 9?
That's a letter that I drafted to Chief Smith on July 26th of 2017, informing him of my review of the internal investigation involving Paul Sporl, and informing him that based on my review of that internal investigation, I believe that our office was required to disclose Paul Sporl as an officer who had engaged in untruthful conduct.
Now, by way of background, what is the duty to disclose information about Paul Sporl or any other officer? What is that duty?
There's a duty, basically, that all district attorney's offices must disclose exculpatory or potentially exculpatory information. Comes out of a series of different cases. So this letter might be referred to, or was referred to previously in testimony, as a Brady letter. So Brady is a case that, a U.S. Supreme Court case that establishes that the district attorney's office has an affirmative obligation to provide exculpatory information to the defendant in criminal cases. Giglio, which is a case that further interprets Brady, suggests that evidence or information that affects a state witness's credibility is information that must also be disclosed as exculpatory.
Who makes the decision to notify defense counsel of exculpatory evidence?
In my office, I do. If we have a situation that arises, particularly with an officer, where there's an instance of prior untruthful behavior by that officer, I'm the individual who makes that choice within our office, and then I indicate to our attorneys and staff that a particular officer had prior untruthful conduct that must be disclosed.
Do you have communications with the leaders of the local law enforcement agencies here in Brown County?
Yes, I attend the chief's meetings regularly, and also through that email listserv and regular phone and email communication.
Have you communicated any expectations to those leaders of local law enforcement agencies about what you expect of them when the law enforcement agency has identified concerns regarding a law enforcement officer's credibility?
Yes, I have. There was a memo I know that was issued probably back in 2014 or 2015 regarding that, and provided at a chief's meeting, and then just regular reminders as these issues come up. Unfortunately, some of them come up, some of them are displayed in the media, and they serve as reminders, and I speak about them at chief's meetings.
Who makes the final decision to issue what is called a Brady letter?
I do.
Were you contacted by the Green Bay Police Department about Officer Paul Sporl?
I was.
And do you remember who you were contacted by?
I am not sure if it was Lieutenant Wesley who first contacted me. It was, I believe, either Lieutenant Wesley or Chief Smith.
Did you receive information from the police department about Officer Paul Sporl?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what information you received from them?
I received various information at different times. There were a couple of overlapping investigations. Two different instances that come to mind are that the first time I saw Officer Sporl's name in the context of a disciplinary hearing or an internal hearing was involving the incident with Michael Ron, who was a law enforcement officer engaged in a use of force incident. Officer Sporl's name came up in that investigation, and then obviously it also came up within the context of the issue that they were having with the night shift officers, and I was provided with copies of his internal investigative interviews regarding the night shift issue, as well as, I believe, transcripts of those incidents.
Okay. Now, this letter is dated July 26, 2017. So prior to preparing that letter, what information did you consider in the preparation of that letter?
I reviewed the video recorded interviews from Officer Sporl prior to issuing this letter. I also had conversations with law enforcement, particularly with Lieutenant Wesley, with Lieutenant Gehring, with Lieutenant Allen, and with Chief Smith regarding the internal investigation into Officer Sporl's conduct, particularly the statements that he gave about, I believe, Lieutenant Korth primarily.
Okay. Do you remember what the investigatory interviews that you reviewed encompassed, what they were about?
Primarily, they were about what Officer Sporl had witnessed regarding that night shift incident or series of incidents. And again, the statements that were most troubling were Officer Sporl's testimony in those interviews about what he observed Lieutenant Korth doing or not doing, or saying or not saying.
Okay. Specifically, as it pertains to the information that you considered, would it be fair to say that you considered what is called the December 28, 2016 witness interview?
Correct, if that's the first of the two interviews with
Okay, so there were two interviews that you considered.
Correct.
And would the second be the January 29, 2017 interview?
Yes.
Do you remember how those interviews were provided to you? In what form? Did you come to the police department to review them, or were they provided to you?
They were provided to me, I believe on a USB stick.
Was there any other information related to the night shift investigation provided to you involving Paul Sporl that you recollect?
I know that I actually reviewed information regarding other officers in that same context regarding the night shift, so I would have been aware of interviews that other officers had given, particularly Officer Knudsen.
Were you provided any sort of written summary involving Paul Sporl's interviews?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yes, Lieutenant Wesley had created reports, and I believe, I'm not sure if Lieutenant Gehring did also, but I was given the investigative reports.
Okay. For the commission's purposes, Attorney Retko, is there a need to play for District Attorney Lissay the December 28 or January 29 interviews to prove that he watched them?
No.
Okay. You can stipulate to that.
I'll stipulate to that. I'm sure he watched it. He said he did.
Thank you. As it pertains to the issuance of this letter, did you consult with anyone from your office about this matter?
Yes, I did.
Who did you consult with?
We have 3 deputy district attorneys who assist me in managing the office. Dana Johnson, Mary Kerrigan-Mayers, and Wendy Lundquist. I consulted with all of them. I did not reference it in the letter, but I'm sure that I also consulted with ADA John Lucher. Those would be the individuals internally in my office that I'm sure I consulted with. It's quite possible that I spoke to other senior members in the office about it as well.
And did you contact anybody from Department of Justice, the Attorney General's office?
I did. I know that I spoke with Assistant Attorney General Don LaTorraca about this. I believe that he had consulted with other people internally at the AG's office, but I do recall speaking directly with him.
Now, going back to the deputy DAs and ADA Lucher, for what purpose did you consult with them?
I understand the significance of issuing a letter of this type. I know that oftentimes officers are not retained after a letter of this type is issued, and I wanted to be sure that they also believed that, based on Officer Sporl's conduct, that he was, first of all, untruthful, and secondly, that it was material.
And for what purpose did you contact Don LaTorraca?
For the same purpose.
Is the information that you considered about Paul Sporl what you would classify as exculpatory evidence?
I think it certainly could be.
All right. Were you influenced by any one at the Green Bay Police Department to issue this Brady letter?
No, I made this decision on my own. I certainly spoke with them. I understood what their opinion was. They believed that Officer Sporl had been untruthful. However, if I disagreed with that opinion, I would have stated it.
Following the issuance of this Brady letter, so after July 26, 2017, do you recall being presented with any additional evidence involving Officer Paul Sporl from the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes. So the use of force incident, that Admiral Court incident, again, I had previously reviewed that, I think, relative to Officer Ron primarily. That was provided to me in what I think would be supplemental materials, and then also information regarding Officer Sporl's hiring process. There was a separate investigative report that was provided to me in that regard.
Did either of those situations cause you to change your decision about whether to issue this Brady letter?
No, and I would say particularly with respect to the hiring process, it simply reinforced the decision.
Thank you. Now, do you recall if you were provided a copy of Officer Paul Sporl's Laudermill hearing from August 7, 2017, an opportunity for Paul Sporl to meet with Chief Smith?
I can't remember if I was provided it or if I viewed it at the Green Bay Police Department, but I know that I saw the video.
Okay. And did that interview cause you to change your decision about whether to issue this Brady letter?
It did not. Again, I believed Officer Sporl was untruthful during that hearing.
Now, have you been contacted by representatives of Officer Sporl about your determination regarding this Brady letter?
Yes, I met with Officer Sporl personally. I also met with who's now Sergeant Mike Netzger, Officer Mike Netzger at the time. with Officer Sporl in my office, and I did communicate via phone and I think email with Attorney Cermelli.
Do you recall what you discussed with them?
Yes, I discussed the Brady letter. I discussed where my thoughts were on this, where I was coming from. I know that at least at the time that I met with Officer Sporl, which was prior to knowing any information about the employment, about the hiring process, I discussed with him that I felt he had been placed in a difficult situation in terms of his interview, that he obviously had to be asked questions about a supervising officer, but that I felt his responses were untruthful, and that I felt an obligation to disclose that information to defense attorneys because it was untruthful information.
Now, is there a formal appeal process that exists within your department as to a Brady letter?
No, there's not. Although, like I said, I agreed to meet with Officer Sporl, and if there was additional information that would have changed my mind, again, something I would have communicated with the Green Bay Police Department.
Could you turn to what is marked as Exhibit 11? If you want to take a moment to take a look at that letter. Could you identify that letter?
This is a letter that Chief Smith sent to me, which contained the supplemental information. So in addition to this letter, I was provided with the documents that are referenced here in the Admiral Court use of force incident and the hiring process for Paul Sporl. So I was given the investigative reports, and then, at least in the instance of the Admiral Court incident, I was also provided with copies of the police reports from the officers.
Thank you. Could you turn back now to Exhibit 9? Looking at Exhibit 9, in the third paragraph, if I can direct your attention to that, and it says, quote, if he does continue to work, considering the effect that this information will have on Officer Sporl's credibility, this incident significantly limits his usefulness as a witness in criminal cases. If he does continue to work as a sworn law enforcement officer, as a law enforcement officer, I anticipate that there would be circumstances in which our office would not use him as a witness, and in some instances, I could envision that our office would choose not to file criminal charges, where Officer Sporl's testimony would be an essential part of the prosecution. Do you see that?
I do.
As you sit here today, do you have any second thoughts regarding that determination?
I do not.
Do you foresee any circumstances where this Brady letter would go away, where you would forego your duty to notify defense counsel about Officer Sporl?
The only way that I think that would happen is if Officer Sporl were to continue to be employed, and he were to be involved as a witness in cases, and we were to disclose the matter to defense counsel, and we were to have hearings where the court were to determine that this was not exculpatory information, or it was information that would not be admitted, that would be the only instance in which I could see that this changing. I still think I would disclose under those circumstances. The amount of impact that it would have on cases arguably would be lessened if courts made the determination that it was not exculpatory information.
Your opinion as the head of prosecuting authority here in Brown County, do you believe that the existence of this letter impairs Officer Sporl's ability to fully and completely serve the community as a sworn law enforcement officer?
It does. I know of at least 2 cases where Officer Sporl was a witness, where our office chose to dismiss the case rather than proceed.
Thank you, District Attorney Lissay.
Attorney Repko?
Yes. Good afternoon. I'm going to read you paragraph 7 from the statement of charges. You don't have it in front of you, I'm sure, but it reads this way. Chief Smith received a Brady /, Giglio letter dated July 26, 2017 from District Attorney Lassay regarding Sporl. The letter was drafted by DA Lassay after DA Lassay was informed on truthful and contradictory statements made by Sporl during the December 2016 and January 2017 internal investigation interviews of Sporl conducted by the Professional Standards Division. The purpose of the Brady Giglio letter from DA Lassay was to inform Chief Smith that Sporl's dishonest conduct required a mandatory disclosure for all criminal cases in which Sporl may serve as a witness. Further, DA Lassay indicated that future prosecutions in which Sporl is a witness would be negatively impacted by the obligation to disclose his dishonesty. Then they attach your Giglio Brady letter as Appendix 3. And this was signed by Chief Smith. This charge is on March 14th, 2018. In other words, this is Chief Smith's statement, okay? The question I'm going to ask you first is, up to that point in time when you issued your letter that's been marked as Exhibit 9 in this case, that's dated July 26th, the Brady letter, up to that point in time, did you have any knowledge as to whether or not Chief Smith had made any findings of untruthfulness based on those interviews of December 2016 or January 2017?
I don't know whether he made any findings, because I'm not sure how, from the process standpoint, that works. Prior to issuing my July 26, 2017 letter, it was my opinion that Chief Smith had an opinion as to Officer Sporl's truthfulness in those interviews, yes.
So it didn't matter to you that he hadn't issued a statement of charges of untruthfulness against Officer Sporl until many months after your Brady letter of July 26.
Correct. I was aware that the result of their investigation was that the Green Bay Police Department believed he was untruthful. I think that's why they referred to me.
And did you know if a Laudermill hearing had even been provided to Officer Sporl by the time you issued your Brady letter?
I don't believe that I honestly can't recall. I know that was within that same time frame. I don't recall the date of that. I know I saw it, but I can't say whether or not I saw it prior to issuing the letter.
You'll turn to Exhibit 5. It'll identify for you that the Laudermill notice did not go to Officer Sporl until August 7, 2017. In other words, at least almost 2 months or 2 weeks after your letter. 10 days at least, 10 days to 2 weeks.
That makes sense. I don't recall that interview playing a role in my writing of the letter. At that point, I recall there being the 2 interviews that are referenced, the 2 recorded interviews that were referenced.
Did you inform the assistant state attorney at the DOJ office that when you had contacted them for advice on your Brady letter, that Officer Sporl still had not been found guilty by his department, still had the right to go through this type of a hearing for due process, and hadn't done that yet?
No, I did not.
So why did you provide this Brady letter on July 26, 2017 without verifying those particular facts?
Because I viewed those facts as procedural as to Officer Sporl's employment. Then I think they would have changed my position as to the fact that I saw those interviews, and I believe that they were inconsistent to the point where I believed he was intentionally untruthful.
Now, looking at Exhibit 9, your letter, says you had the opportunity to review the materials provided by Lieutenant Wesley. And you indicated that you weren't completely sure if it was Chief Smith or Lieutenant Wesley that had contacted you with information in your testimony today. Does this refresh your memory as to who it was?
The question was who contacted me first. I don't know who contacted me first. I know that Lieutenant Wesley is the one who provided me with the investigative materials.
And what was it that Chief Smith would have contacted you about in regard to Officer Sporl?
Just that, hey, we got another one that you're going to need to review. I think this unfortunately it wasn't an isolated incident. There were other individuals who I was reviewing at the same time. And I'm not sure whether it was Chief Smith or whether it was Lieutenant Wesley who came to me first to say, there's another name we're going to be adding to this list.
And what were the other ones you were reviewing at that time?
Officer Ron and Officer Jim Clark.
Now, you'd mentioned just in your testimony that an Officer Ron and Officer Sporl had been involved in a use of force incident?
Correct.
And that would have been in February of 2017?
I believe so.
Were you aware of what the chief's determination was on that particular incident before you issued your Brady letter on July 26th?
Probably, yes. I think I was. I don't think that at that point, that incident was playing a role in my decision-making process as to him being untruthful. I had not made a determination that he was untruthful in that. I had reviewed that for Officer Ron's conduct and his statements. I also reviewed it from a use of force standpoint. In fact, I think I was asked to review it for criminal charges, and I conducted that review. They were sort of running together in terms of the exact time frame, but I was aware of that incident prior to issuing this letter.
When did you first become aware of the December 28th, 2016 interview and the January 29th, 2017 interview?
I can't recall the exact date. I would say it was in spring. I was going back and reviewing some of my materials prior to testifying here today, because I know I sent out an email to our office internally prior to issuing this letter, essentially saying, hold off on using this officer as a witness until I complete my determination, but I can't recall the date of that.
So you would have gotten this information in the spring of 17, and this letter comes out in July 26th of 17, several months later.
Correct.
What took so long if it was such an important, if he's so untruthful?
To be honest, I knew the significance of this, and I wanted to be sure. I wanted to do some research. I wanted to make sure that I reviewed the materials, and I wanted to be sound in making this decision. I understood its effect.
And what exactly was it that Lieutenant Wesley briefed you on in regard to this particular matter, the December 28th interview and the January 29th interview?
My oral conversations would have been consistent with what is in the written investigative report.
In which investigative report did you recall seeing?
I know that Lieutenant Wesley had prepared a report outlining this. I think I had seen a draft report at the time that I finalized this. I don't have the report in front of me.
Can you turn to Exhibit 1 and identify if that's similar to the report you would have reviewed?
It looks similar. I can't definitively say that that is the report.
Because this report's dated September 6, 2017, which means that by the time you would have seen any draft, it took several months to finalize this report?
Correct, and for some reason I recall it being double-spaced. I don't know if he finalized it and put it in a different format. I reviewed a draft report.
Now, you had testified that you couldn't think of any way this Brady letter could be expunged at this point, but if this committee were to determine that Officer Sporl wasn't untruthful after hearing all the evidence involved and not just looking at the report provided by Lieutenant Wesley, would you expunge the letter at that point?
No, I wouldn't, actually. If this committee determined that, for whatever reason, that was not a substantiated count, then I would proceed to notify defense counsel. I mean, I view the Brady letter as notification to the law enforcement agency that I intend to notify defense counsel. It's not my role necessarily to make a judicial determination about what comes in at trial. I view it as an obligation, a discovery obligation, an ethical obligation to put defense counsel on notice about potentially exculpatory information. I think that at least in the short term, if Officer Sporl were retained, I would still notify defense counsel that there was a belief that he engaged in untruthful conduct. I would provide them with the reports if upon their request, and we would probably have a judicial determination as to whether or not that would come in a case where he would testify.
And you'd also provide a copy of this committee's report?
Yes.
So once you step in an issue, the Brady letter, you're pretty much stuck with it at that point, is what you're saying?
Again, if there was consistent judicial determination that it was not exculpatory information, I think I would probably just continue providing those reports. But at this point, I don't know that I would, if he was chosen to be retained, I wouldn't stop at that point. I would still, within the context of a criminal case, feel the obligation to disclose this, because I know what I saw in those videos.
Let's turn to Exhibit 11. It's the letter that Chief Smith would have sent you dated February 6, 2018. In this particular letter, he indicates the Admiral Court use of force matter. Do you see that?
Yes.
So up to this point, the Admiral Court use of force wasn't considered an untruthful event?
It wasn't for me. I didn't know that the City of Green Bay had considered it an untruthful event for Officer Sporl officially until that point.
And in fact, the hiring background process that you've testified to wasn't identified to you until this letter of February 6, 2018?
Not formally. I was made aware of it through conversation.
With who?
I believe Lieutenant Wesley and Lieutenant Gehring. I was just aware that it was out there that they were investigating it. This letter was the first time that I was formally put on notice about it, and the first time that I received materials relative to it. It was not part of my determination prior to July 26, 2017.
And you also testified that you recalled seeing something about a Dallas matter. Is that true?
I don't think I talked about that, but I do recall seeing that as part of the information that was provided me regarding the hiring process.
Would it surprise you to know that the chief has since withdrawn those particular allegations against Officer Sporl as something that he can't substantiate?
It wouldn't surprise me. I don't know that or not.
Okay. Now, when you issued this Brady letter, you testified that you met with Officer Sporl and Union Representative Mike Netzger? Netzger, I'm sorry. And at that particular time, did you explain to them that this Brady letter is different than most Brady letters you've issued?
Yeah, I actually changed the language in my Brady letter in part because there are certain instances of conduct which I believe are so blatantly, obviously false, testifying under oath, inconsistently or intentionally falsely, as opposed to this. I also changed the language in my letter because the previous letters that I had written, I believe, were worded too strongly To suggest that I would never use an officer, I don't want to be untruthful in that regard. If for some reason the Green Bay Police Department had chosen to put Officer Sporl back on the road the next day after I was aware of this, and he was a witness to a homicide case, I don't want to say I'm not going to use him. It would hinder our prosecution. I wouldn't want to have to be put in that situation, but if they put him back out on the road and I had to use him, I can't definitively say I wouldn't. So I changed the language in that letter to indicate that it would hinder our prosecution. But previous letters that I had issued specifically said, I will not use this individual. Given the nature of the work that we do, I didn't think that was a fair statement to make.
So you were still willing to consider using Officer Sporl in certain cases?
Again, it depends on the context. I know that there are other counties and other departments where officers have been retained despite having a Brady issue, and those DA's offices are forced to decide on a case-by-case basis whether they will use that officer to testify or not.
Did you identify to Officer Netzger and Officer Sporl those circumstances upon which you would consider using Officer Sporl as a witness?
I can't recall if I specifically mentioned those or not. It would really be case-specific, both in terms of the nature of the case and also the nature of Officer Sporl's involvement in that case.
In fact, you've used Officer Sporl in some cases since the issuance of this letter, correct?
I believe he was asked to testify in other cases, yes.
Do you recall how many?
I don't. I personally have not used Officer Sporl since that, but again, there are 16 attorneys in our office, and I handle a smaller caseload than
Are you aware of any case in which the exculpatory evidence has been used by the defense to throw out a matter that the Green Bay Police Department is trying to prosecute through your office?
Regarding Officer Sporl, no. I'm aware of cases that our office has dismissed rather than moving forward with him as a witness.
And you said that those are like 2 cases you've done that with?
I'm aware of 2.
Do you still issue Brady letters just on Chief Smith's contacting you saying, I may have some information here about some untruthfulness of an officer in my department?
No, I didn't do that in this instance.
Are you aware of other, has Chief Smith contacted you about other Green Bay officers that have been untruthful? For instance, a female officer that used a taser and was accused of pulling the trigger twice. She denied it, said the second one was an accident.
I received an anonymous letter from someone at the Green Bay Police Department regarding 3 other officers. If this is one of the officers referenced in that anonymous letter, I believe that predated Chief Smith, and that was a case that I did review.
Did you issue a Brady letter on that?
No, the circumstances were different. I don't believe that the officer was intentionally untruthful in that instance, and in fact, I believe that the first time that she came back, if it's the same case that we're talking about, I believe the first time she came back on duty after her weekend, she reviewed her details and then on her own made corrections prior to anyone else getting involved.
Did you issue the Brady letter on the other 2 officers that were identified in this anonymous letter sent to you?
No, I haven't gotten follow-up information on those individuals yet.
So those were incidences that have since happened recently?
I'm not actually sure of the date. This was an anonymous letter from someone that appeared to originate at the Green Bay Police Department.
Now, in regard to the hiring process, what were you told that Officer Sporl was untruthful about?
Just that there had been an incident with Portonville Police Department, and that Officer Sporl, you're asking what I was told initially, when that Officer Sporl had minimized his involvement in that incident. And then subsequently, with this letter, I received the more complete investigation from Lieutenant Wesley, so I did review that.
Were you aware of the fact that on the application, it only asked, what have you been convicted of, and he listed this incident?
I was aware that he did list it on his application, yes.
And were you aware that when he was asked about, in his interview, have you ever lied to an officer, he did raise this incident?
I believe that according to the investigative report, he was asked whether he lied to a police officer. He said one time that he was asked about speeding, and that this was when he was 17 or 18, which would not have been the Hortonville incident, and that he told the officer some excuse for why he was speeding. But the context of that, from my review of the investigative report, would have clearly suggested that it was not this incident, because Officer Sporl was not actually pulled over as part of the Hortonville incident. He was sent a citation and talked to the officer later, after they identified him through his friend who was pulled over.
Did anyone ever tell you that Lieutenant Ramos from the Green Bay Police Department had interviewed Officer Sporl before hiring, found contradictory statements between what Officer Sporl said and what was in the officer's report, but he was still hired?
Yeah, I reviewed both. In the investigative report that I was provided, there was a discussion both of Lieutenant Ramos's initial discussion with Officer Sporl, and then there was also information about the follow-up interview with Officer Sporl about this incident after it had been looked into by members of this group that are here today.
No other questions, thank you.
You redirect?
I have one. If the Police and Fire Commission were to rule to retain Officer Paul Sporl, would that influence your decisions in prosecution decisions involving the Brady letter that has been issued?
I would still issue the Brady letter on cases involving Officer Sporl until there had been a consistent judicial determination that he was not untruthful. I don't anticipate that even if he was allowed to continue, that a judge would make that ruling in every case. I would still issue the letter. But would it potentially influence my willingness to use Officer Sporl if this commission determined that he was not untruthful? It might.
So is it fair to say that it would still have the Officer Sporl's conduct in your review of that would still have some influence on your prosecutorial decisions?
Yeah, absolutely. I viewed the videos in this case. I saw Officer Sporl's interviews. I know what he said in both of those interviews. I know that it's inconsistent. I have since seen the Loudermill interview. I cannot, in my mind, justify that those statements are truthful. I can't. And instead, I know what they look like to me, and I have an obligation to act ethically and legally to turn over potentially exculpatory information on a witness in a case. And based on my view of those, regardless of what this commission does, I will send out a Brady letter saying that I believe there's an instance of untruthfulness that I have an obligation to disclose.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Any recross?
No.
Okay, any questions from the commission? And I'll also add, if we can ask questions directly, or if you would like to consult with Attorney Colney before asking a question, we can go into closed session to allow that discussion to take place. So any requests either way? All right. District Attorney Lissay, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
All right, Lieutenant Wesley, bring you back up. May I remind you, you're still under oath. Attorney Retko?
Yes, thank you.
Free to cross this witness.
Lieutenant, in follow-up to your direct testimony, you testified that you knew Officer Sporl was nervous during the December 28, 2016 interview, correct?
Yes.
And you also knew he was a newer officer, right?
Correct.
And he told you he'd never been through this process before, right?
Correct.
Yet you made this a combative investigatory interview right off the bat as opposed to an inquiry interview, isn't that true?
That's incorrect. Can you give me an example of how I was combative, please?
Well, first of all, you told Officer Sproul he wasn't the target of the investigation, and there were allegations of harassment he wasn't believed to have participated in. And then, right after that, you start challenging every time he couldn't remember something with implications of untruthfulness, correct?
That's not correct. I wasn't combative. I was frustrated with the answers the police officer was giving me on something that he had witnessed fellow police officers who were his good friends doing. I was obviously frustrated. I did not expect him to be so untruthful to me right from the beginning, whether he was a one-day police officer or a 30-year police officer.
Let's go to Exhibit 1, page 79 of your summary.
What page is that again? I'm sorry.
Page 79 of Exhibit 1.
Okay.
According to your summary, you asked him, this is going back to where he heard the information about Officer D'Antoni. And then you went through and listed 30-some officers as people, and he denied it 36 times, correct?
Correct.
And it was after that point, you cautioned him right away, according to your statement, about his answers, making statements about fellow officers and not being able to support them, to support them by answering truthfully. And you again informed him that he was part of an internal investigation per policy. He was expected to answer all questions truthful and honestly, correct?
Correct.
So you didn't believe that was upping the ante to say, if you don't answer this truthfully, you're in big trouble?
I don't know how many times a supervisor has to inform an officer that he has to be truthful and honest when he's asked a question. I would think that you shouldn't ever have to inform them, let alone once or twice or 3 times.
Now, in that regard, is it untruthful when you ask somebody a question and he has no recollection of it, and then you keep giving him information, and the more you remind him, it refreshes his memory so he's able to answer a question? Is that untruthful?
I don't believe that situation applies. I did not believe that was going on in here. We knew through another officer that Officer Squirrel was standing there on the Washington Street and had witnessed this. And we were specifically asking him questions about that incident and other incidences involving his friends.
Would it have been more fair to say, listen, we have information that you witnessed this comment being made by Officer so-and-so regarding Officer D'Antoni, and this occurred on Washington Street. Do you recall that? Can you give us more detail? He wasn't a target at this point, so why not ask it that way?
I think you just kind of answered your own question. He wasn't a target at that point, but we didn't know his involvement. We needed to know what he knew. We didn't know that.
Why didn't you ask him? He would have told you what he knew.
No, because how many times did we ask him what you knew, and he refused to tell us what he knew. So you're kind of answering your own question. We didn't know. It's an investigative strategy, if you will. When you're interviewing a criminal, you don't give your whole case, or you're interviewing a witness, you don't want to influence their decision. You want their decision to be true and genuine, is what you want. You want it to be a genuine response, and you want to watch them, watch their body language, listen to their tone of their voice, and see if their information is going to corroborate the information that you have already obtained. That's what we were doing.
Now, criminals are entitled to representation during your interview, right?
Absolutely.
And in fact, officers, if they're the target of an investigation, are entitled to representation, right?
Correct.
But under the guise of you're not a target, and then you get into this kind of questioning where you're accusing him of lying, going into the investigation, he had no representation because he was not a target, right?
He wasn't lying about policy violations that he had conducted. So he wasn't the target. He was lying about what he witnessed other officers who had violated.
And at that point, when you determined or you came to the conclusion he had problems with truthfulness and being evasive and you were frustrated, why didn't you at that point tell him, Paul, you got some problems now, you may want to consider getting a representative. If you don't, we'll continue with the interview, but that's your option. Why didn't you tell him that?
Just for one, I don't believe that I was obligated legally or procedurally to do that because we weren't asking him questions that would solicit a response that would implicate himself. Okay, we were asking him what he witnessed about what other officers had done. He was a witness just like the previous 15 other witness officers and how many other officers after him that we had interviewed. We needed to know what he knew about what Officer Masaic and Lieutenant Korth had done. What was the extent of their involvement?
And what was it exactly that you would have talked to DA Lassay about when you would have provided him your summary and the copy of the interview from December 28th and January 29th?
Yeah, I think I can help clear this up. So during the course of this, when the chief read our portion of the report on Officer Sporl, and we all came to the determination that Officer Sporl was not being truthful and honest with us. Chief Smith had instructed us to deliver this information per our policy 606 to DA Lassay. I remember having a conversation with Chief Smith saying that this report involved 40 different interviews and that the entire night shift report entailed thousands and thousands of documents. And that although we were done with our portion of Officer Sporl's segment, it wasn't the entire night shift report. Okay? So Officer Sporl's portion, whatever, how many pages that is, would have been incorporated into that final 1,000-page report, and that's why I believe I marked our draft on it when I gave it to Dave Lassay. So I remember after being directed to the chief, it's like it didn't matter because none of the interviews with the other witnesses and what Officer Masaic did or didn't do or Lieutenant Korth did or didn't do didn't have a bearing on Officer Sporl's dishonesty. The chief still wanted me to provide that information per our policy to DA Lassay.
When did that occur?
I'm trying to, as you were talking to DA Lassay, I was trying to come up with the time. I believe there was an email, would have been standard procedure for me to have sent an email to my supervisor. It was in the spring during all this, but I initially had a phone call with DA Lassay. He's a busy guy. You just don't show up at his office and say, hey, just so you know, I've been directed by the chief. We have an excerpt of the night shift report, which is just Officer Sporl's portion. The night shift report isn't done, but this is just a segment of it, and it's in draft format. And the chief wanted me to bring it over along with the 2 videos of the interview.
Now, that draft format, did that change at all from your final report that's been marked here as Exhibit 1?
Yes, it did. So then when the final report was done on September 6, 2017, which just our written report is 193 pages, plus the thousands of supporting MDT documents, those are all addendums on there. I had another phone conversation with DA Lassay, and it was instructed by Chief Smith. And I says, hey, just so you know, I'm notifying you that the report is done, but they are not the same things, because now we have gone through and the page numbers might have changed. There was spelling, there was grammatical issues, and I think I even had made a comment about, because one of us in the office might not be the best speller in first person or second person, we always have somebody else to spell check it for us. Dave Lassay had asked me, was there anything substantive changed on the report, or is it, was there anything, and my comment was, it really didn't matter, the report, the video is what's important. And he had made a comment to me that he would have never relied upon my report to form his determination to begin with, whether it was draft or not, but he relied upon the videos of Officer Squirrel's testimony to form his opinion.
Why did you provide any materials to the district attorney prior to this kind of a due process hearing taking place?
I'm sorry, can you?
Why would you have provided any materials to district attorney, let's say, to consider a Brady letter before this kind of a due process hearing took place?
That was directed by Chief Smith per our Brady policy.
What did he tell you as to why you should do that?
Because he had viewed the videos of Officer Squirrel himself, and he had come to the same conclusion that Officer Squirrel was dishonest and wasn't forthright with his answers.
And that came before the...
I'm sorry, sir, I'm not sure of the point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And per our policy, he told me that he felt required that information be forwarded to the district attorney's office.
And he felt required to do that prior to the Laudermill hearing on August 7th?
I don't know if he had, I don't recall any conversation with him about the Laudermill or not. If that was part of his determining factor, you'd have to ask him that.
Well, in fact, the Laudermill hearing didn't take place until at least August 7th, right?
That's correct.
So this occurred prior to that hearing even, right?
Yes, it did.
Prior to the chief even sitting down and talking to Officer Squirrel and saying, Paul, let me hear your side of the story.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you testified that you thought you'd interviewed everyone on night shift in regard to this harassment complaint, and then you later corrected yourself and said, no, I never interviewed Lieutenant Rod Korth or Officer Masick. Do you recall that?
Yeah, we weren't able to because they resigned before we were able to set up an interview with them.
So that answer was not accurate, your first answer, but you then later corrected it, correct?
No, that answer was accurate. If there would have been a follow-up question on why I wasn't able to interview them, there was a follow-up question.
No,
Go
you
ahead.
missed the
I'm sorry.
point.
Sorry.
You first testified you interviewed everyone, and then you were corrected. You said, oh, that's right, I didn't interview Lieutenant Korth or Officer Masick. So your first answer was incorrect, right?
You're correct in that context.
Now, I'm not going to hold you for untruthfulness or evasiveness, but you understand that people sometimes make incorrect statements and then later correct them, right?
But the difference is I was being asked a question about a procedural thing that I was involved in, okay? And in all of these officers, I wasn't being asked questions about my best friend repeatedly and rephrased and repeatedly over and over again. To me, that's the difference.
That's your conclusion?
It wasn't my conclusion, it was the conclusion of the Professional Standards Division, the Chief of Police, and DA Dave Lassay.
Now, in regard to the MDTs, there was never any finding that he was discriminatory in any of his messages that he sent to anyone, but he was found guilty of sending messages that were considered to be profane. Is that correct?
Do you know the exhibit number of the discipline letter the chief sent out? Reference that?
I believe that's 33.
Question, please.
Well, the finding was that his MTD messages were prohibited speech, expression, and conduct, right? That's what he
Correct.
violated?
Correct.
So there was no problem with harassment or discrimination in any of his messages, right?
From reading this letter, charges were sustained for 3 different policy violations. I'm sorry, what was the last one that you had asked? The harassment? I do not know. He was not found sustained in that policy violation.
And he's never acted in a harassing or discriminatory manner. What this whole case is about is whether he was truthful in talking about instances he observed. Is that what this boils down to?
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
many other officers were charged with, at that particular, based on this investigation, issues with their MT or MDT messages?
I believe there were 5 officers that received various forms of discipline in relation to their MDT message.
And that's with the exception of Korth and Masick, who already resigned?
Correct, but not including supervisors.
So some other supervisors may have also got these particular disciplines for MDTs?
Correct.
How many supervisors would have been disciplined for that?
We had one supervisor who was disciplined. I wasn't involved in the majority of that investigation because it was conducted by somebody of a higher rank than me. And we currently have another supervisor who is appealing his part of this, but I do not believe either one of those involved their personally sending out MDT messages. But I can't say for sure because I don't have their records in front of me.
So this appears to be an agency-wide problem?
No, this was narrowed down to a very small group of officers on the night shift who were very good friends with each other, and a couple supervisors who were also friends with them.
So this was a third shift issue?
Correct.
Now, Officer Sporl, during his interview, we've covered this, and you have indicated that his concerns about tactics and about working with other officers, you actually agreed in certain circumstances that the tactics that the other officers were using would have concerned you too, right?
If his stories that he were telling me, I mean, he's just telling me his version at that point, but if that stuff was true and it actually played out exactly the way he said it did, yeah, there could be concerns there for training issues with officers, absolutely.
Has the Green Bay Police Department taken any steps that you're aware of to make sure that the officers in question have been trained properly?
Well, who do you mean by officers in question?
Anyone on third shift?
Officers on third shift, just that the Green Bay Police Department receive ongoing training throughout the year.
For instance, you had indicated that you would have, in certain instances, address the situation by going to a supervisor and saying, "Supervisor, Officer so-and-so is having a problem, why don't you go out on some of those types of calls?" Did that occur for a year? Do you know?
Can you be more specific?
Well, has Green Bay taken any efforts to make sure that supervisors are now going out and making sure that there aren't issues with certain officers on certain calls?
What certain officers would you be pertaining to?
Well, you indicated that if there was an officer that had a problem with a certain instance with failure to arrive at a burglary scene where there might be suspects still at the scene and failing to draw their weapon to protect and cover their partner, that might be a problem. And you told Officer Sporl that maybe that was something you should tell a supervisor so that a supervisor could then go out on subsequent calls to make sure that things were going appropriately. Do you know if Green Bay has done that?
I think that's probably a question more versed for the chief or the commander of patrol who are in charge of it. I can say that at staff meetings that we're at, and emails that go out periodically through the supervisory staff, that issues are brought up, such as you're talking, the Professional Standards Division is also in charge of training. So although I'm not the training lieutenant is an office 5 feet from me, so I know officers come in and there's ongoing training constantly going on dealing with officers' tactics. I think you're trying to ask me a hypothetical question. I can't answer that without more information.
Did you ever sit down and tell the training officer that maybe somebody should sit down and explain to Officer D'Antoni that when you come to a burglary scene where there might still be suspects on the scene, that maybe you should have your weapon drawn to cover your partner and to protect yourself?
My focus and responsibility was on investigating the harassment going on the night shift. Part of this, during the interview of all of these officers, with the question of, does Officer D'Antoni have deficiencies in her tactics, and Officer Walker have deficiencies in her tactics? And I can tell you overwhelmingly that we received positive reviews about officers, specifically Officer D'Antoni. We received information that officers specifically wanted to go and sign on in the sector that she worked just because of the way that she policed, okay, and praises about her tactics, okay. Did not receive praises about her tactics from the anecdotal stories that Officer Sporl told us.
Did anyone ever sit down and ask you, or strike that, let me ask it this way. During the course of this interview, did you ever ask, or why didn't you ask Paul Sporl if he felt too junior to correct some of the more senior officers on the shift?
I apologize, I'm not understanding your question.
You knew Officer Sporl was a newer officer, and you knew that these other officers were more senior to him, correct? That were Lieutenant Korth and Macy?
Correct.
Did you ever ask him, did you ever feel that you were too junior to approach these more senior officers and to correct them?
The senior officers being Korth?
Yes.
He's very good friends with these guys. He told us that he hangs out with these guys on duty and off duty. During this continued investigation, he told us that he met with these guys off duty at basketball games, at bars. One was at a fundraiser. He wouldn't have been too junior to do this. He was very good friends. He even told us that he frequently talked with all of these guys about Officer D'Antoni and Officer Walker, I think weekly on Walker, on or off duty, and frequently about Officer D'Antoni. So he had every opportunity to do that. So I don't think, again, my job was to weed out who's responsible for the racial harassment and the bullying on the shift, not to say, why didn't you go to these guys? Actually, I think we did ask him, did you ever go to a supervisor on this? And his response was that he didn't.
Let me ask you this way. Officer Sporl's not being charged for failing to turn in Lieutenant Korth for racist activity, isn't that true?
That's correct.
What this case is about is his responses to you in those interviews of December 28th and January 29th, right?
Why we're here today?
Yes.
This case is about him being dishonest to us when he was asked questions, correct?
Has anyone in the Green Bay Police Department been charged with failing to turn in others for making these racist comments?
I know that was a topic of discussion, and obviously there were other officers during the course of this investigation that were privy to this, but because of this thing was so involved and we had so much time, I think the decision was made that we have enough, we can correct this, the officers can be disciplined and move forward from that.
Has there been any effort by Green Bay to tell FTOs to no longer tell new hires to keep their mouths shut as opposed to bringing up issues that they see?
I can't answer that.
Now, you use the word victim shaming quite a bit in your testimony, and I'd like for you to define that so we all have an understanding of what you mean by that.
Victim shaming is exactly what it means, that the victim deserved what they got based upon their own conduct or what they did. And it just seemed that it was peppered throughout his responses, that it's like, well, this happens all the time, I get it because of my new guy. I think one of his responses is, well, it depends upon what they did. That's victim shaming. The victims being the officers that were the recipient of the hazing, the bullying, the intimidation, the MDT messaging. The African-American officer, because of his dialect on the radio, well, he deserved that. The Hispanic officer, because of his dialect on the radio. That's victim shaming.
At this point, I'm going to go to Exhibit 18. And more specifically, I'd like for you to turn to page 6. Number 23, list below all traffic convictions received,
Okay.
except for parking tickets, and he lists August 2011 excessive speed, penalty or disposition fine. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Now, that's a truthful statement, right?
The only reason I give pause is because I'm not sure if the citation was for excessive speed or unreasonable speed. The date and the fine is correct.
Let's go to Exhibit 21. The last page of Exhibit 21 is a citation that would have been issued to Paul Sporl for the August 2011 speeding incident. Do you see that?
Well, it says unreasonable and prudent speed.
Said speeding, right?
No, sir, it says unreasonable and prudent speed is what I'm looking at.
Is there any difference for somebody who's saying, yeah, I got caught speeding, and saying it was not an unreasonable and imprudent speed citation? Is there any difference between somebody saying, yeah, I had a speeding incident, as opposed to, I had a citation for unreasonable and imprudent speed?
I believe there would be, but the only way to verify that would be to look at the statute, the difference in the statute for unreasonable and prudent speed, and if there is a statute for excessive speed.
Now, I understand that the statute will have a different definition, but what I'm saying is for an individual saying, I got caught speeding, this typically is for that instance, right?
Yes.
Now, in regard to that particular citation, there isn't anything in here from this Hortonville report, Exhibit 21, that would indicate that Officer Sporl was charged with obstruction, in other words, lying to an officer, is there?
No, there's not.
And there's nothing in there that he was charged for fleeing in this particular matter, isn't that true?
Correct.
Now, in the charges in paragraph 24, Chief Smith indicates,
Excuse me, what paragraph is that?
24,
Okay, thank you.
Secretary Retko, I do have a copy of the charges up here that the witnesses.
Oh, that'd be great, thank you.
Thank you.
In fact, if you want to read it out loud, I'd appreciate it, because sometimes I have a problem.
24?
Yes.
In doing so, Sporl provided information to Lieutenant Ramos directly contrary to information contained in Officer Kleeman's police report with regard to how and when Sporl observed Officer Kleeman's squad car behind his motorcycle on August 24th, 2011. Sporl also misrepresented the seriousness of his actions to Lieutenant Ramos.
So, this verifies that when Officer Sporl interviewed with the Green Bay Police Department, had his interview with Lieutenant Ramos, Lieutenant Ramos knew that the information that Officer Sporl told him about Officer Kleeman's squad car being behind his motorcycle didn't conform with Officer Kleeman's report, correct?
I'm going to object because it calls for speculation as to what Lieutenant Ramos was thinking. From that standpoint, I think
This is what Chief Smith says, right? Chief Smith identifies that Lieutenant Ramos, directly contrary to information contained, or Sporl provided information to Lieutenant Ramos, directly contrary to information contained in Officer Kleeman's police report. Do you see that? So that was known when Mr. Sporl was hired in 2015, right?
I think you might be taking this out of context because Charge 24 is a continuation of Charge 23, which refers to a phone interview that Lieutenant Ramos had with Officer Sporl about the difference between Officer Chad Kleeman's report and what Officer Sporl had given of his explanation of it. And then 24 goes on into, in doing so, Sporl provided information to Lieutenant Ramos directly contrary. So I think they have to be taken in context.
And it's that telephone interview identified in paragraph 23 that the chief is saying Lieutenant Ramos knew the information was contrary, right?
I'm going to object as to the characterization of the charges, as to what Lieutenant Ramos knew or didn't know. Lieutenant Wesley isn't in his head.
This is Chief Smith's statement of charges. Is Chief Smith untruthful, Lieutenant Wesley? I don't think so, is he?
No, he's not.
Okay, then we can take this as truthful information, right?
Correct.
All right. It's not speculation, it's what Chief Smith concludes, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that was known prior to Officer Sporl being hired with Green Bay in 2015, right?
I'm going to have
That's why I'd object because the question's vague as to what that was known, if you can clarify the question.
Sure, that Officer Sporl provided information to Lieutenant Ramos, directly contrary to information contained in Officer Kleeman's police report, right?
The officer can answer to the extent he knows.
Correct.
Is
Object as to-
is Lieutenant Ramos going to be
Yep.
here to testify and be subject to cross? Probably better directed to him, but to the
Well,
extent.
this is, and just so I have a record, this is Chief Smith's statement. Chief Smith makes this statement, not Lieutenant Ramos, Chief Smith. It's the charges that's signed by Chief Smith and adopted by him.
I want to object as
And
to the
Chief Smith's going to testify too.
Okay.
And he's, I believe,
Oh, yeah. But I want to object to the characterization of the charge itself.
It's signed by Chief Smith, he's adopted them.
I want to object to the characterization of the charge as to the evidence reviewed of Paul Sporl's background reveals that information, it appears. Is the characterization as the correct characterization. I'm not seeing the characterization that Attorney Retko is putting forth. That's why I'm confused as to the question as well.
I don't think I can answer that question.
Isn't it true that Green Bay hired Paul Sporl knowing that he provided information to Lieutenant Ramos, which was directly contrary to information contained in Officer Kleeman's police report.
I'm going to object because that calls into speculation what information Lieutenant Wesley knows.
Again, to the extent this officer knows.
I don't think I can answer your question.
So you did an investigation, but you never checked this?
Checked what?
What the Green Bay Police Department knew in 2015 when they hired Paul Sporl in
Yes.
regard to this incident?
Yes, we did an examination of Paul Squirrel's 2015 background investigation.
And he was hired by Green Bay anyway in 2015, right?
Correct.
And then this became another issue after he was issued an administrative leave on July 30th. That's when this investigation in regard to acts pertaining to his application and employment process with Green Bay became an issue, right?
I believe we were directed by the chief per the Brady Policy 606 to look at Paul Squirrel's personnel file. And that's when this information came out, after that Brady letter was issued from DA to Table 6.
Now, you also said you interviewed Julie Shu from Hortonville, is that correct?
Myself and Lieutenant here.
Can you turn to Exhibit 24? This would have been a summary of your interview with her.
This would have been the exact interview. This was a transcribe from the recorded interview. It's not a summary, this is the interview.
Okay, let's turn to page 8.
Okay?
About a third of the way down, Lieutenant Wesley starts with, "You can't identify anyone." Do you see that?
Can't identify anybody?
Anybody, right?
Okay.
Can you read from there until it gets to the part where Ms. Shu says, "I didn't see that"?
Okay, I say, you can't identify anybody. Shoot, ticked off, yeah, like what a bunch of, jerks driving that fast, and then when? And then I say, you don't remember if they were looking back over their shoulder or? And Shu, I didn't see that.
So she identified to you that one of the things that Officer Sporl's claimed to be lying about is you guys, from what I gather, are saying he's lying that he didn't turn around and see the officer.
That's one of the components, correct?
And it's in the officer's report that he witnessed them turning around, right?
Correct.
And this particular witness for that main point said she didn't see that, right?
I don't think I can answer that question without listening to her audio, because the audio has the continuation of the sentences, and the audio is exactly what was said and how it was said versus just the lines on a piece of paper here. So I would request, before I can answer that we played that audio in its entirety.
So what you're saying is this may not be complete and accurate?
No, this is complete and accurate, but just like the videos that we watched, you watch them, and then the transcript is a way to go back in different sections.
Let's go to page Page 14. Actually, let's go back to 13 for a second. About the middle of the page you asked, anything else? And then the unknown Hortonville officer that's never identified says that's good. And Shu says, yeah, did Chad happen to say why he left? Did you get into that with him at all? And you say, no, he didn't want to. And the unknown Hortonville officer says, we didn't want to ask him. And then you say, we didn't want to, and Shu says, no, he didn't want to, I guess. Then you say, no, we just wanted his help. He did a good job here. He was a super nice with us. Her answer, that's good. And you say, so we just, and then she interjects, yeah, he was a very nice guy. And you say, yeah. We do not want to know, yeah, but I mean, it doesn't matter, or it doesn't have any bearing on this. It was our business, so, and then her answer is, no, I get that. And then you say, we were, and she says, I was just curious. And then you say, so we weren't, it was just kind of uncomfortable to say, dude, why don't you work there anymore? And then she says, by the way, we want your help here, but we're not gonna pick this scab well. And then you say, yeah, I know, he's working in Green Bay, so, and then eventually it gets down to where he's working at Lock and Load Prison Transports. Do you see that? Why is it that you didn't take any effort to find out why this particular officer is no longer employed at Hortonville?
I don't think it had any bearing on the case. I can tell you that we were told that he was no longer employed there. I do not know if he left voluntarily or involuntarily. That wasn't part of this investigation. Whatever his reason why he left there really didn't have any bearing on what the police report said. And when he was interviewed, he backed up exactly what the police report said, and I believe he's going to testify tomorrow, so you can ask him that question.
If he'd have been terminated for untruthfulness, that would have a bearing on this, right? If he was terminated for untruthfulness, that would have a bearing on this, right?
Yes, it would, sir.
But you never bothered to ask and see if that was why he's no longer there.
No, we didn't.
Now, the actual citation that was issued was for unreasonable and imprudent speed, and there was no speed listed on the citation, right?
I think on the back of the citation, there is a speed listed. What exhibit is that again?
Exhibit 21. Falls is the very last page.
Yeah, in the first paragraph, Hortonville Officer Chad Kleeman, he puts in here this...
You're looking at the incident report, I'm talking about the citation.
I'm sorry. No, you're correct, there's nothing listed on the citation, so.
But the officer listed as incident report that he believed that the two motorcycle lists in the front were going 70 to 73 when they fled the scene, right?
Correct, you got them on right here.
Then why wouldn't he list it on the citation if he was certain that that's how fast they were going?
Well, you're going to have, this is a Hortonville Police Department citation, so every agency has different citations, I'm assuming. This doesn't look like a uniform state of Wisconsin citation. It actually says municipal court. I can't speak on behalf of Hortonville Police Department policies and what they use. And I'm not involved in writing speeding tickets. That's not the type of police officer I am, so I'm kind of naive when it comes to these. You're going to have to ask Officer Clean that.
In regard to the Hortonville incident, did you ever talk to the police officer? Say, why is it that if you believed Officer Sporl fled from you and had lied to you in a phone conversation, why you didn't charge him with obstructing or fleeing?
Yeah, we did have that conversation.
What was his response?
And he told us that he had that conversation with his supervisor, his sergeant, and that he felt like he should be charging Officer Sporl with a felony for eluding him and the other motorcyclist who was Officer Sporl's friend. But it was the conclusion, because they had gone away, or they had already left the scene, that he was just going to charge him with this and then send him the citation in the mail.
So the supervisor made the determination, this is all we're sending him.
I think you're going to have to ask Officer Clean that.
Okay. So being in the professional performance part of the Green Bay Police Department, how many officers have appealed disciplinary findings by Chief Smith since the chief has taken over?
Appealed to this level?
Yes.
I believe that Officer Mike Jancourt appealed his decision. We currently have an officer appealing discipline to the personnel committee. We have another captain who's appealing a decision to the Police and Fire Commission as well.
And that captain that's appealing, that's a recent one because it hasn't been heard yet?
Correct.
And Officer Jancourt, when was his matter heard?
That was right in the middle of this investigation, the night shift investigation. That was one of our delays in accomplishing this because we had 3 major investigations going on at that time. So I want to say around March or April 2017.
Was that a determination that Chief Smith had made that he was appealing? Or was that from the prior chief, the discipline?
Chief Smith.
Chief Smith, okay. And you were aware of the fact that Officer Sporl was given a 5-day suspension on July 23rd through 27th for the taser incident that occurred in April of 2017?
He was given a 5-day suspension. I don't believe he actually served those 5 days. It was my understanding that they were under appeal.
He appealed it, but he was forced to serve the 5 days, and then you recall that the administrative leave came out on July 31st then?
The administrative leave?
Yes, placing him on administrative leave.
I'm not aware of him actually serving those 5 days just because I wasn't privy to that. But I am aware that the administrative leave on July 31st was directed at him, correct?
And then this matter then starts on August 7th with the Laudermill hearing on the December and January interviews and subsequent investigation into the hiring process, correct?
The Laudermill was a procedural requirement that needed to be done just from his involvement on the night shift in the MDT portion of this.
When was the action, and the charges for that, this particular matter haven't been entered until March of this year, right? For this case? For them require the untruthfulness for the December hearing, the December interview, the January interview, and the application process, correct?
Can
You got the charges in front of you. It's March 14th,
Okay.
2018, right?
There's not a date on there, but I believe you're correct.
The date's on the signature page, which is page 23 of 23.
Yes, you're correct, March 14th, 2018.
Okay, no other questions? Thank you.
Any redirect?
Yeah, very, very brief. During the December 28, 2016 interview, did Paul Sporl ever ask to have a representative present for that interview?
No, you did not.
Okay. During that December 28, 2016 interview, did you treat that as Officer Sporl reporting safety violations requiring involvement of department supervisors to address?
No.
Had Officer Sporl had concerns regarding safety conduct involving those two officers, what was Officer Sporl required to do under department policy?
Just what I asked him during that interview. Did you ever go to a supervisor? Did you report this to a supervisor or an FTO, which is a field training officer?
And as it pertained to Officer Wolvert, if he had a concern that he communicated to Officer Sporl, what was Officer Wolvert required to do under department policy?
The same thing, address it with the supervisor.
Yeah. Now, going back to Ms. Shu, do you remember talking with Ms. Shu?
Absolutely.
And did Ms. Shu, was she in very close proximity, let's say, to the distance that you and I are together from where she observed the motorcyclist passing by?
No, she wasn't.
Do you recall at all any estimation as to how far away she may have been?
Her house was up on a hill, and I believe she was out on the lawn raking leaves or something, and her attention was drawn to the sound of the motorcycles, and that's what caught her attention. It was I want to say it was 100 yards away.
Okay.
I can't be exact on that.
Okay. But it wasn't a situation where you got the impression from her that she was from close proximity like you and I are.
Oh, absolutely not.
And we can ask Ms. Shu how far she was away tomorrow. Can you turn to page 15 of that transcription?
Which one would that be?
Of Ms. Shu's transcription, please.
What exhibit, please?
Exhibit number 24.
24.
15?
If you want to just refresh your memory, and you can read from the top.
I say, yeah. She says, okay. And then I say, yeah. Well, why did he leave here to go to Pulaski? Meaning he would be Officer Chad Kleeman.
So you at some point had learned,
Officer.
Chad Kleeman.
You had learned that Officer Kleeman had left Hortonville to go work for another employer, correct?
I believe it was the Pulaski Police Department.
Okay. And there's also a reference there that he left to go, and she says he didn't, he left here and he went to UWGB. Did you understand that to be the police department for Green Bay? For UW Green Bay?
Yes.
UW Green Bay?
Yes.
Okay. And could you read then the next part here from Ms. Shu where she says from here?
From here, and I guess, he had to get out because, he was on Sullivan's, which would have been the chief of Hortonville at that time, whipping boy.
Okay. Have you received any information to suggest that Chad Kleeman was dishonest?
I have no information about that.
Last thing, did you have the charges in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. Looking at paragraphs 23 and 24 of the charges. Looking at paragraph 23, or I'm sorry, 22, let's start there. Have you reviewed the security interviews
Yes,
of Paul Sperl?
yes.
During the July 23, 2015 security interview, do you recall whether Lieutenant Ramos addressed the Hortonville incident with Paul Sporl? This is the original first interview, just to put it in date component for you.
I do not recall if he did or he didn't.
Okay,
Um,
that's fine. And Lieutenant Garing can testify tomorrow. Next sentence, Lieutenant Ramos conducted a follow-up telephone interview with Sporl on August 10 and an in-person interview on August 11, 2015 to determine Sporl's depiction of events leading up to the August 24, 2011 citation. Do you recall reviewing that telephone recording and the audio recording of the August 11 communication? Had you reviewed those?
Yes, I have.
Do you recall whether the Hortonville issue was discussed during those discussions?
I don't have recollection of that because I prepared myself for the initial
Okay.
portion of this.
That's fine. So at the time, right now, you don't really have recollection as to these matters?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Okay, any-
One follow-up, going back to Exhibit 15, or Exhibit 24, page 15. Where, right after Shu tells you that the officer was one of Sullivan's whipping boys, you say, all right, and then she says, he's a decent guy, I mean, I liked him, but anyway. Then you say, so we have 2 season tickets to Lambeau Field available to the Horton Police Department. All you got to do is produce a CD, do you see that?
Yes,
So that was the CD, the squad video that no longer exists?
correct.
But you were really wanting to get that CD to offer 2 season tickets to Lambeau Field, right?
You know, I think that was a parting from one professional to another. And the best of my recollection, before she had told us that she had witnessed this, when we had gone down there, she was talking about being a Packer fan or something. Everybody loves the Green Bay Packers when they find out, oh, you guys are from Green Bay. I think that's what initiated that. So yeah, we did want to find the CD to verify, as opposed to just relying upon Officer Chad Kleeman's testimony and his written report. We wanted that CD to see if there's any discrepancies.
And it doesn't exist, right?
They were unable to find it.
That's all I wanted to ask, thank you.
No further questions?
Correct. Anything from the commission? Attorney Glee, was DA Lassay the last witness you intended to call today?
I think so. I think tomorrow morning it makes sense to start up with Lieutenant Garing, just because the volume of time that he'll take, the commission, I suspect, does not want to be here late into the evening, from that standpoint.
All right, I'm thinking what we will do, excuse me, Lieutenant Leslie, I'm sorry.
May I, before we close out, may I simply offer some of the exhibits into the record?
Yes.
At this time? Being that there is testimony on exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18, 21, 24, 25, and 33 through 37, I would offer those into the record.
No objection.
No
Okay.
objections?
No
Okay.
objection.
All right. And did you get all those? All right, very good, thank you. All right, I think what I'd like to do is, I want to bring the commission to closed session to talk a few things, but we'll end today's session in closed session. So I'd like to release the group and release you as well. We'll do a closed session. I'll adjourn the meeting for today while in closed session, and then we'll kick it off tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Same thing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.